a really cool port. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff around here, yeah. Two harbors. Gee, I wonder why it's called that. I only see one harbor here. Raw material. More ores and stuff get offloaded there. I'm not shocked there ain't no Navy base up there. Jeez, this is like... Wait, does anybody live on this island? People... Yeah, that's nuts, dude. Oh, yeah, no. Must be a national park or something. Wow, it's pristine. Look at that. More harbors to dump tea into. Yeah, look at that. See this? Glacier. See those streaks? Glaciers. It's an Air Force base though. Yeah, cool. Thunder Bay. That's into Canada though. I think there's the lot. Yep, that's definitely. Thunder Bay. Anything cool up here? Yep, more grain, more offloading. Or onloading, it could be either one. Oh look, border tolls. Yeah. Yep. And then, yeah, there's the rest of the Canadian side that no one cares about. Alright, cool. Anyway, fun playing Minecraft, dudes. I'll be back in a little bit. Let me put up a video for you. And we will get to it. Yeah, boy. All right, title's changed up. I'll throw on a space video here, and we got to do a starship update today. We got to do a bunch of stuff. Let's see. We watched Debrief Apollo 8. We watched that last time. You didn't log out of the server, just an FYI. I did now, thank you. Looking around. I have the B4 pictures, Bandit. Yeah, I have them already. Here, we'll go look at the National Archives and see what they have in there for spaceflight. I got a documentary here called Space Down to Earth from 1970. I wonder what that's about. Let's dig in. All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy.
These are sounds of our times. Called telemetry, it is the way satellites orbiting in space report to controllers on Earth. Each spacecraft has its own signature, a unique tone. Engineers call it data. You may see it later as a weather report or a television picture from around the world. Space down to Earth with application satellites. What they are what they're doing for you now, and what will be happening in the decade of the 70s. Weather, communications, Earth resources. These will be among the main topics for dialogue in the 1970s. Each has its own type of impact on our lifestyles. At times, we will be more concerned about one than the other, but always they will be there. Case in point, weather. Spacecraft, like Tyros, Nimbus, and the application technology satellites. Satellites that return daily weather information over the entire world. What do they report? A continuous watch of the Earth's moving cloud cover, tracking storms, measuring winds, recording temperatures at different heights, and testing the moisture content of the atmosphere. As a result, computer systems are built that can receive and analyze vast amounts of global information from many sources, making forecasting more accurate. Hurricanes with their devastating winds and flood-causing rains, a perennial threat. In 1969, Hurricane Camille was first observed and then tracked by satellite. Because the storm's arrival was predicted accurately enough in advance, it was possible to evacuate people from the Gulf Coast. Without this early warning, the Weather Bureau estimated that 50,000 people might have been killed. In contrast, during Hurricane Laurie in November 1969, observations and tracking by satellite enabled the weather forecasters to predict that Laurie would not strike the coast. It is estimated that $3 million was saved from this satellite-prompted decision not to evacuate and not to protect property. Tyros, television infrared operational satellite. Over the past 10 years, 20 of these hatbox-shaped satellites have been successfully launched for use by NASA and the Weather Bureau. The television eyes of Tyros scan the entire globe daily, reporting on cloud cover and warning of major storms. Since the first operational weather satellites started clicking off pictures, roughly 600 severe storms have been detected, followed, and predictions made about their course. They have sent back more than 1 million pictures of weather conditions around the globe. Cameras on board the applications technology satellite scan the Earth and return color images as often as every 20 minutes. Here's a view showing 6 hurricanes on one picture. This near continuous surveillance of 40% of the Earth's surface has proven so useful that the reports have been incorporated into routine weather forecasts and have pointed the way for even more sophisticated meteorological satellites. Major airlines make use of satellite data in planning their flights. Pilots routinely receive weather photos of their transoceanic routes. Before satellite tracking of hurricanes, U.S. Navy hurricane hunters had to search out the killer storms. Weather satellites now locate the storms, and the Navy flies directly to them to make their measurements. The Navy also uses weather satellite pictures for ice patrols. Remote stations in the Antarctic benefit too. Giant resupply ski planes can be safely scheduled for landings in the icy outposts without worrying about being trapped by snowstorms. Supply ships benefit from improved scheduling as well. A recent satellite in the Tyros series does the work of 2 spacecraft. Carrying twice as many cameras, it's capable of discerning cloud formations as small as 2 miles across. The improved Tyros operational satellite carries a proton monitoring instrument that helps spot solar flares. The same instrument can measure the amount of heat reflected from and absorbed by the Earth's atmosphere. This is very important in weather forecasting. In addition, Radio frequencies affected by solar storms can be changed in advance, and manned flights to the moon better planned. Nimbus, research and development craft studying advanced techniques and concepts for meteorological Earth observations. Nimbus is measuring the atmosphere's temperature and moisture at various altitudes, as well as making day and nighttime cloud photographs. These measurements are considered the key to accurate long-range weather forecasts. By the end of this decade, forecasts made 1 week in advance will be as accurate as those now made 24 or 48 hours ahead. Satellites and weather are global in nature. Every nation in the world can benefit from the automatic picture transmissions of U.S. weather satellites. Over 50 countries are now using inexpensive automatic picture readout equipment to view daily weather patterns over their own territory. These same countries also benefit from cloud picture mosaics, routinely made available by the Weather Bureau to Europe, Asia, Australia, and North and South America. The weather mosaic is built up from individual weather photos and processed by computer. It is then retransmitted by a satellite. There are 3 main objectives for an effective meteorological program. The first, global cloud cover photography, enabling us to identify and track storms and to observe their formation and dissipation. This is valuable in the analysis of current weather and the prediction of 24 to 36-hour changes. The second objective, continuous viewing of the atmosphere, needed to keep significant portions of the Earth's cloud cover under constant surveillance and providing essential early warning on rapidly developing weather phenomena, such as thunderstorms and the formation, growth, and death of tornadoes. This information is valuable for short period forecasts of less than 12 hours. The third objective, a global atmospheric research program. Its goal, long-range weather prediction on a worldwide basis. In 1976, scientists from governments, industries, and universities in many countries will meet to work out the problems of international weather forecasting. The Global Research Program will use computers to design and test theoretical models of atmospheric behavior. When the mathematical models are combined with information returned from already operating satellites, it may be possible to make forecasts 2 to 3 weeks in advance. Communications. Some of the greatest strides in putting space to work have taken place in this field. In 1960, Americans made 100 billion telephone calls. In 1969, nearly 200 billion were made. New uses are continually being found for telecommunications. Banks, stock exchanges, hotel reservations, cable TV, hospitals, computer centers, and other new customers are appearing at an increasing rate. We are in the midst of a global communications explosion. Helping meet this demand are communications satellites.
This is President Eisenhower speaking. It is a great personal satisfaction to participate in this first experiment in communications involving the use of the satellite balloon known as ECHO.
August 12, 1960. President Eisenhower took part in the historic first transmission via ECHO satellite. By bouncing radio waves off its shiny surface, it made possible long-distance telephone conversations and the transmission of photographs and music. Other communication satellites followed. Telstar, Relay,
Go and throttle up.
Syncom. Each a research step leading to commercial spacecraft capable of handling satellite communications. In 1964, television viewers around the world were able to watch the Olympics from Tokyo. A visit to Mexico City by the Pope was also viewed globally. Over 500 million people, 1/6 of the world's population, saw man's first steps on the moon. Color coverage of space recovery operations from mid-ocean is now routine. At the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, doctors discussed space medicine and early cancer detection. The proceedings were telecast live via communication satellite and provided two-way voice circuits between the United States and 3 European countries. The closed-circuit telecast enabled 30,000 European doctors to hear the 3-hour transatlantic conference. One of the best ways to check out new concepts and techniques in communications, navigation, and meteorology is with research and development spacecraft. The applications technology satellites are just that, serving as platforms for testing out new concepts in all these disciplines. The ATS program consists of 7 flight missions. 5 of these have already been flown. Probably the most unique characteristic of the ATS is their ability to receive and transmit from a number of widely separated ground stations simultaneously. They can handle telephone calls, transmit television, teletype, radio voice, and weather data all at the same time. Keeping in contact with the SS Santa Lucia as it steamed between New Jersey and Chile, ATS demonstrated the feasibility of using satellites for high-quality, reliable ship-to-shore communications over long distances. A similar test was made with a U.S. Coast Guard ship. ATS has been used to relay information from remote instruments and buoys, a step toward future data relay satellite systems. A successful experiment to transmit television by satellite from the east to the west coast took place with the help of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
These current tests are enabling NASA and the broadcasting community to iron out technical problems that are involved in this form of transmission and to determine the costs of such future operations. If these tests are successful, and we have every reason to believe that they will be, the American people will reap a major domestic dividend from the national space effort.
The program was relayed from a ground station in Rosman, North Carolina, through the ATS to KCET-TV, the educational station in Los Angeles. As soon as the receiving equipment is operating, Alaskans will have educational radio and television programs beamed to their state. Through an agreement signed with India, an applications technology satellite, similar to the one shown in this artist's concept, will begin telecasting instructional television into 5,000 Indian villages by 1974. India will provide the TV programs. The results of this cooperative experiment are expected to provide an understanding of the effectiveness of satellite systems in meeting the needs of other developing countries. A satellite-to-satellite laser communications experiment is also planned on future ATS spacecraft. Beams emitted by a laser can carry immense quantities of information. Communication satellites hold great promise for navigation and traffic control. Today, airplanes flying over wide open areas of the oceans are out of radio range for periods of an hour or more. The problem is compounded by the fact that most airlines going to Europe from New York, for instance, want to depart at 6 p.m. to serve dinner and show movies. They also want to go to the same altitude to take advantage of favorable tailwinds. The problem then of keeping international air traffic sufficiently spaced becomes more and more serious. NASA has been experimenting with a system to determine the position of planes and ships. The system makes it possible for a ground-based station to automatically locate aircraft and ships equipped with receiving and transmitting equipment.
Gunner Mobile number 2, Pan Am Slipper 271. Position here from INS readout is 31 degrees, 32 minutes north, 70 degrees, 1 minute west. Flight level 330. This is 271, over.
In recent tests, position accuracies of less than 1 mile error have been achieved. Results of this work could lead to advanced techniques for satellite position fixing and traffic control, and aid in the solution of some of the world's transportation problems. Space geodesy has taught us the true shape of our planet, where it flattens, how much it bulges. With these results, we are better able to map the Earth and to navigate. The orbital path of a satellite is not a perfect circle. The satellite weaves sideways and up and down as it travels its course around the Earth. These deviations are measured only in feet, but they can be detected by Earth-based tracking stations and reveal new facts about the Earth's structure. Satellites have been tracked by laser. After predicting where spacecraft will be at any given time, telescope-mounted lasers swing into position, and aided by computers, their pulses of light lock on and track the orbiting craft. 3 of NASA's Explorer satellites carried special reflectors that mirrored the laser light flashes. The positions of the satellites were precisely determined, and the distance calculated simply by measuring the time it takes the beam to go to the satellite and return. Precision in satellite tracking leads to precision in terrestrial mapmaking. The Department of Interior estimates that the value of up-to-date topographic maps is worth nearly $700 million annually to our national economy. On the North American continent, surveyors have laid out a grid enabling them to locate any point with respect to another within 30 feet. There are similar grids in other well-developed countries, but they are not tied together. A surveyor cannot see over the ocean with his transit to make the connections. But a satellite can. It is a valuable tool because of its altitude.
Gonna tell my kids this was Joe
Observers
Biden.
several thousands of miles apart can see a high-flying satellite at the same time. By making simultaneous measurements with optical and radio tracking instruments, they can determine just how far apart they really are. The current goal of satellite geodesy is to tie all geodetic grids together to within an accuracy of 30 feet. Using high-flying satellites as geodetic markers, the world's continents will eventually be tied together to one common reference system. Geodesists also hope to use their new techniques to keep track of polar ice caps and glaciers, monitor the geometry of the ocean surfaces, increase knowledge of how earthquakes occur, and make direct measurements of the rates of continental drift. As the world's population continues to grow, our need to develop, protect, replenish, and use our natural resources wisely becomes more apparent and urgent. The air and atmosphere are resources of the Earth, as are the oceans, fresh water, ice packs, forests, minerals, and usable land. Efficient utilization of these resources not only includes their discovery and management, but also detection and control of pollution. In many areas, this need is reaching crisis proportions. Concerned citizens, private industry, state and federal agencies, all are seeking solutions to the problem. New techniques are being discovered to help. NASA has been exploring the use of both manned and automated spacecraft to develop the potential of flying instruments in space that will permit unique observations of the condition of our agricultural, water, forest, mineral, land, and marine resources. Much research has been done with aircraft, with information from existing satellites, and of course from the valuable photographs taken by the astronauts of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs. Based on this experience, it appears that the vantage point of space offers a number of unique possibilities for surveying Earth resources. The first two unmanned Earth resources satellites are planned for launch, one in 1972 and one in '73. They will provide a regular timber inventory of the Earth, identify crops, their vigor and yield, make automatic soil classifications, take photographs of the sedimentation flow patterns of the world's waterways, and help in locating mineral deposits. Here are some views recorded from planes and from Earth orbit by spacecraft. Better surveys of food and forest areas can be made from space, with computers distinguishing the conditions of the various types of crops and soils. Infrared photographs can show the onset of insect disease in forests. The damaged trees show up blue-green in color, the healthy trees red or pink. An Apollo spacecraft orbiting 150 miles over northern Australia spotted forest fires. Here are two others, as seen from space southwest of Tallahassee, Florida. By viewing fresh water from space, lake colors can be correlated with the biological, chemical, sediment, and pollutant content. Glaciers are another important source of fresh water, and their growth and decline are very sensitive indicators of the available supply. The Bureau of Commercial Fisheries says there is a close relation between fishery production and the temperature of the ocean, and they're very interested in having more accurate spaceborne instruments developed for monitoring these thermal conditions. This could significantly improve the efficiency of fishing fleets. Space photography can assist in mapping navigation routes in coastal and shoal water areas and help control silting in major harbors and navigable rivers. Ultimately, spaceborne instrumentation may permit observations of the wave heights of our oceans. Although it will not be possible to acquire all of the needed Earth resources data by sensors located directly in the satellites, it is possible to supplement the information by placing surface instruments, such as buoys, water gauges, and strain gauges, at strategically located positions on the surface of the Earth. These surface instruments could transmit the data to satellites, which would then relay it to central data handling stations. The Nimbus weather satellite is playing a role in ecology right now. A recording system on Nimbus was developed for an animal tracking experiment. Scientists attached a specially instrumented collar on an elk in western Wyoming. As Nimbus flies over, it receives information about the elk's condition and location and reports back to Earth. Accurate tracking of free-roaming animals in their natural environment will increase scientific knowledge of animal migration habits and may show ways to help protect our wildlife population. This is Skylab, America's first manned experimental space station. It will be launched into orbit around the Earth in 1972. There are several Earth observation experiments planned for the orbiting space station. One of the men who hopes to be flying in Skylab is scientist-astronaut Dr. William Lenore. He too is interested in Earth resources.
One of the more interesting aspects of what we can learn from space, I think, is the Earth resources area, which generally is tied up in the kind of things that I can learn from space by being in Earth orbit, looking back at the Earth from a remote sensing point of view. Meteorologically, we've seen many things already. We can learn about the Earth's surface from a crop survey standpoint, where the surface water is and the immediately subsurface water for the water management for the world. Pollution control and studies as to where the pollution is being emitted from and where it goes to. Fish industries for the ocean and sea states for ocean-going vessels, icebergs. I think these are just actually very few of the types of things that we can monitor and study from space on Earth resources. the Skylab program is going to be stepping off in this direction.
Bringing space down to Earth continues to make a substantial impact on our way of life. Communications satellites routinely provide reliable telephone service on a global basis, and important events are brought into our living rooms through intercontinental television. Coming close to reality, satellites that broadcast news, educational and cultural programs to populations of entire nations. Meteorological spacecraft aid in daily weather predictions. Satellites for navigation and traffic control will help make better economic and safer use of air corridors and oceans. Earth surveys from space should offer another means of preserving natural resources. We are sharing many benefits from space right now. As we develop this potential in the future, applications from space will have continued, profound, and direct effects on our everyday lives here on Earth.
Well, that's pretty cool. End of recording. Interesting, huh? Guys, I have a, I was watching that, eating my food, and I was, hey, Eukerman, 13-month resub. Thanks, man. I was watching that, and I couldn't help but think about something. Like, I don't know. It's just something interesting that I'm kind of pondering in my mind. So, at that time, right, there was so much, space was exploding in the 60s, literally and figuratively, right? Like, there was like NASA had a need to do all this type of research for all this type of science and all this type of stuff, and that's all fine and dandy, right? And there was a need to do all this so we could understand the weather, for instance. So boats and planes and crops, boats and planes can navigate correctly, and crops and stuff, so farmers can project the yield and whatever. Not in whatever, you understand what I'm trying to say. There was a really big need for this kind of technology. It was this super big optimization, right? And if you remember, hey, surfer, you remember printing out USGS maps on a large plotter printer in library in college. It takes you back. There you go. Hell yeah. So, okay, where I'm at is, at the time, so, okay, all right. I'll start like this. The first thing is NASA was founded to advance space and aeronautic technology. That's what it was supposed to do. Its predecessor was the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, and it became a full-fledged agency in 1958. And because there was a need to do something like that. There was a huge need. There was untapped stuff like satellites, communication arrays, digital processing, going to the moon. It wasn't just going to the moon. There's all this other stuff that came with it, like Skylab and stuff like that. And there was a really big need for it, this is stuff that would benefit, there's huge benefits. And I'm not saying they do that today. They don't do that today, right? NASA still messes with the weather satellites. Them and NOAA still mess with the GOES satellites and whatnot, right? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, there was a very apparent need. There was a very apparent need at the time in the 60s for something like NASA to exist. Obviously, for completing the challenge of going to the moon before the 1970s. But there was all this other technology was exploding in the 60s. It was crazy. If you picture the world in 1959, and don't get me wrong, I wasn't there. I've only seen pictures. you picture the world in like 1959, and then you look at it in like 1969. They look like different places, like completely different places, right? Like even the cars. Like just look at how much car design advanced in the 50s. It's crazy. Alleviate, I managed to get to August 29 tickets for KSC, and I have tickets for the 1st of September to do the tour of Atlantis with launch director Mike Lineback. Oh, that's cool. All right, sweet, Alleviate. That's pretty neat. Nice, Dragon. So there was a really apparent, like, and clear need for something like that to spur technological innovation, like, because, you know, that was something that was out of reach for like companies to go and do, right? So, like, I guess my question nowadays is like, what's the need? And I'm not saying that we don't need NASA. Don't get confused. I'm more curious at, like, dude, I've been pretty damn vocal of why we need NASA and why we should keep doing it, but I guess I'm more wondering, like, so like they were talking about satellite TV. So that gives NASA a reason to develop, like, figure out a way to be able to get a TV signal from Japan all the way over to the United States via satellites, right? So, like, there was a very apparent need to do that. There was an apparent need to go back to the moon, and that argument can be made again today, the moon one. But, like, I'm wondering is, like, what is something that NASA could do that, like, would be out of the R&D for, like, a corporation to do nowadays? Like, what would be the apparent needs of today that NASA, like, that you'd like to see NASA really, 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 really work at? You know what I mean? It's just something I was kind of messing with in my head. Like, there was such an apparent need for NASA, it just made so much sense to do something like that because the satellite market was untapped. Like, you look at 1956, there's no satellites. You look at 1966, there's hundreds of them. Like, what is the... Like, if you could see NASA, like, really work, like, on something nowadays, and once again, I'm not saying that they're not, if you could really see NASA work on one, like, crazy aerospace innovation today, like, be it aeronautics or, like, up in space or spacecraft, like, what would it be? Exactly, Dragon, yeah. You'd want NASA to work on UAPs? What, observing them? Making them? I don't understand. Faster space travel. I mean, they're working on Nerva already, Porter. They're trying to figure that out. Electric planes. They're working on that too, Spartan. Yeah, the X-57. Yep. They're working on a plane that basically its main wing is just a huge battery. Yeah, X-57. Very strange looking plane. Bring back the Saturn V. Build Nova. Well, Creeper. That's what I mean. So, okay, bring back the Saturn V. So you want them to reestablish super heavy lift capability. So they're doing that with SLS. And now you want to get beyond super heavy lift capability? Like, what's the need? See what I mean? Like, what's the reason? I want to see drones that work purely on solar that track down debris and either drag or push it into atmosphere. Northrop Grumman is working on that right now, Rivian. Yeah. Yeah, the mission extension vehicle, which can also deorbit debris. And then there's several other projects of, like, shooting harpoons with catch nets at debris to get them to deorbit and stuff. Warp drive. Yeah. General research, because no private organization invests in research that does not serve a specific market demand. I know, Jordis, you said general research, but can you be more specific as to what general research? Like, what are we working on? Mission extension vehicles can deorbit stuff, Chief. Yep. I would say satellite-based solar power, but the math says it wouldn't be much better than other renewable energy sources. Sharks with fricking laser beams on their fricking heads. I said stuff with an apparent need. 10-11. See what I mean? Like, it was so clear. And maybe we have the benefit of hindsight here. Like, you know, because that history is, you know, history takes some time to get into focus. I've noticed that. Like, can you guys remember what you did in 2019? Everybody remembers what they did in 2020, 2021, and 2022, because 90% of the time that answer is stay inside, right? Can you remember what you did in 2019? But can you remember what you did your senior year in high school? See what I mean? Like, it takes a second for history to come into focus, and that might be why it seems like there was such an apparent need, because we have the end of the formula, right? I would say exploration. Yeah, okay. Stone, they're working on getting SLS to, you know, get us back to the moon. Watching Twitch. You want NASA to watch Twitch? Hourly mapping of the Earth. Well, that's what the GOES satellites do, Euckerman, unless, like, what kind of mapping? Are you talking about, like, weather satellites, or are we talking about... Yeah, there you go, DeLorean, right? Yeah. Watching Twitch. Oh, yeah, Rory, that makes more sense. That was the answer to my watch. Yeah, what were you doing in 2019? Yeah, easy, I worked. See what I mean? It's going to take some time for details to come into focus, you know? Make warp drives. Okay, so faster travel in space, all right? Google Maps but live would be cool. Yeah. Seeing the ground, where construction equipment is, or tanks or something. XL1 is dead. Yeah, that's depressing. Setting the groundwork for colonizing other planets. They're trying to do that with Artemis, Lunprod. Explore the limits of energy transfers. Further develop their energy creation techniques for better Earth-based or orbit-based systems. There you go. Yeah, like what are like in the 60s the needs were so dang apparent, like satellite TV, you know, interconnectivity across the globe. Like it was very clear, right? Like that's not so much the case. Like now, I mean, is it, or I don't know, is it not? Like deep ocean exploration would be cool. You want NASA, an aeronautic and space agency, to do deep ocean exploration. I mean, more planetary surveys, study wormhole technology, so screw with general relativity. Yep. Intuitive Machines is buying their launch slot, so XL1 won't be launching. Ouch. That sucks, Rocket Guy. It sucks. More deep space probes like Voyager, New Horizons. Okay. Yeah, NOAA does that, T-Man, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency. Here's a great, crazy theory. Space elevators, like in Halo 2, an elevator to go from one side of the planet to the other. Okay. Build and support a permanent space station beyond low Earth orbit. Invent Kraken drives. So we've gotten past faster than light. Or not faster than light, just a faster method of travel than what we have. Yeah, I got you. Anything that opens up space to more people, the more people that are involved, the easier it will be to build the future. Interesting. So, cost access to low Earth orbit. They tried that in the 70s and into the 80s, Savage. And then we forgot why we tried that. Right? Build giant CO2 vacuum cleaners. That's right, Tomas. Yeah. Build a satellite network near the asteroid belt and spec it for future mining, so we can start early by targeting more valuable asteroids. That's what the Lucy mission is about, Jack. But yeah, I agree with you. Space elevator technology. Space elevator technology would kind of suck on Earth. Earth's gravwell is too much for something like that. Seriously, if we were going to build a space elevator, it wouldn't be 100 miles tall. It'd be 23,500 miles tall. Yeah, because if you're going to do that, you need a counterweight and geosynchronous to keep the elevator taut. True story. No, read more carefully. No. Invent the gravity drive. Okay. Invent the gravity drive. Yeah, okay. So develop faster space travel. Cheap. Okay. Asteroid defense. Okay. Build a megamaid to transfer Earth's atmosphere to Mars. It's the best answer I've heard. Build a deep space network between the Earth, Moon, and Mars. Cool. Make 2001. So make space more accessible. Okay. Suck. Suck. Yeah, no, it's very interesting, right? Like, because you got to remember, NASA's job is to pioneer technology that would be out of reach for like a corporate interest because it wouldn't be profitable, right? They're supposed to do stuff that's not supposed to be profitable in the name of technological innovation. And it's funny because everybody here is saying make space more accessible, like, because we need to branch out, we need to start going out into space. We have like 7 people on a space station and the Chinese have 3 on theirs. Like, there's 7 billion people on this planet, and the best we can muster is 10 people in space at any given time, right? And even that's high, right? Is that what you guys mean? Pretty sure they tried doing that with the space shuttle. STS program. But it's in full with commercial enterprising OSAM operations to service solar system access. So basically a more complete version of the shuttle program rocket, yeah? This. Nice. On-orbit servicing and assembly. So basically we got to figure out the logistics of being able to move a lot of things in space, rocket. Yeah. So basically a more fleshed out, well-executed shuttle program. Interesting. I mean, Rocket Guy, you know where I'm at. I agree 100% with you on that. But that's interesting because a couple of people said go back to the moon, but a lot of people, I think more people said make space more accessible, pioneer reusability, stuff like that. That's interesting. Like, there's only like 1 or 2 people that said do something like SLS, what they currently have. That's what I was wondering. That's what I'm getting at. Like, gonna say something that was not said. Work on expanding Artemis to not only do the Mars mission, but let's bring back the idea from the Apollo era for a manned Venus flyby. So expanding the Artemis program, more complete Artemis program, Tan. I'd agree with you 100% on that one. Yeah. It would be great to do farther than the moon. I've always wondered what's out there. Yep. Keep going further and make low Earth orbit routine. They're trying to do that with commercial crew. Yep. Yeah, I got you, Creeper. Yeah. I saw it when you said that before. Going back to the moon is just a step on that path, though. Yeah, it's just a step on that path, Dragon, but we okay. NASA keeps saying they're going to go to the moon and then they're going to go to Mars. Well, I'll be 100% real with you. They want to go to Mars in the 2030s. Okay, that's fair. Where's your Mars architecture? Because if you want to go to Mars, what does in the 2030s mean? If you want to go to Mars in the 2030s, and I would assume that means 2030, 2031, 2032, etc., right? I would assume sooner rather than later. If that's the case, you best be working on that like right now. A moon base is important to the entire logistical setting. Jokes aside, I want Gateway. Okay, they're working on that. I got you, Creeper. It's all good. Create Elysium. Nice. Develop orbital spacecraft yards to make on-orbit assembly easier. You would need something like Starship or the shuttle to do something like that, Jocko, but yeah, I'm with you. I think the moon is now just a museum. Mars is a huge step to do. Ares, Novus, yeah. Yeah, I know. It's almost like Ares 1 and Ares 5 were a good idea or something. Something like that. End world hunger. So, Florian, you want an agency that's tasked with high-grade aeronautical and space research to end world hunger. World, operative word. Okay? Yeah, PY, exactly. Yeah, sometime in the 2030s we want to go to Mars. Okay, well, if you want to go to Mars now, if you want to go to Mars then, you better be working on architecture now, right? Not, Florian, not you. Not you what? Commercial space station where you could spend like a week for vacation. Fruity, they're working on that right now. It's a NASA program called Commercial Low Earth Destinations. Sorry, I almost defaulted to Earth. Not me, but the people expect that. I don't care what. That's not really, Flora. That's not really relevant to the conversation. I don't care what people want. I'm asking you guys. Like that's not irrelevant. I'm asking you guys what is. Like in the 60s, the goals were so ridiculously clear. Like we need to work on satellite communications. We could use that for weather. We could use that for farming. We use it to monitor the environment. We need to go back to the moon. We need to work on manned space flight, right? The technological jumps were so apparent. What would be the big technological jump today? It's funny because a lot of people said something analogous to space shuttle. That's interesting to me. Yeah, T-Man. I'll show those pictures in a little bit. They should send missions to Mars and the Moon at the same time and not wait for the 2030s. So Tomas, more comprehensive Artemis program. Okay. Fine Minmus. We need more mint ice cream. More comprehensive Artemis program. Okay, I got you. Are we going to get a gateway on a Martian Lagrangian point? This is the first time I'm hearing about that, Chief. I don't want to know what it was designed to do. I want to know what it can do. Yeah, right. Biggest tech jump would be a free clean energy for everybody. With that, you can do anything you want. Okay. We're going to end world hunger with that ice cream. You get it. Well, if the moon is going to have to be the launching point for any Mars, Venus, Van mission outside of the Earth moon, work on how to get resources to build stuff out on the moon or some near-Earth asteroid. This may be a potential commercial partnership thing. Interesting. There was a lot of interesting responses there. It's fascinating. I wasn't expecting people to say space shuttle, build another space shuttle. That I honestly was not expecting that. I thought I was the only one. I'm serious. I thought I was the only one who wanted that. It's funny because a lot of the other thing is that a lot of the things that is an apparent need for NASA isn't even doing. Reusable rockets, better access to space. It's interesting that SpaceX is doing that. Make an EMP-like gadget that makes all plutonium turn into ash and all other materials to make atom bombs. I mean, Rowie, I guess that's a goal. I don't think that's a good idea for multiple reasons, but hey, yeah, no, it's interesting. I was thinking of capturing an asteroid around Earth and sending small vehicles to mine it. Okay. What we need in low Earth orbit to unlock further routine operations. Space stations for assembly and manufacturing. Relativity. Private. Refueling spacecraft or hubs. Refueling spacecraft, so SpaceX with a Next Step 2 contract. Swarm-based servicing capabilities. Interesting. Completely lowers boundaries to low Earth orbit. That it opens up routine long-distance destinations, as those same technologies can be used at each new solar system destination. So it's interesting, Rocket Guy. You would want NASA to do more robust things in low Earth orbit. Yeah, see, dude, you weren't the only one. I mean, you a little more technical of an answer than others, but yeah, interesting that a lot of people said that. Dare I say this? I think we need a 21st century version of Apollo Soyuz with the Chinese. Yeah. I mean, you could use an atom bomb to wipe out all nuclear materials, Rowie. I guess that works, and EMP kind of does that. Space debris mitigation and cleanup, Pigzig, yeah. Actually, Pigzig, one of the Space Force's founding goals is space debris mitigation. Yeah, that's like in their founding charter. That isn't NASA, that's Space Force doing that. Now, the cleanup part, I don't know, yeah. But better low-cost access to orbit would definitely get you there, wouldn't it? Interesting. What about radiation exposure from the ash? I don't know. Swarm-based operations would be huge. It means being able to have 2, 5, 10, 100 small spacecraft to be able to work autonomously together to assemble, manufacture, and service larger, more complex systems. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. That's... You know, now I'm thinking, like, you know, we say the goals in the 60s, right? The goals in the 60s were to go to the moon, work on satellite infrastructure, planetary surveying, learn more about Earth's climate, blah, blah. Like the goals, like there's this crazy space industry that gets established, right? And then we take the Saturn V and say, nah. And then we use something like the space shuttle. I wonder if that's what they thought at the same time. Find an easier way to get to the moon. Or not to get to the moon, to get into low Earth orbit so we can keep growing that economy. That has to be the reason why. Like, we always sit here and say, like, oh, them replacing Saturn V with the space shuttle was a stupid idea, right? That was a stupid idea. But when you think about what NASA's supposed to do from a technical standpoint, right, it kind of makes sense. I still don't agree with it, but it kind of does make sense. Develop a mass-produced, customizable space telescope that fits into Starship so that universities around the world can each have their own space-based telescopes. Put in their problems with Starlink satellites. So, I mean, Jack, yeah, so what you're reducing this down to is better low Earth orbit access. Better low Earth access for telescopes, but still, the same answer as what other people have been saying. Interesting. I think NASA is on a pretty good trajectory as is. Sure, it would be cool to do all the things. The other things just definitely had. But the drive isn't there to get the cash to fund a ton of massively low TRL projects simultaneously. Yeah, Novus, it's interesting. It's interesting that we're in a situation where corporations have to pick up the slack there. Right? It's just something to ponder. That opening video kind of made me think about it. I'm like, huh. And then that's why I decided to ask everybody here. But yeah, it's most of the answers that I got were better low Earth orbit access. Like if there's like this one challenge that nobody can solve that NASA's trying to face, you guys all said basically a better space shuttle. Interesting. That's not the answer I was expecting. That's cool. I mean, I agree. I love the space shuttle. I think that's part of the reason why I think the space shuttle is a great idea. I think we just never utilized it correctly, personally. But for me, what do I know? That's what is great about the Department of Defense at this point in time. Something like over $20 billion over the next 5 years, specifically to fund servicing operations, swarm-based space systems, propellant depots, etc., etc. The Department of Defense is very much complementing NASA goals, but with low Earth orbit focuses for in-space focuses. Nice. For in-space access. Yeah. Better Soyuz. You have Oriole. There's the Eagle. When that will fly, like just how like NASA wants to go to Mars in the 2030s, it's like, okay. Build a rotating space station in low Earth orbit. Yeah, where? Yeah, see what I mean? I love your stream, but damn, get a better mic to filter that AC white noise. Space Dude, don't worry, that's going to change in about a week. I won't be in here anymore. The office, the new office that I'm moving into at the house has much better acoustics. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. No, I get it. Like there's probably some concrete plans or at least a pathway for NASA to get to Mars. Like they've shown us pathways before, like with transfer vehicles and whatnot. I get it. I see it. Mm-hmm. Our enterprise is just picking up the slack, or is the government purposely giving them that slack to spread money and resources? It's actually a little bit of column A and B. You guys got to remember, the commercial market for space is exploding, and NASA's kind of crowdfunding that. No, not crowdfunding. NASA's kind of inadvertently funding that with contracts for services, right? The white noise makes it more space-like. Nice. Von Braun ever mentioned Mars? Kuro, Von Braun wrote a book about colonizing Mars. And in that book, the Mars colony had a president. Guess what the president's name was? Dude, I'm not making this up. Guess. You'll never get it. Freaking Elon. No joke. Von Braun wrote a book in the 50s about colonizing Mars, and the leader of the Mars colony in the book is called Elon. Yosef. No. Different leader. Different guy. Build Deep Space Nine. Okay. So, moving around in space better, T-Man. Yeah, I got you. Porter, I'd believe that. You're telling me Elon is a time traveler. Now, here's the real thing, Porter. Did he come from the future, or did Elon come from the past? White noise is an essential part of this stream. Man, what are you guys going to do? What are you guys going to do when the stream sounds like this? It's too quiet. I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm getting tinnitus. Stop it. Stop this. So you stop this now. My ears can't take it. Finally. Now I'm going to overheat in here. Bah! The silence is deafening. I like the noise. Put it back. All right. Please keep the white noise. Telling me you built a time machine out of a Tesla? It's interesting. Rocket Guy, I honestly did not expect that response. If you're just coming in, you're popping in, I asked chat, like, you know, in the 60s with NASA, the goals were so apparent. You know, we could work on satellites, and satellites can benefit us down here. And that's what NASA's supposed to do. They're supposed to pioneer technologies that are useful. There was a freaking fly. Pioneer technologies that are useful, that benefit humanity. That's the whole point, right? They're supposed to figure out stuff to benefit us down on the ground, like weather satellites, just so you know when it's going to rain, or in the case of this year, when it's not going to rain. Oh dear, that got too real fast. So I asked chat, like, what are those goals are so apparent? What are the goals today? And the vast majority of responses from you guys were better ways to move around in space and better ways to get into low Earth orbit. So literally something like a new space shuttle. It's very interesting. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting everybody to say go to the moon and build a moon base. And don't get me wrong, a lot of people did say that too. I just didn't think routine low Earth orbit access was going to be on the table there. I didn't even think people would even say that, let alone like more like a good deal of you. That's very interesting. Maybe a few years out, but a generation ship. So mass transit in space, Gary, right? Like that's what we're getting at, like bulk transport in space. So space logistics. A lot of people said space logistics. We're honing in on it. I think you know, despite commercial crew, you know, like SpaceX routine flying to the space station, you know, Starliner is going to be up and running by the end of the year, hopefully, right? Despite that, it still seems like we only really go to space like once every couple of months. I know what you guys mean, right? That's all right. So we're just literally doing the same thing that we were doing with the space shuttle, but with pods, with a less capable spacecraft for commercial for a lower price. Okay. And now, don't get me wrong, that's great. That in itself is a huge advancement, and I understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. This pertains to space flight big time. Like this stuff takes time. It takes time to figure this stuff out. More or less, Rogue, yep. More tons to low Earth orbit per year, what Elon said last Starship talk. It's funny, Animal. It's funny because, like, if you think about the premise of my question, what everybody's saying is literally what SpaceX is doing. And now that I'm really thinking about it, they are... Elon has said he went to the NASA website and couldn't figure out what the frick they were doing. So it seems like he had that existential question at some point, and that was one of his founding principles for making SpaceX. Interesting, right? That's very strange. But yeah, that's not the answers I was expecting. Huh. All right. And yet for all those ideas, you need energy. I'm still voting for clean, free, unlimited energy. I mean, clean, free, unlimited energy is like saying I want all violence in the world to stop, though, Malachi. That's... Physics is kind of at odds with what you're saying. Space Battleship Yamato. With low Earth orbit access, building a moon base becomes much easier. Yeah, Big Zig, that's always been my argument with the space shuttle. We literally had something that could do that, that was more than capable of being able to do that, and we stopped trying to do stuff like that because it wasn't safe. All right. It's just something to kind of ponder. Anyway, I like starting Space News with those pondering questions. It gets the noggin jogging. So, check this out. So Tory Bruno, let's jump into Space News. So Tory Bruno, the CEO of United Launch Alliance, came around and started being do a little trolling here on the Twitterers. Check this out. Okay, you guys have all asked so nicely. Here's a picture. He said, "Who wants to see a picture of a BE-4? Want to see a picture of a freshly completed BE-4 flight engine? Number 1 for Vulcan's first flight in the stand at the Blue Origin factory." Yikes. Oh. Sometimes it's okay to just have the white noise here because I'm just a little busy. Is that nozzle 3D printed? I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure it's not. We need to take risks. I agree. Maybe that we should be bold, for sure. It's a freaking Christmas tree of an engine. Yeah. That is... Well, that's pretty neat. I'm sorry. I sometimes it's just doesn't need any explanation. But Tory Bruno did take it a little bit further here. Oh, he retweeted Whitney. That's cool. Just let me... Oh, twins, Basil. Twins. Immensely complex and high risk. Twins, Basil. That's nice. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. We should not have made this bargain. Oh. Yep. They look more like SSMEs. Yeah. Why build just one when you can have 2 for twice the price? Yeah, this assembly line is going to be building a lot of these things soon. So, these are the engines for Vulcan's first flight. That is a full production article BE-4, and we know that testing is done in parallel because of the deep throttle video that we saw the other day. So, they're building and testing very quickly. From what I was reading, that's the engine that we saw that was in the single picture, and that's the second one right there that's almost finished. I forgot how nozzles are built for rocket engines. Spinning. T-Man, every nozzle is built a little bit differently. But did you ever have an art class in school, and they gave you clay and a bucket of water, and then the little thing that you kind of hit with your foot and it spins, and then you do that with the clay? Spinning is also a good trick. That's important to know. That's how that, but with metal. Yeah, that's how nozzles. A lot of nozzles get made that way. Yeah, pottery wheel, exactly. Yeah, nozzles do get made like that. Yeah. Some of them do. There's a bunch of different ways to manufacture nozzles nowadays. Some nozzles get made like that. Some are 3D printed. Some are milled. Some are milled and have copper channels installed on them. Some are like a sandwich of different metals, like Raptor. Raptor's a bunch of different metals in the nozzle. Could you 3D print one? Relativity is doing that right now, and they test fired them the other day. Alleviate, yeah, they have 9 Aeon engines in their Terran 1 first stage that's sitting at Complex 16 down at the Cape, which are 3D printed. There's Sinter 3D print, and the tank's also 3D printed, and all the plumbing. I'm guessing casting is not a good idea. Casting a nozzle? Curl, I don't see why you couldn't do that. It'd be really strong. What are we casting it out of? You did pottery at school? I was just given some crayons and some paper. Salty Kraken, yeah, we had pottery in... There was a pottery class in like 9th grade art or something, and it was mandatory. I know it was mandatory because I thought it was stupid and I wanted to just take auto shop. It was alright. It's pretty cool. Make pots and pans. It's some it scratched that primitive technology itch. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what I'm talking about? Yeah. It was mandatory in 9th grade, Rogue. Yeah, I remember that. You had mandatory art class. We had mandatory music until 8th grade. Yeah. Either that or it was mandatory until 8th grade, and then I just took 9th grade art. But I remember, I think EJ at the time asked if that's what it was. It wasn't mandatory. I remember now. Sorry, it was a little while ago. It wasn't mandatory, but I had to fill up all my electives. And I had already filled it up with all the electives that I wanted, which basically was auto shop, woodworking, and cooking. And they're like, no, you need a 4th elective. You need a 4th elective. I'm like, can I just do auto shop again or something? And they're like, no, you can't do that. Why would you want to do auto shop? Why would you want to have more auto shop? That's dumb. You need to be more diverse. You need to be a more diverse person. And so I took art class. And then I think I was just persistent about it. And I ended up taking a lot of auto, woodworking, drafting. Yeah, all the vocational stuff. That's what I liked. As is determined to make little EJ a hippie. I mean, Cape Lacor, I went to school. You expecting anything less? Please do a primitive textile space program from your garage, building up from metals. How am I going to get metal out of the ground, Sile? I don't think the house is on an iron ore deposit. Simple. Dig. You'll hit iron eventually. The superintendent's gonna be pissed. Chupon, actually, you want to know how stubborn and persistent this guy is? And I didn't realize that I could use that to my advantage until later. Like senior year of high school, I just filled my electives with auto shop. It was like math, auto shop, science, auto shop, social studies, auto shop. And then like 7th period was just auto shop, just had auto shop, just all auto shop. I just spent all my time screwing with engines and stuff. Yeah, English, auto shop. Yeah, I forgot all the subjects. You get the idea. Just don't dig straight down. Minecraft has traumatized you. Yeah, I know what you mean. Search for back iron. You don't remember the primitive technology video? Not off the top of my head, Jack. So, Chupon, what you're describing is not that far from the truth. That's not far from what actually happened. Why did they let me take so many automotive objectives? Why would you let me do that? Oh, that's it. Yeah. I did that because I did my wait, did I do my senior project with Autoshop? I forget. Oh yeah, that's right. I made an automotive instructional video for my senior project on how to change oil. How to change oil, change spark plugs, stuff like that. Stuff about tire wear, general automotive maintenance. Yeah. I got a good grade on it. Turns out I'm a pretty good teacher. Should have saw that one coming. You didn't build an engine? No. I didn't build an engine because somebody already did that for their project. And I was, I was annoyed. Now that, dude, it took a second to come back to me. I haven't thought about that part of my life in a long time. I buried that part of my life by 2011. That was in 2006, I think. I'm like, I don't want to remember any of this. I don't want to remember any of this. Screw that. Do you know what the rocket motors are that are used in those space shots from universities and such? Curious how they work. That are used in those space shots from universities. They are all different types of stuff, Moto. They could be commercial off-the-shelf stuff, which is just basically a high-powered Estes engine. And by high-powered, I mean there's enough explosive energy in that thing that it's highly regulated and you really need to know what you're doing. You can't just mail order yourself a freaking block of solid rocket propellant this big, and not have the FBI in this day and age be like, hey, it's me, your friend, the FBI. Hello. I did changing a tire video for my college public speaking class. Oh, that's cool. Rogue, the school all the time discouraged vocational activity for whatever reason. I mean, it wasn't okay, so looking at it in hindsight, it wasn't you really have a passion for cars. You should take more auto shops. It was this is going to sound strange, but you got to remember this is 15 years ago. Times change. Okay, this is pre-recession, man. Remember this. At the time, it was my guidance counselors, I remember these conversations. They were working on cars and being an auto mechanic is not going to get you very far in life. I'm like, yeah, but aren't you the one that says follow your passion or whatever? And they're like, yeah, but maybe not that passion. I'm like, yeah, no, there's a very big chip on your shoulder. And dude, okay, the myth of mass holes is absolutely a thing. I see it all the time. I hear it. I worked in general stores, I worked in pizza places, I worked in restaurants. It's a very, very gnarly superiority complex. And I'm like, okay. Just be yourself, but not like that. It's a very bad, and I don't see this, outside of the city. The rural parts of Massachusetts are okay, but inside the city, there's this real thing going on. Dude, I can give you guys an example. And don't get me wrong, if you're not from here, you probably wouldn't recognize it when you see it because it's very subtle, but I remember I was at this thing, I forget, it was some kind of, I think it was my parents' anniversary or something. And Brimo was with me. This was in 2019, I think. And Brimo was with me and we're talking there were these people that invited that were a friend of a friend or whatever, and they knew my parents, blah, 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 blah. And I was talking with them and they were like, dude, I swear this happened. You can ask Brimo about this. It was like, what the hell? We were talking with this young couple and they're like, yeah, it's good to see. They were talking to me. That's like, oh, you're doing so well. Your parents are great, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They're awesome. I love my parents. And, the conversation turned to them talking about their kid and yeah, our kid got invited to a national spelling bee or whatever. It was some kind of competition or whatever. I think it was a spelling bee. I don't remember. I don't remember because what the next thing that we heard was so ridiculously absurd. I'm like, okay, I'm embarrassed to be from here. They were like, yeah, we got to this national competition. It's just the thing is that it's in Detroit. Ugh, it's in Detroit. Like, it's that, Detroit is like, it's not really a nice place. And Brimo was like, I saw Brimo and she's like, I'm like, is this happening right now? It was a robotics competition. That's right. It was first. Yeah, Brimo. Do you remember that? They were like, yeah, it's in Detroit. That place is kind of a dump. That part of the country. Like, and they kept going with it. They kept going with it for like a couple minutes. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, she's from Detroit, right? And they were all like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, what the just happened? Dude, yeah, that like superiority complex crap, I see it all the time and it pisses me off. It was cool, but it was in Detroit. Yeah, that's what they said. Oh my God, thank you. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, is this... Oh, Jesus. Oh God, I'm so embarrassed. Yeah, Soapbox, it was so crap she left. Yeah, because hearing people talk crap about the place you grew up that's fine. Like, okay. But then again, I'm doing that right now, so yeah, go figure. Yeah, no, I see that. They were like, yeah, especially at my school in the city, they were like, you want to do vocational things? Why do you want to do vocational? You're not applying yourself to your schoolwork. Like, it's all like, this didn't happen, but it's almost like I went to a guidance counselor and I was like, I want to work on cars and I want to build stuff and I want to build like houses and stuff. Maybe, like join the army or something. And they're like, ooh, yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and sort of disagree with you there. It's like I don't remember any specific case of that happening, but there was kind of that vibe, or at least that was my perception of it at the time. Yeah, it's Bill Lumber. They lumbered. Ooh, yeah. It's like, yeah, sounds like a horrible counselor. And you see, rocket science. Here's the thing. I mean, you're probably right, but here's the thing. At the time, like, this was a thing all the way up until 2008, and a lot of you guys are younger. You guys don't remember this, and I'm not trying to be like, well, back in my day, but at the time. And this is still the case if you want to do something in STEM. I'm gonna be really honest with you. This is still the case. It's at the time, it's like, oh, if you didn't go to college, you were a loser. You're gonna be a nobody. Like, that was really peddled a lot in school for me. And I think it inadvertently fostered a superiority complex, which is really, really, and me being like on the outside of it because I didn't want to be a freaking lawyer or a doctor or something, really, yeah, it really showed. But then again, see, that's not entirely their fault either. Ooh, yeah, I sort of disagree with you there. I was too afraid to tell people that I liked rockets because I was afraid people would make fun of me for it. I already got bullied a lot in school. I was definitely the weird kid. Oh yeah, your boy wasn't always as sociable as he is now. Yeah, Ando, yeah, that's right. Looking back on it, it's like, why would I listen to you? You became a guidance counselor. Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't want to tell them what I was like really super passionate about because I was afraid I wasn't smart enough for it, and I was afraid of failing, and I was afraid of being judged by other people. This was like 17, 18-year-old EJ. I mean, what teenager isn't like that, you know?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Also, another Massachusetts thing is that if your kid goes into the military, that means you failed as a parent. Oh yeah. Yeah, Cape Gabe, I remember. I talked to the Marine recruiters that showed up at the school, during lunch period, like in 2005, 2006. Oh yeah, the Marine recruiters show up at the school. Oh yeah. And I was talking with them. They were cool as hell. Like, dude, they were recruiters. So like, I was talking to them like, hey, you guys play Battlefield? And they're like, yeah, of course we play Battlefield. We play Battlefield in real life. I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You guys, I just went over and talked to them. And everybody's like, oh, EJ's talking to the Marines again. I'm like, man, come on. Hell yeah. Yeah. Hey, Scro, thanks for the year resub. Like, I'm not saying that every person from my state is like that. There's a, you know, like, but yeah, it does, that kind of stuff does get fostered. Like, you know, I was too afraid that they would say, like, oh, you can't be a rocket scientist. No, you're not smart enough for that, you know, like, so I was just like, I want to work on cars because I'm 18 and I have no idea what I want to do, you know. Army is great to get to work on big boy toys. Yeah, what's up? I mean, the Army is cool. Yeah, that's cool. The Army has some good toys, but dude, like, and I ain't hating on the Army by any means. If I would have joined, it probably would have been the Marines or the Navy, if I was going to do that. Because now, the better toys argument cannot be made with the Marine Corps, from what I understand. That argument can't be made there. But with the Navy though. Yeah. Yeah, MacB, all it would have taken is one guidance counselor to say, if you join the Air Force, you can work on rockets, no problem. That probably would have done that. But nope, couldn't make that. It's like, no.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Is that predominantly because most astronauts are Marine or Navy? No. Radioactive. In the 80s, you needed to go to uni or work at a bank to be considered successful. I'm happy that I stuck my nose in every computer I could find. Now I can chill in IT. Yeah, Malachi, there you go. Yeah. Could have become a naval aviator. I'm too tall. I'm too tall. I can't fit in an F-18. Don't lie. You wanted to join the Navy and be Maverick. But yes. But Remo, I was too afraid to tell people that. I was too afraid to tell people because I felt I didn't want to get made fun of any more than I already did. It's like, dude, I got, you know, like, I didn't get bullied every day, all right? I didn't get bullied every day. I got ignored, okay? Ignored. That's different. I get bullied from time to time, but I got ignored mostly. I was the weird kid. Nobody wanted to hang out with me. Because I just wanted to go home and play video games all day. Like, yep. Whoops. MacV, F-16 avionics tech here. Spent more time working in the Air Force than I did in the Marine Corps. Interesting. Haven't you seen the 70s movie, Kentucky Fried Movie? Wasn't kind to Detroit. Yeah, I don't like it when people talk bad about Michigan, App State. It pisses me off. And I'm not even from there. I just don't like it. And that has to do with that chip on your shoulder crap that I deal with. Yeah, Hando, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, Geek, there weren't many weird kids around here. Not many weird kids like working on cars and trucks and stuff.
Discovery.
And even if there were, they probably wouldn't have hung out with me because I was very strange. I was a very strange kid. I was the neighbor's kid. Does that make sense? Oh, yeah. Yeah, your boy. Your boy was the neighbor's kid. Hey, Urban has 10 subs. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I was the neighbor's kid. Don't hang around with the neighbor's kid. You know? That was me. Yeah, exactly, Hillness. That's something that I learned because I got exposed to this a lot. Dumping on most places is just poor form unless it's not on Space Coast. You know, Hillness, it's something that I've learned over time is that if you don't have something nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Oh, you're playing with that Eric kid again. Yeah, right. Well, I'm here. Hey, Pythos, look at this. Boop. I'm from Ohio, so I don't have much choice except to talk crap about Michigan. If you're from Ohio, you could talk crap about Michigan. If you're from Michigan, you talk crap about Ohio. That's okay. Just like I can talk crap about people from New York. In New York, people talk crap about people from me, right? Like, that's just banter. It's just fun. But, yeah. Like, no, The stuff that I kind of dealt with is growing up. There, dude, is like the entire middle of the country is stupid. I'm like, they're all just stupid farmers. I'm like, yeah. You know, that didn't sound right at the time, and I wasn't smart enough to put my finger on why. Now it's like, okay, you guys are jerks. All right. Yeah, flyover states, exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Dan, you were the techie guy in high school. No one really messed with me because people pretty much needed me if you wanted any proper sound lighting done. I'll tell you what, Dan, I know it. I can relate. When San Andreas came out, everybody was giving me their memory cards on PS2 to beat it for them. And I did. Yeah, I suddenly became very popular. Yeah, I was like, why are you talking to me? Yeah, Enco. Yeah, no, it's something I've learned. Yeah, you grow up with that stuff, and I'm like, this ain't right. This isn't right. Brimo, you won class computer nerd at our senior mock awards. All right, hell yeah. I've yet to meet a stupid farmer. Yeah, no, and that's what I mean, guys. And you gotta keep in mind, the school probably doesn't do this now, or they do. I don't know. But like in 2004, 2005, they were like, yeah, if you don't go to college, you're a loser. It's like that was the really heavily implied thing. Interesting, huh? Man, if I just mustered up the courage to tell them that I like rockets. I really should have done that. That would have been a good idea. Strange that you would feel weird asking about rockets with MIT in the area. Geek, I'm not going to say that 15, 16-year-old EJ had a good grasp on how reality works. One could argue that 34-year-old EJ doesn't either. I mean, sit here and play video games all the time. How the hell could I know how the real world works? Like, right? Like not entirely, like, you know, but you get better. When I was younger, everybody in my circle kept convincing me that my generation just knows computers, and it was kind of true because they were new and interesting, and there were no iPads and easy-to-use devices, so people had to understand them, right? Now those people are just users who can't even format a spreadsheet or burn a CD. I'd rather work with computers and on computers and build networks instead of dealing with people, and I'm hard to replace as I'm the only one to understand how everything runs. Hell yeah. There you go. Yeah. I didn't go to college. Look at me now. I'm retired. Jeez. Being from Mass and having lived in Missouri and Colorado, middle of the country is still hicky, but they still output some good peeps. There's good people everywhere, and there's jerks everywhere. But yeah, I just don't like talking bad about it. Like, even when, you know, like you get an easy target like California, it's like, oh, it's easy to dump on it, but you know, I like California. Every time I go there, I have fun, you know. But living there and going to visit there are two different things. I get it, you know. In primary school, I was the weird kid who got bullied. After that, I was the quiet kid. Better say nothing than say something wrong. Exactly, Fruity. Yeah, it got to that point with me too. Yeah, interesting. Spiffy, hey, 13-month resub. When does one acquire a good grasp on reality? Spiffy, when you're old, like old. I think that's when we truly, you know, you get to that at a certain age, you start to really figure out, you know, you've been exposed to the human behavior enough, you start to really figure things out. That's why I like reading. That's why I'm meticulous, because I'm trying to get to that level of wisdom. You know what I mean? But even then, yeah. But then again, what's real? How can you define real? If real to you is just what you can smell or feel or touch, then real to you is just electrical impulses interpreted by your brain. You think that's air you're breathing now? No, probably does some good. That's why I like my college. Is just hang around with a bunch of rockin'. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right on, man. If only I'd knew. If only I'd known that. How to check email. Oh, jeez. Problem is, reality has bugs. Okay, so Kraken drives in real life, Louiso. I got you. Fun fact: my favorite movie, 2010, was the first movie that used email correspondence. They emailed us to Secret Clark in Sri Lanka to get details about the movie. Cool. It's simple. You go to college, then you get jobs, then you acquire a grasp on reality. That was the very heavy implication there, Spiffy. And keep in mind, like, I went to high school, that was a long time ago. It was 15 years ago. And then the people that, every person that, or 16 years ago for me, and every person that has been out of high school longer than me is about to let me know. So, yeah, it's good. Were you listening, or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Look again. So back to the BE-4. When do we expect them to be delivered to the Cape? Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, flip back over to space news. Sorry, got a little existential there for a second. So these BE4s right here are... How did that conversation about high school... Did that conversation start with pottery? It started with pottery. And how you make nozzles. Dang. What a loop that was. That was a pretty ridiculous loop, even for me. We went from rockets to pottery to grade school to bullying. It like full circle back to rocket. Oh my God, what the hell is happening to me? Stop saying pottery. Stop saying this word how it's pronounced. All right, I won't talk about pottery anymore. Relax. Pub conversations are like that. Space News, Youth Edition. Your long shots are never confirmed. So, Chad, you like tasty wheat? Geek, you like tasty wheat? You know what I like? Tasty wheat. You like tasty wheat? Yeah, but technically neither did you. That's exactly my point. It's exactly my point. Well, how do I know that the machines know what tasty wheat tasted like? Maybe what I think tasty wheat tastes like eggplants or tuna fish. So what did you think of her, Chad? The woman in the red dress. She doesn't talk much, but if you'd like, I can arrange a much more personal relationship. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, Chad. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. That's a normal day with ADHD. Well, yeah, I guess Cyborg. But sometimes I do go with the flow with Chad, and it kind of, listening to a bunch of different people and being overstimulated does sound a lot. From what ADHD has described to me, that sounds like that's what that's like. And, wow, if that's what your brain is doing all the time, man, you must be real tough. Not you, Cyborg, but if people out there, that's got to be a pain in the butt, dude. If it's like dealing with like a bunch of people in chat all day, like, okay, all right, yeah, I got you. If it's like that, man, how do you brush your teeth in the morning like that, dude? I don't envy you guys. Jeez. Thanks, Mouse. You're welcome. Now, going with the flow of a large chat is more akin to schizophrenia. No, it's not. I can never figure this out. Why are the shuttle engine's nozzles darker colors? It's because of the material that they use, T-Man. Yeah. I was just looking at Mouse's IMDb page. He was in Star Wars Episode 2 as a character named Elan Begano. Yeah, Hotbox. You want to buy some death sticks? You don't want to sell me your death sticks. I don't want to sell you death sticks. You're going to go home and rethink your life. I'm going to go home and rethink my life. Yeah, that was Mouse. True story. Chat is the worst. Just ignore them completely. Maybe even ban them all. Nice try, Stalin. Alright, anyway. So, when are these BE4s going to get... When are these BE4s going to get delivered? Well, that one's pretty much finished. I'd say that this one has a couple more weeks of being put together. This stuff does take time, and these are the first engines, so you really want to make sure you get them right. You guys got to remember that ULA and Blue Origin are working together and doing parallel. They're doing what's called parallel processing. All right, so what does parallel processing mean in terms of rocket science, right? What does that mean? Parallel processing is when you overlap segments of development. So what does that mean? Okay, so you're going to design the rocket engine, and then you're going to test it. And then when you test it, you start building the components that you've quantified and you're sure are going to work correctly, even though the whole rocket engine isn't fleshed out as a whole. Now, parallel processing isn't something that you intend to do from the start. Parallel processing is something that usually ends up being there because you have an unknown that you encountered. So the BE-4 did have something wrong with it in 2017, and that did kind of delay development. It delayed production and stuff. And the reason why that happens is because when you find sometimes there's an unknown. Sometimes, you put the rocket on the stand, you think it's going to work right, and it freaking blows up. As long as that process gets understood, as long as you quantify why this happened with data analysis and then back that up with real-world testing, it's only a matter of time before, you get production engines. But sometimes you have to overlap it if you're scaling to a deadline. Everybody has said, BE-4 is not going to be ready. They're not going to be ready this year. They're not going to be ready this year. They're not going to be ready this year. Everybody said that stuff, and the truth is that, well, ULA is an NSSL contractor, National Security Space Launch contractor, and the NSSL says they need to be ready by the end of this year. So I could have told you back in January that they would have this stuff ready to go by the end of the year, because the guy that pays the money, the U.S. Space Force, needs it ready by the end of the year. So if they want it ready by the end of the year, it's going to be ready by the end of the year, because it's a matter of national security. So Tori Bruno said, 6 or 7 months ago that they're doing parallel testing and processing and manufacture, So there's one of those tiny little flies flying around here, like a fruit fly or something, but there's no food in here, so that's kind of weird. Anyway, so yeah, T-Man, when do you think these are going to be ready? My answer has not changed. My answer's been the same pretty much since the beginning of this year. End of the year. End of the year, we'll see a Vulcan. Yeah, sure. That engine's good to go. That motor's ready. This one's almost ready. This one will be ready by September, at the very latest. How do I know that? Well, if you take a look at Tori Bruno's latest, look at this. Whoop. Engine 1 is being shipped out to ULA for integral. Holy shnikes. Is that for me? Tori Bruno. No, son, that's for me. I'm having none of that. Yep. I definitely think it is. It sucks when it's in a class and I miss 15 minutes of class even without realizing it. Yeah. Cyborg, yeah. No, I got you. I mean, yeah, no, I can't relate. I don't know what I don't know if it's like that all the time, but if that's what it's like, dude, yeah, you could just go. But I don't know, man. I used to have trouble listening to people. Sometimes I still do, and it's not ADHD or anything. It's just I'm stubborn and I like hearing what I like to hear. I think personally that's a product of participation trophies, but I don't think that's ADHD or anything, right? But I mean, Cyborg, look at me nowadays. I only need to listen to a NASA press conference once, and I will get all the information. So I don't know if this might help. I don't know. Blanking out, missing 15 minutes. That's like missing 15 minutes of a book, right? Or 15 pages of a book. You're gonna be really confused, right? It's hard to connect everything together. What I do when I'm listening to somebody, it doesn't matter if I'm listening to my dad tell me advice, or I'm listening to one of you guys, trying to read chat. What I'll do is I'll do something like this. Okay, what is this person saying now? And I'll squint in, and I've kind of taught myself to get into it's not a meditative state, but just relax, focus on what they're saying. Repeat it back to yourself a couple times, or just relax and listen. Don't try to clear your mind. Try to clear your mind as much as you can. Clear your mind, whatever. Try to clear your mind as much as you can when you're listening. Yeah, that really helps. And I've noticed that if I do that, I lock in and I listen to every detail. How did I figure out how to do this? I figured out why. I tried to figure out why I can remember every single goddamn movie quote from every single freaking movie that I watch. Because that's what I do when I'm watching TV. I just figured out a way in my mind somehow to take that ability to pay attention and apply it to rockets. That's why I can just pull information out of my tail. I've been doing it for a long time. You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. Yep. Is Vulcan the first ULA rocket that doesn't have ICBM roots? Well, yes and no, Bill. I've seen Lockheed plans from the 90s. Like, and you can go look around for this. There was Lockheed Atlas V scalability things. You could see them out everywhere. Like, the next generation of Atlas rocket was going to end up being something like Vulcan. I think they called it Atlas Expanded. I know, engineers, not good at dealing with customers. But, yeah, I think Vulcan has its roots in that. So, kind of technically, you could trace its roots to Atlas, but I don't know. Nerds! Yep, same. Just wired that way. Yep, repetition. Yeah, that and repetition. That's the other thing. I told myself that I didn't want to not listen to people anymore because I miss critical details and I hear what I want to hear. That's not okay. That's very narcissistic. So I actually listen to people and listen to what people have to say. I mean, guys, I ain't perfect. Sometimes someone's talking to me and I'll lose it and they'll just be like, wop, 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 wop.
Discovery,
Because
go at throttle up.
either what they're saying is really dumb, which, I mean, that doesn't happen very often. I generally try to listen. Or, too many things are trying to get my attention all at once, Pull. 6-month resub. Thanks, man. I'm an engineer who deals with customers, but you're not good at it. You're not good at dealing with customers. I deal with the customers so the people don't have to. Blue, you never really have a problem doing what I want to do, but if I don't want to do it, it's not getting done. Yeah. Off topic, 95. Interesting discovery with this Kraken drive. The wheels break when you are far away from any celestial body. Speaking of not listening, 95, did you hear what I said when you showed me a picture of that drive the other day? You weren't listening, were you? And don't try to play this with me. I remember these two conversations yesterday. You posted it once, and I missed it. I said I missed it, and then you posted it again, and I said take it out of Kerbin's SOI, because the rover wheels don't have the stress tolerance that the landing legs do. You can make better Kraken drives with rover wheels, but they won't go very far. There are landing gears that are technically more powerful than the landing legs. You can make more powerful Kraken drives, but they won't go any far. They won't go any further than like Kerbin's SOI. They break because of the stress tolerance. Didn't you say try going out of the SOI? That's the problem with the larger rover wheels. The smaller ones have a different problem. Interesting with this discovery. The wheels break when you are far away from any celestial body, so I could be in low Earth orbit of any body and be fine. How is that different than what I just said? How is that different than what I just said? I'm confused. Hey! Toter home. Very nice. So yeah, these Vulcan engines are going to be out there by the end of the year. Vulcan should be ready to go by the end of 2022, and barring some catastrophic problem. So, all right, my notifications are going berserk, Primo. What did you just do? And by berserk, I mean 3 things. Apple is providing flashbacks on the eve of our move. Oh, this was a good trip. What's the song? Hold on, is there music? The larger wheels would break right when you would transition from Kerbin's SOI to out of it. It's hard to explain. It's the stress tolerance, 95. I tested this 5 years ago. I'm telling you, it's the stress tolerance. You can confirm my findings if you want. Science is about peer review. It's stress tolerance, dude. All the rover wheels have different stress tolerance. All the legs have the same. That's why you got to use the landing legs. Shouldn't be copywritten because Apple. All right, let's see. All right, let's go back over here. Hey, that's pretty neat. I like that. This was 2017. How old was I? 29. Hey, all right, F-15. Fat. PCH. Yeah, good memories, Doom, right? Yeah, you were there. You orchestrated that whole thing. Yeah, there's that rental car that Das and I decided to go canyon carving with. Yeah, you don't get to hear that story. Yeah, that's the Santa Monica Pier out there. Yeah, Hank, yeah. I just saw a story about that F-15. Cool. Yeah. Bree, we drove Route 154 up this road. I don't know if you know that. Yeah. We drove right by this sign. I don't remember when we did it, but we did it. I think I was more concerned with making sure the truck was okay, but yeah, we drove right past it. Santa Monica Pier, right there. Yeah, that was neat. Wow. 5 years, huh? Was right there a few nights ago, or rather driving by. Yeah. Did you check the end of a pier for Eleanor? Well, that's the Long Beach Pier. You drove one off the Long Beach Pier once. Actually, Hotbox, you want something interesting? You know what's at the end of the Long Beach Pier? SpaceX. True story. 5 years, still here, still you, still me. Anyway, that's good space news, Bree. Anyway, 95, yeah, if you want to screw around with the different rover wheels, sorry about that. That seems to be happening more, and I think that's because I'm dealing with normies more because moving. If you want to test with the different rover wheels, it's so bad, someone. Then yeah, test it. But the stress tolerance makes them not work. But they all act differently. They'll all act differently. Now my brain's doing it. I'm not doing that. They will all act differently because of differential stress tolerances. So each one it'll be a certain point before you get out of SOI before it breaks. The landing legs on the other hand have 1 million stress tolerance. They'll never break. You can go anywhere with those. Yeah, I tested this a little while back. Yeah. You were very much correct. I just did more testing. Bruh. And now, guess what? 95, it's like I almost gave you a tutorial. And Kraken drives date back to the earliest days of Kerbal, so... Alright, that's enough. What the hell? Don't worry about it, Jonathan. Alright, so we have a little bit more news here. I'm going to save that one for last. So, the Long March 5B rocket body, so the Long March 5 core stage that launched the Wenchang Chinese Space Station module like a week and a half ago, did re-enter. It re-entered when we were playing Minecraft. Yeah. It came down and it burned up and it landed. Parts of it landed in the water near, I think it was Brunei. Attacked Malaysia a couple hours ago. Yeah. This was the track and it came down basically right here. Wish you play more riffs on electric guitar? Oh. Alright. I thought we didn't cover space programs that drop junk on people. Yeah, Doom. I'm only covering space programs that drop junk on people when they drop junk on people. And tell people why this is a really stupid thing to do. And you're rolling the dice. And it's not a good idea. Yeah. Long March 5 core stages, guys, are like probably as big as like maybe an Ariane 5's core. It's gigantic. It's a gigantic piece. Now, and it's uncontrolled. It's on an uncontrolled decaying orbit, spinning end over end, so nobody knows where it's going to come down. It's, you know, like if the thing was spinning like 1 RPM faster, it comes down like over here, or it comes down over here on the coast, right? It's not cool. Unguided debris that is in a decaying orbit that comes down and has the potential to land in populated areas is not a rocket. That's called a missile. It's called a ballistic missile, and we don't like those here. I mean, I understand. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand why those exist, but yeah, we don't like doing that. That's very, very, very foolish behavior. Now, it's cool that China's building their own space station. I think that's neat. That's very cool. But every module, so like, okay, for the Kerbal players, they're circularizing their orbit and then separating the stage, and somehow think that that's an okay thing to do. Yeah, we don't do that here. Exactly. If mine's gonna explode, it's gonna explode somewhere near the launch pad. Okay, yeah, that's Kerbal. But yeah, in real life, space debris management is huge because all it's going to take is that thing landing, coming down, and re-entering in the wrong spot and causing an international incident somewhere. These stages are uncontrolled. Guys, the 2 space station modules ago, so the Chinese space station is 3 modules. The first one almost landed in New York. It was very close. It almost came down over Manhattan, just by chance. Because the thing was like spinning instead of tumbling, it ended up landing in Africa, a populated area, and there was footage all around Twitter of, you know, local tribes people with freaking rocket parts in like their plastic huts, or not plastic huts, their straw huts and stuff. Like, I'm not even kidding. It landed in Africa, so nobody cared, which is messed up. But it almost landed in New York. Like, it's only a matter of time before one of these things comes down and hurts somebody. Like, that's very foolish and very negligent behavior, but yeah. But it did come down. It landed near Jakarta, I think, Malaysia, the Philippines, somewhere around there. As far as I know, you know, it did come down in populated areas. Terradra had a video in chat. People had videos of the reentry. That's a spacecraft reentry. That's an unguided spacecraft reentry. That's super dangerous. And I don't mean to be like a concern troll. It's only a matter of time before that gets somebody hurt. I mean, not that the Chinese space program hasn't already done that, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, geek, exactly. Mm-hmm. Wait, was it coming down planned? Oh yeah, no, it was coming down planned, Ender. It was purposely put. The Chinese basically circularized the orbit with Long March, deployed the space station module, and yeah, then the stage, whatever. To speak in Kerbal terms, no probe core on the stage in a decaying orbit, uncontrolled reentry. That's that means where it comes down, who knows? You know, that's not good. That's not a good thing. Like, it's not good. All it's gonna do is come down to the wrong space. Like, even if other countries are doing stupid things in space, all that's gonna do is hurt space as a whole. That's why I'm super critical of it, because I don't mind that China wants to build their own space stations. I don't care. That's cool. I think that's really neat. I think it's really cool to prove yourself. I appreciate that. I really freaking do, honestly. But can't do it. I don't think doing it like that is proving it yourself. It would be like if the U.S. sent Apollo 11 to the moon and they crashed on impact on the surface. It's not nearly as much as good of an accomplishment, you know? Can you explain how SpaceX plans so they don't drop stages on people? Their second stage does a controlled descent and burn alleviate, and depending on the mission, they get rid of it either in the South Pacific, over here where there's nobody, or down here. Because down here isn't that busy of a shipping lane. You don't need to worry about it coming down on ships. That's another thing. I mean, look at the ground track. So this thing could have came down anywhere between here and here. It could go, I mean, that basically opens up the entire Mediterranean, the entire Atlantic, the entire Indian Ocean, and the entire Pacific Ocean for where there are very busy shipping lanes. You know, this could come down and hit a container ship. It could come down a populated area and hit it. Like, it's not okay. Like, that's not that's not going to end well. I can tell you right now, and that's not me like being concern trolling, like being like, well, you're not doing it safely. No, that's going to end poorly, and when it does, all that's going to do is screw up space. Like, you know, a lot of people like to consider space as a human endeavor, like as a whole. So what everybody does as a whole affects everybody else. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. It's not. Like, all you got to do is just put a deorbit burner on that stage and you're good to go. Like, I'm not saying like they should stop building a space station or anything like that. Nor am I saying they shouldn't have access to space. Like, if they want to prove that they can do it, that's fine. It's just uncontrolled descents for the stages are not good. Not a good thing. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's all in the South Pacific, Pythos, like right here and right here, because yeah, there's no shipping. The shipping lanes usually stay up not near the coast, but you get the idea. Do you have any clue what their space station looks like so far? It's something analogous to Mir. Yeah, it looks like Mir. It's a bunch of bigger modules kind of put together. So it's a modular type space station predominant. It's because the Chinese modules are based off of DOS and Salyut modules. DOS is a module that's like the Russian Zvezda module, and the other one, DOS is Salyut. The other one is the Functional Cargo Block, FGB. Their modules are based off of DOSs and FGBs. They're similar. So it looks something like Mir, kind of. It's like Mir crossed with the ISS. The Chinese modules I'm not going to say they're strange. It's just how different people do different things. But the outside of them look like Russian modules, and the inside of them look like the ISS. It's very peculiar. It's just like weird uncanny valley stuff. And that's not to suggest that the engineering is bad. The engineering is definitely bad for the guidance department, but I don't think they give a frick about that. Where did the shuttle ETs land? Well, every shuttle external tank they never circularized with the external tank. They never did. They got like about 95% of the way to orbit. The shuttles, when they were going to the ISS, usually launched out here like this, and they would have flown over Europe, right? Main engine cutoff would have been like right here, and the shuttle would have been like 95% of the way there. They would dump the external tank pretty much at apogee right here, and then the external tank would come down over here in the Indian Ocean, away from it, more down here and more down here. They would dispose of it away from the major shipping lanes that are here. The SLS core is doing the same exact thing. SLS core will probably wind up over here somewhere because of the high apogee insertion, because moon, it's probably going to end up way over here. Shuttle external tanks came down all over here. No matter how you launched out of Florida, you launch there, you launch in a 28-degree incline, they usually all ended up out by Diego Garcia, which there's no shipping out there. Nobody ships across like this. All the shipping lanes go up here around India, up there, and then they go past the Gulf of Aden into the Mediterranean. And then other ones that can't fit through the Suez go down here. The ships usually don't stay too far offshore, which is interesting, except when you have to go across like this. But even the ships that go from like Europe to the States, they go up here. And then they come down here. Aim for Australia. Yeah, NASA did that once, David. With a space station. Landed near Perth, dude. Hey, Ivo, I've been away from the stream for a hot minute. Have we talked about Rogozin lately? Yeah. he got a promotion. Yeah, and then Yuri Borzimov replaced him. Actually, that reminds me. Let's get off the deorbiting stage thing. That actually reminds me. Yuri Borzimov clarified some statements yesterday about the ISS and like what's going on. And once again, whenever the news reports that Russia's pulling out of the ISS, every single freaking time, like every time, dude, it's not entirely true. He had to clarify his words. What they basically said is what actually, believe it or not, the story's been pretty straight the entire time. I think people are running away with his words. I think that's what's going on. And you know, like if Russia wants to do their own space program, that's fine. They want to go do their own thing. I don't have a problem with that. Go and do it. Here. Give me 1 second. Let me find the link. I'll show you. You remember how the other day when I was talking about how it would be stupid for the Russians to dump out of the ISS project in 2024? Well, listen to this. Take a look. Journalism moment. Diego Garcia, one of the darkest things that the UK has ever done. Yep. Could you imagine the amount of space stuff that is in the Indian Ocean? There's a lot of external tanks out there, geek. There's 134 of them. Yeah. So, Joey Roulette reported this. He's a reporter from Reuters. Remember how I said it would be terrible if they left in 2024? It would be horrible. Their human spaceflight program would take a nosedive. Well, listen to this. Yuri Borisov clarifying his remarks on the ISS withdrawal. We intend to do this not from 2024, but after 2024. Those are two big differences. We just said that after 2024, we will start the exit process. Whether it will be in the middle of 2024 or in 2025 all depends. Listen. He said withdrawal depends mainly on the Russian segment's structural health and that engineers believe an avalanche-like process of technical failures on the RU segment could occur after 2024, which prompted Roscosmos to consider transitioning to its own national space station. Borisov added that Russia has largely completed the lion's share of scientific research on the ISS and that we do not see any additional dividends by stretching this process until 2030. And the funds spent maintaining Russia's participation on the ISS are ridiculous. And therefore, it is purely economically expedient to spend this money on a new station in order to obtain a new quality and the prospect of new scientific achievements. Interesting, huh? And then there's the cited source from Roscosmos' site, but let's keep going. So, listen to this part. This part gets very interesting. Meanwhile, an interview posted on RSA's site on Wednesday, a different senior Roscosmos official said, "We, of course, need to continue operating the ISS until we create a more or less tangible backlog for a new national space station. We must take into account that if we stop manned flights for several years, then it will be very difficult to restore what has been achieved." Vladimir Solovyov, ISS's Russian segment's flight director. Oh, jeez. It's almost like I said that the day this became news. Funny how that works. Told you guys. Everyone's like, when they said Russia's going to pull out of the space station in 2024, everyone's like, EJ, they're going to do it. They're going to do it for real this time. And I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They can't. You would tank your own spaceflight program. They're not doing that. There you go. Right there from the Russian segment flight director. We must take into account that if we stop manned flights for several years, it will be very different. It'll be very difficult to restore what has been achieved. There you go. I believe that. Oh, yeah. I believe that. Gee, I wonder where they got that idea from.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I wonder how they learned that. I wonder what that's about. looks like we're leading the way in space, including bad ideas. No, NASA's fine. Like, NASA's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's in the past. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But also, see what I mean? They won't screw the Roscosmos only has the ISS right now. That's their only obligation. They got rid of everything else except for Ministry of Defense launches. And once again, I wasn't trying to concern troll and say like, oh, geez, their poor space program. No, that will really screw up your space program. Oh yeah, that's stopping human space flight without another destination or another mission for said human spacecraft is a very bad idea. Yeah,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
we know that. Hey, Hired, thanks for gifting a sub to Nightbot. And Atlantic with the 7 months. Thanks, 7-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, Miles. Yeah, I know, right? So I went to Comic-Con in Tampa today and saw William Shatner, which was amazing, but there was a booth there from NASA. I stopped in and it had a 125th Ares 4 rocket and an SLS, which was cool. So there was 2 guys from SLS there and sat and talked with them for about an hour about RS-25's Gateway and other things. They were actually surprised about how I knew so much, and I told them I watch a guy on the internet play video games and plugged... Oh, God, don't name drop me. Don't do that. No, I'm just kidding. Did you try arching your shoulders? No, that's cool, man. Right on. Don't name drop me. What if I say something wrong? No, I don't care. Sorry, I don't care. But yeah, guys, like I told you, they ain't gonna tank their own space program. That would be really stupid. Yeah, that would be really stupid. Hey, Phone Sister, what's going on? For 5-head entertainment. Yeah, there you go. What was the last tweet in that thread? Okay, let me see. Borisov emphasized Russia's ISS exit, whenever that may be, will make in strict accordance with our obligations. He adds that the ISS has united us to some extent, and it should always remain walled off from politics. Showing some character that his predecessor, Dmitry Rogozin, rarely had. That guy really was a wiener, wasn't he? I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was one of the biggest blunders that I've made in terms of space news reporting. I thought he was legit. No. You're just okay. Yep, he really was a wiener. Now the political aspects, I'll disappoint you. They don't exist. Russians are the realest motherfuckers I know, dude. I'll disappoint you. They don't exist. That's some gangster stuff right there, man. And I don't think they should be. Oh, thank God. Some sense? Some sense is actually being talked to? Oh my gosh. Wow. Knights on Temple. I wanted to sit and talk more, but my other half was annoyed that I was still talking to them. They did say to talk to your elected officials about upping funding for NASA. Yeah, I've been on the front lines of doing that for 10 years, public. Yeah, that's right. You eat your hat yet? No, No eating hats. Nope. Just acknowledge the mistake, learn from it, and move on. But I do appreciate what's being said here, Ando. I'm not going to lie to you. And I don't think they should be. The ISS project has enriched world science in the field of knowledge about the universe and Earth and has given all participants in this process new knowledge and has united us to some extent. I believe that both today and in the future, such projects should be out of politics. I'm very sorry that sometimes in this difficult time, our joint projects in space, which are of interest to all mankind, begin to give a political coloring. It's not right. Rati. Yuri. Спасибо. I'll drink to that, man. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So, it seems like Yuri Borisov doesn't have his head up his tail, which is pretty good. Smart. I told you. There are smart people at Roscosmos. They exist. It's just the leader was not, the ex-head of Roscosmos was not that. Yep, that's coming from the head of Roscosmos. All right, cool. Let's work on this project together. Hell yeah, that's what I wanted to hear, man. We're good. Just need to create NASA coin. Oh, jeez. I was also like, why don't we get Apollo 17 from the moon and study the effects of space on man-made machinery in space? And they said we will once Gateway is up. What? Word? I also said what was the deal with the 10-year gap of American-side spaceflight? Oh, you just asked all the hard-hitting questions. Jeez. I wonder how Borisov will run Roscosmos. Maybe he can restructure and get more funding so they can actually do stuff instead of bragging. Well, Ian, I'll admit that was accountability. That's what I look for with people when I know they're not full of crap. Look for accountability. You know? That's owning the problem right there. I don't think, I'm going to disappoint you. I'm sorry. I don't think that's a good idea. I think trying to drag Roscosmos down in that is a stain on freaking human spaceflight. Good. Me too, man. I'm in. We're good, dude. Let's go to the moon together or something, bro. We could have been hanging out. Why'd you tell me you were into this stuff, man? We could have been hanging out. Janitor. Yeah, what is it, scientist? It's better than living in a van down by the river. Because, Ian, that's the kind of people I want to go to the moon with. Straight up. No bullcrap. Focus on the science. I'm in. Let's go. Poyejali. Let's do this. That's good, man. I might start covering Roscosmos news again, maybe. You know, like, let's give it some time, right? But I want to go. Me. I'm with you. I do appreciate that. It's nice to hear that. All right. So, like, you know, that's cool. That's accountability. Now do it. You know what I mean? I try to stay very middle of the road on this stuff. I always have. And every freaking time, dude, every time Russia even hints at leaving the ISS, it becomes like a national headline, which is just it's really annoying because doing stuff like that and not taking the time of day to understand what people are saying, like people report on this news not entirely realizing that you could screw up international relations. That's just as bad, you know. It's really annoying. This is why I try to nip this stuff in the butt whenever I hear it with space news, because you could screw stuff up. They looked happy someone was into space flight as much as they were. Yep. You still studying Russian in the meantime? I stopped, Hired. I stopped on February 24th. I don't need to do that no more. I'm not doing that. But maybe now I'll pick it up again. I don't know about you guys. That date's staying prevalent in my mind for a long time. Just like other historical dates. September 1st, 1939 comes to mind. That was kind of an important day. Yeah, that was kind of an important day. June 6th, 1944. Also an important day. August 8th, 1945. Yeah, those are pretty important days. That one's going in my historically significant dates file. But it's the government, not the people, EJ. I've never had a problem with Russians, Fruity. I like Russians. I think Russians are cool people. They're real. They're some of the realest people I've ever met. There are Russians in the northeast part of the U.S. Russians and Ukrainians, believe it or not. Yeah, Massachusetts there's some Ukrainians around. And the Russians are in New York. The Ukrainians came here. But I've met Russians. I've met Russians in real life. I've met Ukrainians in real life. Some of the most real people I know, they just tell you straightforward what's going on. It's actually really nice. It's very refreshing. Yeah, those ones, Creeper, for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Geek. Yeah, I know. But Geek, you know what's ridiculous? I said it was just blabbering, and people in chat were like, "No, it's not." I'm like, guys, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. And I don't understand why you stopped learning Russian because of that. I did most of the learning Russian on stream, Fruity. Yeah. See, okay. I did ask them, so the 2 lunar contracts, what happened? Oh, jeez. And they didn't get enough money, dude. That's what happened. July 20th, 1969. Yeah, I mean... 19th March 2003. Yeah. Yeah, I know that date because, yeah, it took a second, but yeah. Yeah, Fruity, I did most of the learning on stream by covering Russian news. I don't have time to study Russian off stream. I was doing it from time to time, but I only asked the questions you would have asked. I know the answer to those questions, though, public, but yeah. Boot up some Rosetta Stone? Niet. Nah, I'm good. Maybe sometime in the future. But yeah, no, if Yuri Borisov, you know, if he's gonna run Roscosmos like that, I don't have a problem. Well, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, Rogozin kind of went schizoid there for a second. And yeah, it was really bumming me out, dude. It was really bumming me out. Anyway. Yeah, so see what I mean? Cooler heads usually prevail when it comes to spaceflight, guys. Just remember that. Remember that the next time you see a shocking, breaking news spaceflight article. Just remember that. Cooler heads usually prevail. It's something that I've learned over time, you know? December 12th, 2021 is when the world ended. Lumprod, that's the day. I don't know exactly what the day is. I usually say the 23rd because I was on Christmas break in 2012. But I literally started streaming like right around the Mayan prophecy. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Those 2 events weren't correlated. But yeah, interesting, huh? Yeah. I started streaming right when the apocalypse happened. Maybe it did happen, and maybe my streaming success is all in my head. 10-year anniversary? Yeah, sometime in the last week of December, Kev. It wasn't Christmas. I knew I was streaming before Christmas, so it's... You'd have to go back... Alright, here. Maybe we could figure this out. Hold on. Here, we'd have to go back a little ways here. Let me see. That's the wrong way. I'm doing this, but I know good and well that there's probably a better way to do it. Just give me a moment. The real anniversary is when I went full-time? Yeah. That is September 19th. I know the exact day that happened. September 9th, 2015 is when I started doing it professionally. But I've been streaming since... So, let's take a look. I started... Yeah, I remember. I told myself I would do it starting on Christmas break. So, yeah. I did work on Saturdays, I do remember. So yeah, it was the 23rd. I'm pretty damn sure because that would have been Christmas break right there that week. I would have taken that week off. I usually try to take Christmas off to be with family. Yeah, see? It was the 23rd. That was I had streamed in the past. I'd played StarCraft a couple of times on stream. No one cared. Got like 1 viewer, and that was probably me viewing my own stream. If you're a smaller streamer or you know you've done this for a while, you know how that feels. That's not fun. It's not fun seeing just 1 viewer. You're just talking to yourself. It's really hard to kind of just not focus on that. I had to do it. I did it for a couple of months. It sucked. It's not fun. But yeah, Christmas break in 2012 is when I was like, you know what? I'll give that streaming thing a try with this space game that I enjoy playing. Yep. Yeah, geek, I still had the view count. 2015, 2016, like right when like the first couple of years when I started doing this as my job, I was incessant about the viewer count. If I didn't get the same amount of viewers one night to the other, I freaked out. And that was screwing my content pretty bad because I wasn't focusing on having fun. I wasn't focusing on talking to you guys. I wasn't focusing on the things that made the stream good in the first place. I was focusing on trying to keep you entertained. That's a losing battle right there. Take it from me, I know. And then for some stupid freaking reason in the middle of 2017, I decided to be a full-time PUBG streamer. Ew. Why did I think that was a good idea? Yeah. Yeah, that was dumb. Yeah, that was a dumb idea. But yeah, no, I eventually just shut the view count off. I don't look at it. I still don't look at it. I just look at uptime over there. On my dashboard, I have uptime and a couple of other things, and that's it. Should join Explosive and I sometime. No, Predominant. I realized pretty much in the middle of 2017 when I'd been doing it for like a month and a half that that game sucks. Yeah, and I haven't touched it since. Yeah, that game sucks. Sniper's like, yeah, I remember that. Didn't watch. Oh, believe me, I know. Oh, I saw it. The numbers don't lie. But, Geek, what I try to do is I look at the numbers after the stream. Don't try to analyze your stream analytics in real time. That's a really stupid idea. It's a really losing battle. Fruity, I'm streaming KSP in German, so I expect no success anyway. Fruity, throw some English in there. Throw some English with there and have fun with it, dude. Fellas, streaming is like cooking. Streaming's like cooking. Some people cook as their job. What are you? What are you? You're an idiot sandwich! Some people cook for their job. Other people cook because they enjoy it. Some people cook because they have to. Streaming's like that, man. You know, it's kind of what you make of it. Do Germans not like KSP? Well, Cerebral, there's not really that much of a market because... There's not that much of a market because a lot more people out there speak English. If you're a streamer, you got to go after the North American demographic, so speaking English is kind of a must. With that being said, there are other language streamers that are super successful. But, so in Fruity's case here, you're a German streamer streaming a niche game. So niche language, niche game. You're not going to get a lot of traction. Like, I know the ins and outs, and I know the ebb and flows of this stuff, guys. I've been doing it for a long time. The PUBG days, those were fun except when you raged. Yeah, Platinum, I remember I was raging at it one time, like, and it was late at night, and it just kind of hit me like a freaking brick to the face. I'm like, wow, I'm not having fun, and I hate this. This is terrible. I'm going back to playing Kerbal. And that night, I didn't stop the stream. I just switched over to Kerbal. I'm playing Kerbal now, and I worked on building Condor 9 hangars, and I got my view count doubled. Like, the PUBG numbers were like, right when I switched to KSP. It was funny. I remember looking at that. That was one of the moments when I was like, I ain't looking at view count anymore. That's a stupid idea. Don't do it during a stream. Don't do that. Bad idea. However, in 2017, the music was free. Don't do that to me, Chief. Don't do that to me. I don't need to be reminded of how much fun we had with that. That was awesome. But yeah, it is what it is. I think EJ is the only streamer playing KSP this way too. So yeah, RT. Here's the thing. I'm a niche streamer too. Fruity, I don't get 1,000 viewers a night, man. Yeah, I'm not like Ninja or Shroud or something. That ain't me. I don't get like 10,000 viewers a night. We get like, I don't know, we top out at 500 on a good day. During the pandemic, it was 700. You know, launches are good for the stream. They usually that usually gets 1,000, but you can't sustain a stream off just launch coverage. That doesn't work that way. That's more suitable for like YouTube. So like what NASA Spaceflight does, right? Like, I speak English. I try to make it fun, and I try to make it, so people can learn. So, and I also, Fruity, what I do is I make sure to speak very enunciated English. Normal people don't talk like this. Okay? That's not how people talk to each other. I enunciate stuff for people that watch as English as a second language. That's why I shook the accent kind of Pavlovianly. I shook the accent, the freaking, Rova wheels. No, you have to speak very clearly and you have to speak very concisely. So, yeah, that's why, like, I'm not going to say that that's the reason why I'm successful. The reason I'm successful is because I really believe in what I do. That's the biggest one. You got to believe you can do it. If you don't have confidence in your ability, you ain't getting anywhere. That and coffee, lots of it. I have to say that my English comprehension improved a lot watching you. Oh, that's great, Adendal. All right. Magnifique! Case, we always reminded you to fast forward mission mode because I wanted Jeb to come home forever stuck in space. Yeah, because, I just like being reminded of all my past failures. I much prefer the more intimate streams anyway. Actually being able to ask questions any day over a huge cluster. Yeah. Rova. What's a Rova wheel? Don't worry about it. Do one. I can't, Reagan. It's to the point where if I try to talk normally, it'll sound forced. It'll sound like I'm trying to do a bad impression of somebody from Boston, as opposed to actually being from here and living here pretty much all my life. Like the shuttle run during landing. I curse more watching you. Damn. Jared's MiG-29. Cool. Yep. I love your launch coverage. That's the way I like my launches. There you go, Aramil. Right on. But yeah. It's tough to, it's niche stuff. Space is niche. I'm trying to change that, and I've been trying to change that for, 10 years, right? I think I'm reasonably successful for Twitch. That's, in getting people involved with space. Not successful in terms of, a streamer, but, I don't know. Fellas, I'd be lying to you, though, if I said even if we had, 10,000 viewers a night, I still wouldn't brag about that. That's weird. I don't like flaunting things. I don't like flexing stuff. I think actions should speak for themselves. You know what I mean?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
NLS WHS 2010. Thank you very much. Welcome to Mission Control. You go and throttle up. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the attention. I was afraid you could see this as an advertisement. I don't care. Fruity, if you speak German and you want to watch somebody play Kerbal in your native language, if German is your native language, watch Fruity's stream. I don't care, dude. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I want more people playing Kerbal. Do you understand that, right? It's not about necessarily being successful, dude. It's about getting more people involved with space, and I'd like to think I've done that. That's my driving goal. By the way, the Space Shuttle live stream was the best reality show ever. Is that the one where we were inside of the shuttle trainer, Nikita? If it wasn't fair, you just started playing the game differently, yeah. I watch you so much that I developed a Boston accent and people in multiplayer think I'm from the U.S. Jack, I like imitating European accents badly, but I still like doing it, yeah. And you know what sucks? All right, you know what's bullcrap, Jack? You know what's complete bullcrap? I was building a wooden staircase at my parents' house that leads to a deck. Please don't right now. Please don't right now. We're building a staircase that goes up to the back porch, right? I'm not saying deck, damn it. We're building a staircase, and I was measuring things, and I started measuring it in metric. This is your fault, you dicks. This is your fault. My dad's like, oh, how long is the distance between the posts? I'm like, oh, about 200 mil. And he's like, what does that mean? I'm like, oh, crap. And proceeded to get a bunch of crap about whatever the hell 200 mil means. I'm like, oh, damn it. Damn it! You guys suck. Frick! Dude, I had to shift back over to Imperial units. I'm not even kidding, man. I can show you the staircase that we freaking made. I have a picture of it. It's so stupid. You guys suck. It's so small you measure it in millimeters. No, the staircase. Damn it, Jack. Why why do you do this? No, screw your system. Screw you. Screw you. Screw your sensible measuring system, all right? Screw you. That doesn't make you a sensible person, dick. I'm kidding. Joke. All right. And that's how you crash into Mars. Underrated comment. It sucks that we were learning metric in 3rd grade, then we just stopped. Yeah. The U.S. tried to switch to metric in the late 70s, and we kind of like halfway did. That's the dirty secret, European people. Everything's in metric. Anything that has to do with precision engineering, it's all in metric. I mean, some people still use thousandths of an inch around for like precision. It's still around. It's more metric than anything. Like, I'll give you an example. Guns, metric, all metric. I mean, there you go. It's all metric. It's been metric for a long time. My freaking pickup truck, the 97, the big American pickup truck. It's freaking 10mm bolts everywhere. Like 10 millimeter bolts and Torx. There is some Imperial on it too for like more of the legacy components on the truck. But yeah, I lose 10mm sockets just as much as the next guy. I have one on my desk. You think I'm kidding? Come on, focus. You see? 10. It's really annoying. Laughs in 45 ACP at 50 BMG. Now 45 ACP. Now that's Animed. Now that's a caliber. Yeah. All right. More of a 308 kind of guy. But the 45 ACP 308 are different. Very different. You're comparing New Shepard to Falcon 9 here. You know what I'm saying? That's how in the UK they tried to make us all write in cursive, but then cut it off, and now my handwriting is illegible. Pigzig, we learned cursive in the 3rd grade, and then we learned something. What was it called? Like Danelian or something? It was like a serif style, like almost cursive. And I remember, you know what? We did in 3rd grade. They were like, yeah, no, never mind. After 3rd grade, they were like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, 11.43 by 23mm. An excellent round. I already got 2 more followers, thanks, but I don't do this. I won't do this again. I'm blushing. Oh, fruity. That's just you being German. That has nothing to do with it. German, I've noticed that. You guys, any credit, it's like, no, I cannot have this. No, 9. Please, no. Now, shut up. Shut up. Just, thank you. That's all you got to say, bro. We're good. No, I cannot do this. No. 9. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't want to give you some credit. Don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. 9. Das ist mir. No, I don't know what that says. So that sounds like a dirty word, but then again, it is German. So, do you know how 1 meter was initially measured? I don't know. I know how a foot was measured, though. Boom. Yeah. Das ist mir peinlich. Peinlich? Was ist das? It's measured by your mom. Roasted. The meter was initially defined as 1/10,000,000th of the distance on the Earth's surface from the North Pole to the equator on a line passing through Paris. Awkward. Did I say it right? Because if I didn't, this would be very peinlich.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now it is defined from the speed of light, if I recall correctly. Interesting. Yeah, no, if you're in, like, I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna give my spiel about measuring systems. It's too long of a spiel and it's not worth it. Let's get back into space news. So, what else do we got? So, actually, check this out. These are coming from some dick builders down in Australia, mate. Australia, one of the accents that I really can't get right. That's pretty good. All right, here, check this out. So, this is coming from Brad Tucker, who's an astrophysicist and cosmologist. Check this out. There is speaking of debris coming down in uncontrolled places. Uncontrolled debris is bad. It doesn't matter who or what does it. Kilofeet is the one true measuring system. That's right, Vasu. Yep. I watch EJ purely for Schadenfreude. Ugh. Yes, you say it right for an American. You didn't see, Fruity. Hold on one second. Before we show the Australian news, that was space debris from Dragon's trunk capsule. From a Dragon capsule. I'm more partial to Millikilofoot. Oh, jeez. See, Fruity, I grew up. One of my best friends. His parents were off the boat. One of my best friends in middle school and high school. And yeah, no. So you put the kappa there, but also in German that would just be you giving me crap. But in German it sounds serious. Like, see, I know this game. I've played this game before. I know this game, dude. Because I remember I'd go over to my friend's house, and his mom would be there. And keep in mind, we were like 7th grade, so we were just still kids, right? Go over there, and she would be like, "No, you why isn't your hair combed correctly? This is not good. You can't. Why is it?" Like, to me, I'm like, what? Why do you care about this? Your hair is not. You have to comb your hair. You have to make sure that you are presentable. And I'm like, you're not my mom, lady. And yes, Adam, you're right. Oh, absolutely. I know these games. For linguistic torture, try English by Charlton Copley. Okay. Yeah, you are not my mother. Why do you say? Well, you just don't look presentable. You look terrible. Do you go to school like this? You're never going to get a girlfriend if you do. And like, that was her giving me crap, and I'm like, 7th grade me is like, what? Who are you people? What is this? Why would you do this? I don't understand. Yeah, no, I figured out later that she was kidding. Like, that's a joke. Like, it took me a second. I'm like, what is? I don't understand. Yeah, nope, that's a joke. I'm like, oh, okay. I just hate myself now. You can't hide your European heritage no matter how hard you try. I'm in danger. You should have just started crying. No, I'm good. Fellow, yeah, what gave it away? I wouldn't know. So check this out. These are some Australians down in Australia, as Australians usually do. So parts came down from a trunk from a Dragon capsule. This is from, I think, I didn't have time to read the whole thing, but these pictures are pieces of one of the fins on Dragon's trunk right there. It absolutely survived re-entry. And came down in a field in Australia. Prominent, is that you? Crew 1. You were going to say down under. Yep. Australians in Australia, as Australians do. It's Crew 1. Yeah. It came down to New South Wales. Oy. So, yeah, holy carb. Dude, I wouldn't touch that, man. That's like worse than touching fiberglass, dude. Can you imagine all the cuts you're going to have on your hand? That's why he's just leaning up against it, dude. So yeah, these are pictures from Dragon's trunk. Some parts did make it through re-entry, and it had an uncontrolled descent. And once again, we just got through talking about the CZ-5, the Long March 5 stage that came down over a populated area. It landed in the water, thankfully. But guys, you gotta call it out uniform. This is not good. If that comes down and hits the wrong thing, it's bad for space flight. That's what, that's why this is important to understand this. I'll call out China for when they do it, but SpaceX also, you got to be careful with that stuff too. You don't want, like, all it's going to take is one country or one company launching this stuff and it landing in the wrong spot, and then spaceflight, we could suffer a really, really massive setback. Because people will be like, is spaceflight really safe? We need a environmental board review, blah, 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 blah. You don't want to do that. Trust me. Yeah, and any type of blowback, if it's coming, about the Chinese space program or NASA or Roscosmos or SpaceX or whomever, is bad for spaceflight. That's bad for us. It's like when a plane crashes. It doesn't matter what country it happened or where it happened. It's bad. That's bad for the aviation industry. It's the same thing. Same deal with us. So, yeah, they did get some debris from the Dragon there. Oh, look, see, look at that, mates. They're gonna put it in the Ute back there. That's pretty freaking nice there, mate. Seems like they have margins to deorbit with the trunk. Yeah, Reagan, well, uncontrolled debris coming down in areas where people are at, and I get it. If it came down in the outback, I know there's not people there. I get it. But still, you don't want to take the chance. What if the thing came down and landed on like an endangered species habitat or something? People would, look at what happened in Boca Chica, right? Look at the programmatic assessment and all that other. We don't want this. An easy way to mitigate this problem is either make sure it completely burns up during reentry, or make sure if it burns up in reentry that it lands in the ocean, because for whatever reason we don't care about screwing up some whale's habitat. Hey, whatever. New South Wales isn't that outback, though. Well, Tony, from what I understand, it depends on what part. Wasn't Mad Max shot in New South Wales? But it was like the very edge of New South Wales? Please last. There's a vid of the guy explaining stuff very enthusiastically. Watch the video. This guy's super entertaining. All right. Let's see. SSDOs can solve this problem. You know what? They can.
Look, it's hard to always be 100% in science, but there is a reason I've driven all the way out.
That's the guy!
And it's been an amazing thing.
That's the guy!
I would say with
3, 2, 1, go!
That this is a piece of space junk, the things that we've been seeing here. Just based on the way it's built, the composition, some of the materials.
That's the guy!
You can tell the structure, and just some of the subtle details in it, weight, those sorts of things. It looks right. We can see clear scarring patterns from the re-entry that it had. So everything about this tells us that this indeed was bits of space junk, which we believe to be from the trunk of the SpaceX One crew mission.
I just found it out in the paddock. Went over to check some sheep, and it was just there in the middle of the paddock. Yeah, I thought it was.
Jock Wallace, we've got to get a Bendigo, Morty.
Where it came from, or it wasn't there.
Yeah, that's definitely part of the trunk.
Couple of weeks before, and it definitely wasn't there because it was on the track, so I would have saw it. So yeah, the only possible way it could have got there was fell out of the sky.
Farmers are all the same, man. They're all the same. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It was there one day, and it wasn't there the day before. I travel this road every day. It wasn't there yesterday, and now it's there today, so it must come from the sky. But that flies back. That's the same response somebody from Nebraska would have had, which is wicked funny. Well, I saw it, and it wasn't there yesterday, but now it's there today. I know that. I go down this road all the time. It's freaking funny, dude. It wasn't there yesterday. It must be. Now, he didn't say that, but also.
Yeah, and so, it's designed because you can make carbon quite lightweight, but also really strong.
I wasn't quite sure what to think about it all. I looked, and then I had a bit of a look around, and I it made me sort of wonder a bit what was going on, and just a bit of a worry when things just start falling out of the sky.
That's awesome!
There are many cases that this happens. In 1979, Skylab, the U.S. space station, crashed over Esperance in Western Australia. There was an incident in Canada in the 80s with the Russian nuclear-powered satellite crashing. There's documentation of a rocket booster that crashed in West Africa. And here. There are not many cases, because what we need to be confirmed is we need pieces to recover, part numbers. That is super helpful. Like the fact that part number exists can be confirmed. We do know that the crew capsule trunk, so this is the bottom part, re-entered over this area at 7:05 on the 9th. People heard it, people
This is
saw it,
excellent. I love it.
and we heard and saw the fragmentation, and now we are seeing the fragment. So very rarely do you get all of those bits coming together.
Yeah, it's fair size and it's sort of wedged in the ground pretty well, so it must have felt pretty hard, I'd say.
It's quite exciting, really, to think that it's fallen on in your paddock, and how much, there might be a lot more out there too in other people's paddocks.
You're lucky you weren't right there at the time, though.
Yeah, I don't think you'd fare too well if it landed on you.
So there's a lot of actually work to do. So firstly, hopefully SpaceX can confirm it is their part. Now, luckily, this isn't to say SpaceX did anything wrong. In fact, the whole point was to have the bits break up, as we see, and land in the ocean. It just didn't quite land in the ocean. Probably most of it still did.
Yes,
this is part of the normal plan. SpaceX can confirm that the parts are indeed theirs. Then there's actually a process of legality, and this actually happens at a federal government level. So hopefully representatives from the Australian Space Agency will work with Mick and Jacques and the U.S. government on behalf of SpaceX. This is becoming almost an international incident. Not in the bad sense, but this is how space is governed, through treaties and at a national level, and preserving and representing the interests of the people in Australia like Mick and Jacques.
Dude, that guy is cool. That's the guy that commentated that sounding rocket launch, and he was like, 3, 2, 1, go! Yeah! Like, it's the most metal thing ever. It was better than my Falcon Heavy commentary that one time, right? Yeah, that was that dude. That's awesome. That guy is my hero. You have to play the farmer again? I wasn't listening. Oh, dude.
People know for this error.
Hold on.
Space station crashed over
Yeah, it wasn't there. I was in that paddock.
Wedged in
the fragment. So very rarely do you get all of those bits coming together.
Yeah, it's fair size and it's sort of wedged in the ground pretty well, so it must have felt pretty hard, I'd say.
It's quite exciting, really, to think that it's fallen on in your paddock, and how much, there might be a lot more out there too in other people.
Kind of fell in out of the sky. Sounds like your dad. That's awesome. All right, so in terms of what's it made out of, fellas? Here, let me take a look. So that looks like carbon fiber aluminum honeycomb. If I had to guess, let me take a look. Excuse me, carbon fiber aluminum honeycomb. It's not how you say that. I get it. I know it's still funny. So that's the bottom of the trunk. See that circle right there? That's where it attaches to the Dragon payload attachment fitting. That's either that or this is the very top of the trunk where it attaches to the Dragon. I think that's the back, because the back would have survived re-entry, right? The other thing that's sticking out of the ground, that's a fin. And, yep, see, there's the separator mechanism. It's inside of this housing. Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely a fin from the trunk. Is it supposed to do that? I don't think you'd want debris coming down like this, dude. I just joined the stream. I can't understand what's being said. Dude, that guy is my hero. Why is it furry? It's carbon fiber, fellas. Here, let me see if I can get it. They showed it. They had a nice close-up of what it was made out of. Yeah, exactly. The epoxy burned away in the re-entry heating. That's right, Dev. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, Fruity. This is the Crew 1 Dragon trunk. Yeah. So there's some part. There's the part number. There's the revision. And I don't know what that number is. All right. So see, for the structural areas, there's aluminum. That's melted aluminum right there. See the chunky bits, and then this is the flaky bits are carbon fiber. And as Dev said, when carbon fiber goes through re-entry, it burns off the it melts basically. There's an epoxy resin that holds carbon fiber together, that holds the strands together. You take away the epoxy and you get a quilt. Yep, that's definitely a fin. That's a fin from Dragon's trunk. The fin survived. I can't believe that. So the reason why this part survived, guys, is because it has to be structural, because it's an attachment mechanism. So think parts in Kerbal with same vessel collision. There are parts of the trunk that are stronger than the other parts. This particular part survived re-entry because it's stronger, because it's a structural piece. Same with the fin. The fins are structural too. Because it's a fin. It's under crazy aerodynamic load. There's a good shot right there. So take a look. You have a nylock washer right there on a thread with, it looks like it's got a hex in the middle of the thread. And that's for getting the proper torque. So all these are torqued down correctly. See how it has a nut, and then on the end of the bolt, there's a hex head. So you can dial the torque in. I'm pretty dang sure. And then you have carbon fiber right here. And then you have aluminum honeycomb. So it's aluminum honeycomb. If you looked at it from the direction of the bolt, it would look like, well, honeycomb. Hexagons or bestagons. That's not California. It's New South Wales, Atlanta. The epoxy melts at 80°C. Yep. Carbon fiber quilt. Thanks for the product idea. You're welcome. Yeah. Don't put your hands in this stuff. The strands are very fine. They'll cut you like fiberglass almost. So that's aluminum. You have carbon fiber on the outside, carbon fiber on the inside. Guys, from what I can tell here, that Dragon's trunk is made out of the same processes that fairings are made out of. That's literally what a fairing, if you cut Falcon 9's fairing in half, that's what it would look like. Now, how and why it looks like this, that's proprietary stuff. I don't know, but I know that's epoxy carbon fiber aluminum honeycomb. So, like, they make it like a sandwich, and then they literally bake the thing like a cake. So, they make the aluminum shell, right? The aluminum honeycomb is in the shape of the trunk, probably in 2 pieces if I had to guess. They probably attach it at the fins, which is why the fins are structural, right? At least 2 of them are. And that makes sense because the uncrewed Dragon 2s, right, only have 2 fins. So that means the fin is used to bolt the 2 halves of the trunk together. That makes sense. Because why would uncrewed Dragon need fins? It's uncrewed. You don't need an escape system, right? You mean a half fairing in half? Yeah, no, it's 2 C-sections like this, Adam. But yeah, nice. So they probably make them like this. You wrap the inside with carbon fiber, you wrap the outside with carbon fiber, and then you put it in an autoclave, which is an easy bake oven that's the size of a freaking Mack truck. SpaceX uses it. They have an autoclave in Hawthorne, and they use it to make fairings and trunk parts, and probably interstages too at this point, if I had to guess. I don't know about the interstage thing for sure, but either way, it has to bake in there for like 2 weeks. Yeah, and that you bake it like a cake. An autoclave is an oven, it's basically a pressure cooker for mechanical parts. Yeah, and it's usually the size of a house. Pretty cool. Yep. So it looks like the trunk is made out of the same stuff that the fairing's made out of. That's the same. This looks like a fairing. That makes sense. Only it looks like they baked some aluminum panels into it, so it's a little more complicated than, just making a regular old fairing. But I'll bet you the fairing architecture is very similar. Yeah, see? Look, you can see the entire heavy aluminum plate right here. Look. And once again, that's the attachment mechanism. I think, once again, this attaches to Falcon 9's second stage. And then when that's in the configuration of launching Dragon, Falcon 9's second stage has a Dragon payload adapter on the top. The payload adapter has 4 pins on it, and the pins go right in here and lock Dragon to the payload adapter. I can show you here. Also, Vasia, thank you, Spasivo. Thank you for this video. That's hilarious. That video is amazing. It's my favorite thing. It's awesome. Are parts with a lot more surface area and low weight more likely to survive re-entry? Yes. Yeah, that's called the ballistic coefficient, Halsey. Basically, it doesn't boil down to one variable. It's rocket science. It never does. Yeah, see? There it is. See the pin? Right there. That's the piece. I'm not sure. Not fruity. I'm not sure if it's radiator side or solar panel side, but yeah. Danke. Thanks, man. $3. I appreciate that. Did you cover the BPS landing? I actually haven't, Vasia. No. Small ones are used to sterilize stuff before surgery. My dad used one frequently as a surgeon. Your dad used an easy bake oven for surgery? We will celebrate with cake. But once again, fellas, I'm not sure if it's this one or that one. It could be either one of these things. It really depends on how the trunk came through re-entry. Yeah, an autoclave. Yep, I got you. Wasn't me. The heat is what really matters, though. The pressure just helps it keep its shape. Exactly, Rim. Yep. That's why I call it an easy bake oven, but sometimes people don't like me when I call it an easy bake oven, but it's basically a big easy bake oven because you bake these like a cake. Can't be lazy. Hey, Cirrus. So it's either the dragon attachment point, but I don't think the dragon attachment point has pins on it like that. I think the second stage does. I think the second stage has pins, and the pins go through here. Now I want cake. Okay.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Tech, you had a good day driving Uber today, so I thought you'd share. Thanks. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Every little bit helps, man. Every little bit counts. I do appreciate it. Thanks, Tech. It's a hard bake oven, yeah, for heavy-duty space equipment. So, yeah. But you got to be careful about this debris coming down, man. As we launch more things into space, we should be cognizant that we're doing stuff like this. You know? Also, I need to hear more of that guy. Now Jock's cool. Jock seems like a cool dude. Yeah, see? Definitely. I see it. They make the trunk in halves like a fairing, and then the fins bolted together. Interesting. Interdasting. Well, that's pretty neat. You could tell it's a dragon fin because of the way it is. And that's pretty neat. I need to see the other guy. Where's the other guy? Yeah, here. Mick Miners. Mick Miners. He's a farmer.
I had a bit of a look around, and I sort of, it made me sort of wonder a bit what was going on, and it's a bit of a worry when things just start falling out of the sky.
There aren't many cases that this happens. In 1979, Skylab, the U.S. space station, crashed over Esperance in Western Australia.
Predominant. That's the guy. The guy that called that sounding rocket launching out of Woomera the other day. Or not Woomera, Northern Australia. That's awesome.
Africa,
what a legend.
And here. Like, there are not many cases, because what we need to be confirmed is we need pieces to recover, part numbers. That is super helpful. Like, the fact that that part number exists can be confirmed. We do know that the crew capsule trunk, so this is the bottom part, re-entered over this area at 7:05 on the 9th. People heard it, people
I'll let
saw
this play
it,
out, then I'll show
and we heard and saw the fragmentation, and now we are seeing the fragments. So very rarely do you get all of those bits coming together.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's fair size, and it's sort of wedged in the ground pretty well, so. But not...
Is it bad if I understand everything that guy's saying? It sounds... I can understand it. It sounds right to me.
Must have felt pretty hard, I'd say.
It's quite exciting, really, to think that it's fallen on in your paddock, and how much, there might be a lot more out there too, in other people.
These guys are the best.
It was right there at the time, though.
Yeah, I don't think you'd fare too well if it landed on you.
So there's a lot of actually...
fair, because it's made from fairing parts. Ha! The universal translator seems to be broken. XTC, you work as an accountant for mainly farmers in Australia. This is exactly what they sound like when talking to XTC. All right, before we... Here. So first... So the dude that was talking about Skylab and stuff, the guy that uses his hands and talks pretty much exactly like me with an Australian accent. There was a launch out of Australia, a NASA mission that was launching sounding rockets to monitor like the environment, right? This was the dude's commentary. Like, here, hang on, let me...
3, 2, 1.
All right, hold on. I got to show you guys the whole video. You guys got to see this. Here. Hold on. Ready?
3, 2, 1, go! Yeah!
That's my hero. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's true, Bill. Yeah! That's the guy that was talking about the different parts in Skylab and stuff in this news article. I love how he just found his way here. Oh, SpaceX parts? In my country? I'm in. You know? I want to watch it again. All right.
3, 2, 1, go! Yeah!
It's the most metal thing I've ever seen. I love it. Yeah! That makes me so happy. I don't know why it makes me so happy. That's awesome. I love it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he just went Super Saiyan when the rocket went off. Oh, my God. Yeah! You know? Oh, boy. Anyway, the next thing that I was going to say, dude, I was getting fired up from watching that rocket. I'm not even kidding. So bad. Oh, my God. I'm easily amused. Oh, jeez. Anyway, talking about the farmers, you know, Bill, you're absolutely right. The dialogue, what the farmers say doesn't change. It's just the accent. That's also really funny to me. It doesn't matter if it's an Australian farmer, if it's a British farmer, or an American farmer, or a Canadian farmer. It's just the accent that changes, but they all say the same thing. Oh, yeah, this came down from the sky. Yeah. Figure it was going pretty fast. It stuck itself into the ground. Yeah, wouldn't want to get hit by it. Like, it's just the same thing. That's really funny to me. I love it. It called infectious enthusiasm. Yeah. All right. I know what you mean. All right, good. You drive a hard bargain in Manor. All right. You drive a hard bargain.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, man, that's so good. I love it. That makes me so happy. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, let's keep going. Speaking of rockets. Speaking of rockets, really, on the space news stream? Geez, it's funny how that works. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I gotta get my composure again. Oh, my goodness. Sugar. Never seen sugar do that. Give me water with sugar. Do you have this on the soundboard yet? Yeah! That's my answer. that was easy. That was a slam dunk right there, Cerebral. Jeez. Oh, man. What a beast. That guy's my hero. I'd like to hang out with that dude. Yeah, there you go, man. Right on. Nothing wrong with liking what you like, dude. All right, so this is coming from my buddy Joe Barnard. Joe is he works on his project called BPS.space, right? Barnard Propulsion Systems. And basically since about 2015, what Joe has been trying to do here is take a model rocket, fly it up, and then land it. A model rocket, kind of Falcon 9 style. And check this out, dudes. The other day, guy actually freaking did it. Look at the coking on the ground from where the rocket landed. He actually did it with that's the Scout. What is it? Scout? I think it's Scout E. I think. Freaking launched a model rocket. It went up. It didn't guide itself back to a precision point. It just figured out where the ground was, so it knows where the ground wasn't, and landed. Which is, I mean, that's pretty freaking cool, dude. That's pretty awesome. You won't make that your sub notification. You won't. I remember the stream with you and him. That was a legit fun one. Wish you did more. He used to live around here. Joe actually grew up not far from me. He's from Massachusetts as well. And yeah, he didn't grow up that far. He moved to Tennessee and then he moved to California so we could do stuff like this because can't really do that around here. There's too many people. But Joe has been steadily releasing video of Scout going up and landing, and check this one out. This is amazing, dudes. This is like one of those things like you nailed it. So Joe's like a cinematography guy by trade. He's self-taught. He self-taught himself stuff, rocket science, just like me, just like Das, like a lot of people that report on this industry. But dude, look at this. Watch this. Can you believe this? What the hell? Bro, you nailed it. That looks exactly right. I mean, it's a little bit of a bumpy landing, but also, You have to talk about aluminum being used as fuel. What happens after? Does it become aluminum oxide? Something like that, Hando. SRB exhaust plumes aren't exactly the best thing to breathe in, but yeah. Dude, can you believe that? Guy, he made an SRB landing system because they're using model rockets. So he's using an SRB to land. You can't restart a model rocket engine. I mean, I'm sure you could engineer that, but this is off-the-shelf stuff. Freaking landed one. Unfreaking believable. Look at the landing leg deploy, the camera angle. It's perfect. Look at this. Yeah, Mutter, with solids. I don't think people realize how difficult this is. Try to do this in KSP. That is absurd. I don't mean absurd like in a bad way. This is amazing. I'm so happy for Joe. It makes me so happy. What do you think of that, Mr. Australian launch commentator? There you go. There you go. BPS.space, guys, if you want to know more. Would you like to know more? The future is now, old man! Yeah, right. Which is why it landed hard. You can't time the thrust exactly correct. Yeah, it's because, yeah, with a lot of people, you know, we think, Mutter, a lot of people think you think SRBs, you hit the button and it goes, but it's really comes down to how the engine is designed. Some SRBs, they heat it up to kind of prime it so you get instantaneous ignition. There's coils in there to heat up the propellants. Yeah, some of them, some do that, some don't. So like with model rockets, you're obviously not doing that. So it actually takes a second to get warm and then it starts going. Can you see last for Starship news? Nah, I can't, Tomas. I don't know how to use chat. I'm not good with computers. How did I get here? I got you, man. You got a Ring Watchers thing for me. Okay. Interesting. Would you like to know more? But yeah, can I just watch this one more time? Like, this is a model rocket. And fellas, like I said, Joe started from scratch. I remember going and hanging with him back in 2015, me and Das, and he had a big whiteboard in his apartment, and his apartment looked like a laboratory. I'm not even kidding. It was actually pretty cool. I remember going into his apartment, and he had all the math for his rocket done out on a whiteboard, which is like from scratch, delta V readings, like TWR, all this stuff. It was pretty damn impressive. I mean, once again, he's a cinematographer by trade. That's why he can get us these gnarly freaking camera angles like this. Right? Look at that. Unfreaking believable. That's so damn impressive, dude. Yeah, look, the rocket motor has some residual tail off. See that? Scout F. He does have ceramic claws to impinge the... He does have ceramic claws to impinge the thrust to throttle. Oh. Okay, Cyborg. So he's doing a... I know what he's doing. He's doing a control vane. Thrust control vanes. That's old school. Yeah, old school. Yeah, aggregate. And I was going to show Redstone Dragon, but yeah, aggregate, which, I mean, Redstone and aggregate are basically the same thing, but check this out. So, before, excuse me, before they've really, you know, like kind of the meta for rockets figured out that you can move engines, this is what they did. So you're looking at the aft assembly from a Redstone. They would literally put rudders into the exhaust of the rocket, and the rudders would turn. They would turn the rudders, and that was how they figured it out, how to make a guidance system for a rocket. The thrust vane, these are called thrust vanes. That was Von Braun. Von Braun figured this one out. And keep in mind, this is before they figured you could just move the entire engine. They were worried about moving the entire engine because they were worried about plumbing. Because yeah, making your pipes pivot when they're flowing at the rates that you need to feed a liquid fuel engine, yeah, that's a little weird. There's a whole art to making the flex and bendy pipes that connect to a rocket engine that gimbals. But that was, that's too complicated for a missile, right? For the times, right? Nobody'd figured that out yet. Nowadays, that's nothing. But yeah, it has thrust control vanes. So what Joe is doing, right, is he's putting the thrust vane, he's putting probably 2 thrust vanes in symmetry, right, into it and impinging the thrust to throttle that SRB. That's really smart. That's really freaking cool, dude. Smart kid. Joe's not a kid. He's like my age. Either way, pretty damn cool. Redstone Mercury rocket, so much nostalgia. Yeah, it's old school, man. Somebody flew on this. We put astronauts on this. It quite like tech, right? That quite literally was a missile with just, instead of a nuke, just a seat on top. Like, it's pretty much what that was. Didn't they do that with the V2? Yeah. Throat's starting to get messed up. Yes, they did, man. Yeah. Von Braun designed the Aggregate 4. I don't like calling it the V2. That's not what the designer called it. That's what Hole. That's what he called it. I don't like him. The dick. Screw you. I'm not calling it what you're calling it, moron. I call it an A4. Because frick that guy. Am I right? Yeah. Anyway, the A4 and the Redstone are basically the same. Just like the Soviet the R3. The R3, the Redstone, and Aggregate 4 are very similar. They're all very similar in design, coming from 3 different countries, but they're all based off of the Aggregate 4. Yeah. Yeah, man, I don't like him. Yeah. Actually, look, I did make a mistake, guys. Sorry, I didn't really think I was going to talk about Redstone today. The aft rudders are actually control surfaces, and the thrust vanes are in the center here. I said that these things were the control surface. No, Redstone had rudders in the back, but the thrust vanes are right there. They're a control surface that goes into the exhaust of the rocket engine. So yeah, and man, I don't call it the V2. It's not the V2. It's the Aggregate 4. Off to dinner. All right, man. Be good. So yeah, Joe actually landed one, and Cyborg used the thrust vane. That's really smart, dude. That's really smart. That's a good idea. Here, let's see. Ceramic throttle clamp arms after 4 burns. They definitely erode over time, but they're pretty stable for at least 2 to 3 uses. Not much trouble to make new ones, but if I were trying to make it fly, it'd be a lot more worth upgrading materials to something better. There they are. Yeah, see? Those things just kind of roll in symmetry, just like I was saying. That's cool. Chain-driven. Chain-driven thrust vanes. That's what they... Man, Fozzie, that's Stone Age by rocket standards, dude. Jeez. Yeah, look at that. Yep, see? The control vane's ablated. Go figure. That's ablation right there. Look at the discoloring. That's ablation. Yep. That's what reentry heat does to metal and carbon fiber. We saw that earlier in the space news. Yeah, look at that. I'm talking about those tin snips right there. This is cool too. But the tin snips though, those are nice. According to meme theory. I mean, yeah. I don't know, Zace. People seem to be totally cool with doing that in this day and age. I call it just what the guy that designed it called it. I mean, if he called it Bananarama, I'd call it the Bananarama rocket. Like, I think that the chief designer of said rocket gets to call it something, HF snips. Yeah, well, they're nice. That's from the Warren rocket. Dude, look at what Joe's into nowadays. Look at this. We got look at this stuff. This is some really high quality parts right here. And then he's using RC airplane servos. Look at that. RC airplane servos controlled by a custom PCB avionics system. That's pretty hot, dude. That's pretty honking high tech right there. He does 3D print, 619. Yeah, he does 3D print. Yep. Yeah. An aluminum thrust vector control mat. What the frick, dude? He has a Tormax CNC mill now. Yeah, I was going to say, that looks CNC'd because you can see the milling lines on it. That's pretty hardcore, dude. I'm into it. It's pretty pog. Good for Joe. I'm like, I don't know if he ever sees this. Like he used to come to the stream from time to time, but he's doing his own thing, and that's cool. Like I don't mind about that. But dude, I'm freaking proud of him. That's really cool. This is really good space outreach, dude. I'd like to throw my hat into the ring. Not this hat though. I like it. Maybe this one. I like the blue one. Because this one was a gift. You know. Like I'd love to throw my hat into the ring, dude, and try to do something like that. I have ideas for landing model rockets, fellas, and let me just say that I think you'll appreciate them if we ever get to do them. You'll like them. Were you trying to get my attention, only to say that I love you? No, I wasn't. Some kind of winged rocket? Maybe something like that. See, you gotta be quick, dudes. Gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. I'm telling you. Love you too. Alright, honey. I'll see you later. Gotta be quick. Gotta be quick, bros. Get a room, Kappa? Reagan, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? You don't know, or you don't have a relationship. You don't know. You got to be quick like that. Got to be quick. I'm telling you. If you don't, fighting a losing battle. Can't hesitate on that question. Oh, she's leaving. All right, cool. Back to rockets. Really, what are they? Is using a ground spike for a landing viable? A ground spike, Bacon? Well, so what? Like the LEM, how the lunar lander, the Apollo lander, had spikes to help seat the vehicle when it landed in the dust because they weren't sure what it was made out of? Yeah, I suppose you could do that. I would start taking soil composition to make sure you understand how long of a freaking spike you need. Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it be? Stake it right into the ground. I mean, you could do that with a model rocket, but that could be tough, dude, if you wanted to like stake your claim with the rocket when it's landing. I would just put it on the end of the legs, right? Like if I was doing that. But anyway, why a room if you have a whole house? Ving, you house. You homeowner, don't you? This is the guy that's doing all the homeowner. Could we sometime watch a Redstone Mercury launch just for nostalgia, please? Yeah, sure, sometime, Tech. Absolutely. That's a lawn dart. After 15 years of marriage, being quick is correct. Yep. Where to wear? Yeah, exactly. You wait, you're on the sofa. That's right. What if one spike hits a buried rock? Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I don't know. I don't know if I should explain this idea, but okay, Cyborg, I'll lay this one on you, but you gotta promise not to steal it. It's a good idea. So let me think about this for a second. What would be the right way to explain this? Okay, so you have a rocket body, right? And we want to land a rocket, right? So you remember the Freedom rocket, Cyborg, the one with the toroidal wing around it? It has a torus wing on it, like New Shepard, but it was a midship so it could fly back. No, I don't. We could try doing that. I don't think it's going to end well, but we could try it. I always said that the Freedom rocket, the flyback booster with the torus wing, was probably not going to end well. So Cyborg, my idea is, so essentially, take New Shepard, right? So build the rocket with New Shepard. You have landing legs on the bottom, kind of like Falcon 9, right? This is on a model rocket. So you have landing legs kind of like Scout, like this. And then, the thing about a model rocket is that it's built really long on purpose. There's a lot of this has like the avionics in it, and then it's mostly hollow, right? Mostly hollow. So, so my idea right? Because you have a lot of, so like if you look at Joe's rocket, if you're looking at Scout F here, a lot of this area up here, from what I understand, I mean, there's a rocket tube, and you build the tube inside of it, right? And the tube is, not the tube inside it, not you build the tube inside of it. Sorry, I'm having trouble explaining it. This area is all open. Long story short, you have a lot of dry mass up there, but there's really no use for it. It's on a real rocket, you have like a fuel tank, or you have an SRB casing. With these kind of rockets, you have your mounts and stuff, and you have your landing leg mounts, and then Joe probably mounted his computer forward so the rocket was stable on the way up, right? Hey, Night Fruity. Auf Wiedersehen. So, Cyborg, my idea, the idea is this. You have like kind of landing legs on the bottom, and the landing legs need to, they really need to, what is word? The landing legs really need to make that center of pressure low. Long story short, they need to make it low. And so on the way up, you have high deflection down at the bottom, because up at the top of the rocket, there's another Taurus wing. It'll honestly look like the cowl from a turbofan. And you have your inner diameter of the rocket here, and then you have your outer diameter. And inside of that, you put free spinning, contra-rotating ducted fans. So think 727 UDF, but ducted, right? And it doesn't need to be powered. It just needs to have a brake, so it's locked on the way up. Or you could have it spin on the way up. It doesn't really matter. But you could have some problems there. You'd have to make it so the nose cone would blow the air away from the intakes on the way up, but on the way down, you get laminar flow into them. The idea is that when the first stage, when your rocket comes back down, it's auto-rotating. The ducted blades in there, once the rocket starts going down, your contra-rotating ducted blades in there, they start picking up the intake. They pick up laminar flow because the rocket's flying tail first. You're flying business end first, and they start spinning to slow you down. Auto-rotation. An auto-rotation model rocket that just comes down, just comes down and lands. Are you explaining sounding rockets? No, Vaxock, this is an idea that I have for a model rocket that comes down and lands. Would you get rid of the nose cone like New Shepard? Probably not, Cyborg. No, probably not. I would just design the nose cone in a way to deflect the air away from the fans on the way up. Yeah, you could do that with the right nose cone design. Actually, the nose would end up looking somewhat like an external tank, somewhat like the LOX tank on an ET, so like on the space shuttle. Like this big orange thing, that thing right there. It would look like that nose cone. Like what I was talking to you about the other day. You'd want the air to deflect away, and you'd want low pressure right in front of the fan so they don't spin, right? Wasn't the Rotan rocket supposed to be able to do that? Yes and no. It was a little bit different. This wasn't a ducted fan on the fuselage, Chris. It was deployable rotor blades. But I don't think that wouldn't really work on a first stage, like on a real rocket, like on an orbital class rocket. But for like a little model rocket, yeah, it would work fine. How about Arduino powered intakes? Well, DeLorean, see, here's the thing. If you're going to design a rocket like that ducted fan assembly needs to be as light as possible. But at the same time, you also really got to make sure that this obviously has some really weird aerodynamic stuff going on, because your center of pressure is going to be high, because even if it's a Taurus wing up at the top of the rocket, right? Even if it's a Taurus wing, you still have high center of pressure. Any Kerbal players, what happens when that happens? What happens when you have a high center of pressure? When your center of pressure is too far forward, your rocket generates too much lift and drag force up at the front. It'll flip over. But at the same time, I also need to make sure that this rocket the center of mass stays low, so when the rocket does come back down, the ducted fans fly last, and it flies business end first. You don't want it to nosedive into the ground. But now that I'm really thinking about it, those things are going to create so much drag, it'll probably stabilize. So who knows? Have the ducted fans tighten up a rubber band as the rocket goes up and then spin the blades to slow down on the way down. You joke. It happens. Well, the problem is that if you do that, you're taking some of the energy generated from the rocket engine and using it to create potential energy in the rubber bands. You could do that, but perhaps, honestly, if I would want some type of nose cone that has a boundary layer that goes outside of the intakes, so you have low pressure feeding into the front, right? So the blades don't spin on the way up. And then what you could do is when the thing gets up to apogee and then starts coming back down, you just tell the computer to unlatch the pre-wound up rubber bands and then it goes zzz. But see, if you do that, right? If you're going to do that, you need to you need to make sure you're doing it at the right time, because then your rocket is going to try to go up again when the rubber band unwinds. I need my blades to be able to spin freely on this type of rocket. On a rocket like this, they need to be able to spin freely. If they don't spin freely, then it can't auto-rotate down to the ground. So why haven't you tried building this? I have no place to build it, Caesar, but that's going to change on Monday. We're moving. Yeah. Flaps like on NASCAR, closed on the way up, but open on the way down so air can go past. Yeah, Mutter, we could do that if you wanted to do the roll away, like the NASCAR, yeah. Where would those go? And that's another moving part. So it's going to be mass up front. The blades need to be as light as possible in order for the rocket to fly correctly on the way up. 2 counter-rotating rotors, and you use those hinge glider spindles so the blades keep folded on the way up. Well, Louisa, that could get heavy. But yeah, I agree with you. Just to shield the blades, a nose cone. I mean, Mutter, what I'm telling you guys is that you could achieve the same kind of effect with a hammerhead style nose cone. So you have the rocket going up like this, right? You have the rocket going up like this. This is your rocket body. So here, let me draw it a little bit better. You could do something like this, go down like this, go down like this, go down like that, right? It's kind of bent, but you get the idea. And then you have your ducted fan. You have your ducted fan like this, right? At the top of the rocket. Please excuse the crudity of this drawing. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. And then you have one ring out here that spins like a turbofan that spins this way, and that has blades on it, right? And then you have another one right below it that spins that way, and that one has fins on it, right? And then, Mutter, what you can do is I'd make a nose cone, and the nose cone would look like this. It would look literally like an Atlas V's fairing. A hammerhead style fairing. Like that. And then you would want to make the top kind of pointy like an external tank so it shoots the air away from the fans on the way up. But it does basically exactly what you're talking about. But on the way down, right, if the air is coming at this type of rocket this way, right? If it's coming at it this way, it's not going to turn and go into the fan like that. That air doesn't do that. Air will most likely just fly right past it and then try to go back up like this. It does depend on the speed and where you're going, what you're doing, etc., etc. But on the way down, you get nice clean laminar flow going right into the fans if we design the legs correctly. So make a shovel. It's called a hammerhead style rocket, hypersonic, but yeah. Falcon 9 is a hammerhead style rocket. Believe it or not, that bulbous freaking fairing up at the front being so ridiculously long actually stabilizes the vehicle. True story. That's why Falcon 9 can go into space despite not having any wings. Atlas V is the same way. Yeah, it's pretty nuts, dude. Atlas V is the same way, and then when they went to launch Starliner on Atlas V, Starliner's short comparatively to a fairing. So they had to put that little cheese grater wing around the outside of Starliner to prevent that stabilization issue. And that's why Starliner also has an aero skirt. It's designed to make it so Starliner shoots the air off in the same direction no matter what the speed. The boundary layer theta angle stays the same. What is that? EJ's using big words again. What does that mean? Well, what that means is, so like a rocket, when it goes up through the air, depending on the speed, leaves a wake, and that wake kind of looks like a boat. Like, picture a boat's wake in your mind. It's not the same because one's flying through air and the other one's floating through water, right? But it leaves a wake. Starliner has that little cheese grater wing on the service module that goes all the way around. That makes sure that the wake angle stays the same throughout all phases of ascent, so the vehicle stays nice and stable on the way up and doesn't flip over. True story. It's my boat. What if you build a shuttle model rocket? Everybody does that, Jack. Everyone does that. If I'm going to build model rockets, man, I want to play Kerbal in real life with model rockets. Like, you could use a bucket valve that is closed by a pressure and pop open after the pressure reduces and funnel it down to the rocket bodies of the fans. Yeah, Dev, we could do that. The Hammerhead design is a passive system. It'll stabilize it on the way up, and the blades will work on the way down. You're getting turbulent air into it on the way up, and you're getting laminar flow on the way down, so the blades can spin. And the blades spinning against each other will generate enough lift to slow down and stabilize the rocket. And then right when you get near the ground, just fire the engine, and you'd need an impingement. If you have an impingement system like what Joe has on his, coupled with that, it'll stabilize. It'll come right back down. It'll land all the time. Well, you will have a high bay. That's right. If mass becomes a problem, you could have piano wire control rods up to the moving parts, and it is possible to do what I was talking about in my last message in one motion. I've thought about doing it before, although as air brakes instead of what we're talking about now. A free-falling compressor. Bingo, Adam. Yeah, like a helicopter. If a helicopter loses power, guys, the thing just doesn't fall out of the sky unless the blade comes off, right? When a helicopter loses power, what they do is they basically put the collective all the way down, and that forces the blades downwards instead of upwards like it needs to get up in the air, right? So forcing the blades downwards like that in full negative collective pitch, because the helicopter is going downwards, it turns the blade into a giant whirlybird. So think, you know those seeds that fall from the trees? That's a seed with a little wing on it, and it goes literally that. It's auto-rotating. The force of gravity is pushing the helicopter down, but the oncoming air from being forced down spins the blades. The blades create drag and slow the helicopter's descent. Helicopters can land with no engine. It's called auto-rotation, and it works. It's absolutely a thing. It's a maple seed. Yeah, there you go. It's still a rough landing, though. Well, helicopters don't have the benefit of having a rocket engine just shooting out the bottom. But, see, Chris, the other thing that I'm thinking is we may not even need a rocket engine for landing. You have the blades already for auto-rotation. Why don't you have a small battery that can power these things for a second and then spin them fast enough to generate enough lift to land the thing perfectly? And then on top of that, if you did some drone-style stuff, you could even, like a drone-style control system where you have differential RPM, right? You could even roll the vehicle to orient correctly using differential gyroscopic precession. Use differential precession, and the thing will be able to it'll land wherever it wants to. I mean, you can't make something that has a guided precision landing. Uncle Sam gets mad at you when you do that, but it could work. Helicopter, that's right. Technical term, zip, 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 zip. In Quebec, we actually call them helicopters. Well, it's using auto-rotation hypersonics, so yeah. A large prop would be preferable over a ducted fan. Lower disk loading and higher specific moment of inertia. It makes auto-rotation easier and more efficient. Oh yeah, entropy on the way down. What about on the way up? Unless we want some type of deployable helicopter blade system. I thought about that. I thought about just putting 2 helicopter blades, but flying up on the rocket means your blades need to be tilted down. And now you could do this, but now you need a motor actuation system or a rubber band or something to hook them up into place. And then you need some type of locking collet, not a locking collet necessarily, but a locking system to hold them up. And then all that has to be on a rotating mechanism. That's why I thought a ducted fan would be a contra-rotating ducted fan straddling the fuselage of the rocket on the longitudinal axis would be probably better, especially for ascent. It'd be easy to optimize ascent and descent. Descent could get bad because, yeah, you don't have much moment, but Once again, it auto-rotate. Auto-rotation like that will very, very much slow it down. It wouldn't slow it down enough to land. We'd need to put a motor on it. But even putting a motor on that system wouldn't be too hard. And a drone-style control system, that wouldn't be too bad because the front of the rocket's hollow anyway, and you need weight up there for it to fly correctly on the way up. So I don't know. Maybe we'll try building one. Just need to spin the rotor to open the blades. Yeah, Luizo, you could do that, but I still think that is way more complicated than what I just said. My system has a lot of passive systems on the way up. You guys have a lot of active stuff in your system. That's a lot of weight. It's a lot of extra weight. Centrifugal force would open it. Folding blades is a little more complicated, but they could be tucked against the fuselage on ascent. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could prototype that too, Entropy. I'm not saying it's not what you know; it's what you can prove, right? We'd have to. I'd be willing to build both systems in my laboratory if we want to, you know. But yeah, anyway, good stuff. Okay, so we got some Starship stuff going on here. I think, actually, you know what? I'm saving that news for last. So Joe did a successful landing. It was awesome. We got some Starship stuff to go over here. Let's see. What's the last one we watched? Okay, here we go. I got 2 NSF videos for you. Let's jump into it. This is coming from our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight who were nice enough to let us watch this footage here on this stream, so I can put my terrible commentary over it. You guys know the drill. I still can't believe they let us do that. Anyway, Mary and the NSF robots took this footage, so let's sit back, relax, and see what's going on down in the very south of Texas. How you been? I'm good, Louie. How are you? Have you ever shown footage of auto rotation on stream? I have auto rotating craft hypersonic in Kerbal. I use KSP to show that stuff off. It's much easier to see it in KSP. Hobby King sells these really, really cheap. Okay. Oh, that's pretty cool, Louisa. Yeah, we could use something like that. Okay, looks like they're venting down something on the OLM there. Folding blades are not complicated. There are model airplane props with hinges that you can buy cheaply. It's not necessarily about complexity. It's about weight. How heavy are those things? I could make a ducted fan, we could 3D print a ducted fan and put it on the rocket fuselage. It'd be super light. And it would do the exact same thing we're talking about here. Yeah, they did paint it, Bill. I'm surprised. It's just going to get messed up again when they go to launch, but, you know, whatever. One man is single-handedly started the shuttle program. Nice, Cerebro. Nice. Yeah, Bill, for sure. Has to look pretty for the first time. Yeah. Next to the Golf, it better be painted. Yeah. Some of this stuff did get a little screwed up. Well, I said, if you're gonna go to space, you might as well do it with some style. Besides, the stainless steel construction is better for flux dispersal. Good call. Yep, still loading more commodities here, fellas. That's the suborbital pad looking at ship 24 here. Looks like most of the tiles are done. Interesting thing to note here, dudes. Some of these tiles are mechanically adhered. You can tell that these ones are clipped on. They have like a little push clip that pushes these tiles into position. But if you notice over here, check out some of this stuff here. There's some weird residue going on. That residue is left over because some of these tiles around the control surfaces, around the movable parts, are glued, like the space shuttle. Interesting. I wonder what the decision was behind that, because if you notice, these tiles have a seam in it, and to be fair, so do these. Here, they have a seam as well. And but the seam is filled with glue over here, and it's actually open here. The reason why you leave a seam in between your tiles is because during re-entry, it gets kind of hot. What happens when things get hot? They expand. And the tiles will actually expand and seal. The space shuttle did the same thing, but the space shuttle tiles were glued. So can you imagine when the thing's going through re-entry, the glue on the tiles heats up a little bit, and the tiles actually expand, and they butt up against each other, and they seal the bottom of the orbiter off. But like behind a layer of stone, if you really want to know. The space shuttle tiles were made out of ceramic silicate. They're silica tiles. Yeah, they were rocks. What I'm trying to tell you is that with the space shuttle, they glued a bunch of rocks onto the bottom of the orbiter. 30,000 of them to be precise. To get the orbiter to fly better. Yeah, rocks. Okay. See, but they did glue some stuff here. Now, these tiles aren't silicate-based. They're composite-based, so I'm not sure what the heck this is going to do. I know there's gaps in the tiles to get them to seal, but I don't know what that's going to do. I mean, SpaceX probably has some good simulation somewhere, but yeah, it is very interesting. Very, very specially made rocks. Pigs, apples, very small rocks. Exactly. In order to get our spaceship to fly better, we will glue some rocks to the bottom. Exactly. If the shuttle weighs more than a duck, it will fly better. In fact, it flew like a brick. Well, it's glued rocks to the bottom, Adam. What do you expect? I mean, they glued some rocks to the bottom of their flying vehicle, and then it flew like a brick. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting. Wouldn't want the tiles in the hinge area to move and glide across the hinge and pop. Yeah, that would probably be bad. Therefore, it is a witch. Exactly. Did they release their plan for the return profile, like angle of attack and speeds per altitude? We've only seen some simulation here and there, hypersonic. Not much, though. Valiant, I had a discussion with a friend yesterday about... You had a discussion with a friend yesterday about free power, and he said, why don't you fill a lake on a hill and spin a turbine? What he means is perpetual motion, but why does that not work? I tried to explain it, but you got a brain fart at the time. So... why don't we fill a lake on a hill and spin a turbine? So that is literally what a hydroelectric dam is. Yep. That's what a hydroelectric dam does. A hydroelectric dam stores energy in water as potential energy. So you have a bucket of water. What happens if you drill a hole in the bottom of you have a cup with a bucket of water. What happens if you drill a hole in it? The water will piss out. It'll sound like your grandpa taking a leak. Sorry, I wanted to quote the Goonies. All right, so what's happening is gravity is pushing the water down, right? And it's squirting out the bottom. Pretty straightforward stuff. A hydroelectric dam does the same thing, only they put a fan in front of the hole. And the water goes down, it spins the turbine, and the turbine is attached to an alternator, and it generates, or a generator, it generates power. And then it goes through if I'm remembering right, it goes through an inverter, and then a transformer, and then it send it. So a hydroelectric dam stores energy in water as potential energy. That's what it does. So what your buddy's talking about isn't wrong. But here's the thing. Gravity is pushing down on the water. Okay? So the water goes through, spins the turbine, right? It keeps going, and then it, say there's another pool down here, and then it's all in this pool. Okay? How do you get the water back up there? Gravity is always pushing down. Now this water doesn't have any more potential energy because there's nowhere for it to go. It just stays in that cup. There's no hole drilled in the bottom of that cup because it's in the ground, right? Entropy maximizer. Oh, I know why perpetual motion machines don't work. My name is totally unrelated, by the way. Right? So, Violent, how do you get the water back up to get it to go again? How do you do that? So, you could have an electrical pump, right? You could have an electrical pump, and use some of the power that you generated to push the water back up. But here's the thing about energy and about physics that freaking sucks. It is a losing battle 100% of the time. You want to get something done, you need X amount of energy, right? With X amount of energy, you try to do, you're always going to lose it, basically. Right? You're always going to lose it. It's never a winning battle. You're never going to get it 100%. It's never going to be a 100% closed loop of energy power production, right? Because the pump that you're using in our analogy to pump the water back up to the top, right? It's going to use the same amount of power to pump that water back up to the top that you generated from pushing the water through the turbine to get down to the bottom. In fact, it's probably not going to generate as much. You're probably going to use more power. It probably takes more power to put it back up there than it does to have it go through your turbine and generate power. Why? Because you're fighting against gravity, pushing it on the way up, and you use gravity to your advantage. So that electric pump needs more power to push the stupid water back up to the upper pool so you can generate more power. That's why they put hydroelectric dams on a river. Because if you put hydroelectric dams on a river, you don't have to worry about filling the pool up again behind you. Nature does that automatically, or in the case of what's going on right now, it doesn't because droughts. Yeah, is your electric pump getting hot? Guess what? Is it working too hard? Guess what? You lose some energy there. Some of that potential energy from that water gets lost. It's called law of conservation of energy, Violent, and it sucks. Being an engineer, it's very easy to be cynical as an engineer because the laws of physics are the most cynical, hardcore things you've ever heard. It's the most gangsta stuff I've ever seen. That system would be good as energy storage, though. Use solar plus wind in the daytime and use excess pump to pump water up. Well, yeah, of course, Ian, that could work, provided you have better energy, better electricity power storage. But Ian, I will tell you 9 times out of 10. Water stores energy better as potential energy than a battery does storing electricity. Way better. So what do they actually do to get it back up then? They don't, Ender. It's on a river. A hydroelectric dam is an open loop system. The river's already flowing water there, so it's an open loop thing. Yeah, you can't win when it comes to engineering and physics. You can't win and you can't break even. That's the laws of physics sucks, and the laws of physics are not open to interpretation unless you can figure out a way to warp space and time. Then maybe. But guess what? The sun warps space and time because from the theory of relativity, right? The sun warps space and time, right? You need a lot of energy to warp space and time. Last time I checked, the sun is really freaking hot. Yeah, it's really hot. There's a lot of energy there. There's so much gravity. The sun has such crazy gravitational pull that it gets so freaking hot because everything is trying to be compressed, and then and sun. You get sun. Sun generates a lot of energy. Planets also generate a lot of energy too in the form of gravity. Earth warps space and time as it flies around the sun. Absolutely. And once again, this was Einstein's theory that it later was proven. It's still called the theory of relativity, but theorem can be proven and still called theory in the scientific process. A lot of people get that confused. Hey, did you know that general relativity is still just a theory? I know that because it has theory in the name. It's like, nope, not how that works at all. You don't understand science at all. That's cool though. Yeah, I mean, you could do the point that I'm getting at is that even if you supplemented a system like that, Violent, even if you supplemented a system like that with wind and solar, right, to power that little electric pump, right, you're using the energy from the sun, right? The energy that the sun gives off in the form of heat, right? Or, well, wind is the earth doing things. But you get the idea. That's more meteorological. But even if you do that, it's still a diminishing return. It's always going to be a diminishing return. You're never going to get out what you put in. There's always an open loop in physics, especially when it comes to energy. But if you put perpetual motion in Google and look at the pictures, there are some machines that could work, but they don't. Vaxhawk, keep it family-friendly in my chat, please. That's twice. Family-friendly, buddy, please. It's no problem. Vaxhawk, Finnish swears are okay. That's fine, though. You satana perkele, because nobody knows what that means, except for us. That's why it's funny. The second law of thermodynamics proves that nothing is free. Of course, Rizik, and dude, that's not theorem, that's not, kind of what you think. You can't beat physics. You can't beat the laws of physics when you're talking about practical Newtonian physics. You can't do that. It's like I said, unless we figure out a way to invert space and time, right? We're pretty screwed. Like, well, not screwed, but yeah, it's always going to be a losing battle. That's physics, man. You're never going to win. You never will win. Yeah, Louisa, right? Here's one for you. Why does Tesla not use the tires as generators to charge the batteries? The tires, Nightwolf. What do you mean by the tires? Teslas have regenerative braking, and they have regenerative drivetrain loss. So if you roll a Tesla down a hill, it's going to generate power from the same exact idea as the water. If you have an electric car and you roll it down a hill, right? The car is at the top of the hill, and the car has potential energy, and you can use that potential energy that gravity has to force the car down the hill, right? Gravity is acting on a mass and accelerating it down the hill because that potential energy becomes kinetic energy in the form of the tires spinning. That kinetic energy is attached to electric motors. If you have something spin an electric motor from an external source, it generates power. Teslas do that. Teslas also have regenerative braking. What does that mean? When you have brakes and they push up against the rotor to stop a car, they generate a lot of heat. That's energy right there. You're taking the energy from the car's momentum and you're converting it to heat by stepping on the brakes. The energy has to go somewhere. It has to go somewhere. You have momentum and you want to stop. What you're converting kinetic energy there to heat energy. Understand? Once you think about energy as quantitative like that, it starts making a lot more sense. But you're not going to be able to scavenge all that heat because that heat is going out in all different directions, and the atmosphere that we're breathing right now is going to absorb some of it, so it's always a loss. But Teslas do that, and they can roll down a hill and generate power. But you're going to get to the bottom of the hill eventually, and then the amount of power you need to overcome gravity and then go back up, you're always going to lose it. You'll eventually run out of power. Gravity is annoying, hypersonic. It's really annoying. Of course, the regenerative braking isn't enough to counteract the screen power use. Yeah, Hape, something like that. The point is, Violent, is that because gravity, long story short, you want to explain it in layman's terms to your buddy, gravity only pushes in one direction, down. So perpetual motion is impossible. That's like saying, can I accelerate while I decelerate? You're talking about force being applied in two different directions. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work that way. You can't accelerate and brake in a car at the same time. Well, you can. Then you get a really nice burnout. Car guys, you know what I'm talking about, right? That's cool. You can't decelerate and accelerate at the same time. Physics doesn't work like that. You can't divide by zero with physics. Because you can't divide by zero with practical physics, you're never going to make perpetual motion. It doesn't work like that. I was going to say, that's how you do a standing burnout, am I right? Hell yeah. Does that make sense, Violent? That probably would have been the way to explain it. You can't accelerate and decelerate at the same time. And because you can't do that, because gravity is an accelerative force applied downwards, there's no upward force. And trying to overcome that gravitational force is never going to equal the same amount of energy that it uses to accelerate you down with. Because when you're accelerating downward towards the ground, gravity is affecting you, and that's it. When you're accelerating up, gravity is working constantly against you. So you're going to need more energy to go up than you need to go down. In fact, you need a lot of energy to go up. How much? Anybody know? How much characteristic energy do you need to get into low Earth orbit? Well, I don't have the number off the top of my head. Spoiler alert, it's a lot. That's why we have these freaking supersonic flamethrowers right here. That's why those exist, because rockets can move an insane amount of energy out the bottom in the form of accelerated hot gases to be able to propel us to 17,500 miles an hour or 28,000 kph. Is there no way to generate power by falling? Since the ISS is always falling to Earth. No, that violates like 3 laws of physics. Objects in motion stay in motion. Objects at rest stays at rest unless acted upon by an outside force. Force is an acceleration affected on a mass. So when something gets into orbit, guys, remember that gravitational force that's pushing you down, right? When you get into orbit, you're going fast enough in a circle to have outward acceleration, okay? And when you get into orbit, okay, I keep saying okay, and it's really annoying. I'm going to stop doing that in my explanations basically from now on. When you get up into orbit, you're going fast enough, and they say falling around the Earth, and I always hated that way. I always hated that way of explaining it. That doesn't make sense. That's a weird way of saying that. Think about a carnival ride. The carnival ride that spins and it has the swings on it, right? It spins and it has the swings. The carnival ride spins around, the swings go out like this, and they keep spinning. Why don't the swings go up to 90 degrees like this? Why don't, like, if the swings are like this, under the force of gravity pushing down, why don't they do this? Because you have an outward acceleration from the thing spinning, but gravity's still pushing you down, so the swings always get to, like, maybe a 45-degree angle. If the thing was spinning fast enough, if this carnival ride was spinning fast enough, and I'm thinking, like, it's spinning fast enough to basically liquefy you, the swings will eventually get to 90 degrees, and then the gravitational acceleration is forced out. It's overcome by another acceleration. It's still there, and it's a minor perturbing force, but comparatively, the amount of outward acceleration is overcoming the force of gravity, right? When you're orbiting around Earth, that is exactly what's going on, except instead of a swing spinning around like this and forcing you out this way, perpendicular to the force of gravity, right? You are spinning in a way that counteracts the force of gravity. It cancels it out. Does that make sense? Your outward angular momentum is 9.81 meters a second per second at 28,000 kilometers an hour, or about 7,600 meters a second, give or take. That's 17,500 miles an hour. I don't know what it is in feet per second. I'd have to do the math. Does that make sense? They're canceling each other out. That's why they call it microgravity and not zero G. Because there still is some gravitational perturbations, just like the swing spinning, right? Does that make sense? Not liquefy, vaporize, right? Exactly, Stellfire. They would go 89.9999 degrees because that gravitational force pushing down will always have a perturbing effect. Objects in motion stays in motion. You have 2 outside forces here acting on your mass. The spinning motion, the angular momentum, and the linear momentum, the linear acceleration of gravity, which is always top down. Violent gravity always goes top down. Always sky to ground. There's no way getting around it. You can't beat it. Unless you had, like, your mom orbiting around Earth, then maybe you could beat it. Maybe. But that would be bad. That would cause very, very crazy amounts of climate change. Because the Earth would be spun off of its axis. That would be very bad. We don't want that. Hey, I gotta do it. I'm sorry, I'm secretly 15. Don't tell anybody. No. Violent, not your mom. Chat's mom. Yep. Because I'm going to offend as many people as I possibly can all at once. But see, I do that for a reason. I do that because you'll remember this now because it was funny. And now you remember this conversation. Incorporating relatable material into ways like calling your mom fat, everybody has experienced that, is a great way to teach. The reason is because you're going to remember this moment now. And you're going to remember that gravity always pushes down. 9.81 meters a second per second. 32 feet per second, always pushing down. What are we talking about? Don't worry about it. Nothing. Now explain this principle to your mom. Well, I have no problem doing that, hypersonic, because it'll be Chat's mom next orbiting around Earth. Just saying. What's that in metric? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. No, Hibbit, not that. She's not fat. She's used for different things. I was talking to Chat. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Violent, does that make sense? Gravity only pushes in one direction. That's the short story. What if an object orbits your mom? Well, that means your mom has a lot of energy and she's fat enough to warp space and time. What I'm trying to tell you is that Earth is thick. Damn, boy! Earth thick, boy! It's a thick boy! Damn! Ba-ba! Just like that. Don't read last, okay? I won't. Off topic. You, Chat? No, come on. Off topic. Have you ever adapted to somebody's line because you were behind them and that line stuck with you throughout the race? Turns out that line was terrible and the one you had before was better, but you forgot that it was better somehow? Yep. Jackal, sometimes I think, oh, I don't have the fastest way to get around the track. And so I'm like, okay, I got to see what other people are doing. And I go see what other people are doing, and either their driving style is different and I can't mimic it right, and I end up watering down my racecraft and I end up sucking. Yes, and then you can't figure out how to do it, how to do what you did before. Yeah, it happens all the time, dude. It's one of the things that I'm trying to work on, dude. And this happens in sim racing, and I'll bet you it happens in real life too. Don't try to drive like other people. Understand the physics and then base your driving off of that. You know, it's like swapping lines at the store. It never pays off. Bingo. I just said it happened to you in real life. Yeah. Coincidence? I didn't think so. Huh. That's no moon. That's your mama. That's right. That's right. That's right. All right, let's get back to the Starship footage, dudes. Hey, don't you talk about her that way, Jackal. She's a nice lady. Change of topic. How's the house closing? Guys, Duel, it's going good, man. We that's done. That's all done. We closed a month ago. We let them, to sweeten the pot, to make sure that they would accept our offer, I gave them the month of July. I'm technically a landlord right now. I gave the sellers the month of July to live there for nothing. And once again, I did that to sweeten the pot because Primo and I did not have any money. We didn't have money to raise our offer back like a little while ago. So the sellers are there. I talked to them on Friday. They're moving out. They will be gone by Monday morning, and that's when we start moving. Yep. Next week you're going to not see as much of me as normal. I'm just going to do space news, and that's about it. Space news and launches. Nice, dude. Can't wait to see a tour of your new launch pad. Yeah, you'll like it, Duel. I got a freaking high bay, dude. Ramen time. Ramen time for the foreseeable future. Yeah. Yo, have you seen the engineering of that propulsion engine, of that thick boy? It's insane how optimized the Raptor is. Venturi, if you're talking about like SpaceX's Raptor engines, yeah, they're pretty damn good. I heard your pad was so lit, Elon tried to buy it. Damn. Nice, dude. Okay. We have a lot of things happening in one day next week, all at different times. Yep. What are these channels at the top of the tank? Those are called stringers hypersonic. They're used for structural integrity in points where there's going to be high loads or high forces applied to mass. Right? FMA, man. Newton. He had it right. He has it right. Still has it right. Even though he's gone, he's still... Oh, yeah. Yep, that's definitely a gantry crane, dudes. That's why I paused it. Gantry cranes and trucks. All is good in the world. EJ, how does SpaceX chamber pressures adjust for changing conditions, i.e. landing? 619, they adjust the mixture. Adjust the mixture. Seriously. Yep. Adjust your mixture ratio. Raptor has 2 turbo pumps. One's for methane, one's for LOX. You adjust the mixture, keep the chamber pressure high, right? But you're either more efficient or you're making more thrust. They can screw with the mixture ratios when they throttle the engine. Oh, yeah? Just like you can tune a car. Seriously, it's the same thing. But, see, here's the thing, 619. Rocket engines run extremely fuel-rich. Even Raptor. Very fuel-rich. The reason is because if they ran stoichiometric with, like, liquid methane and liquid oxygen, the engine would melt. Just like if you tried to run LOX as an oxidizer into a car motor, it'll just melt. Yeah, it'll just melt. Even if you're at stoic with gasoline, like with 87, right, with pump gas, it's still... the engine still gets hot, am I right? Physics. It's a damn thermodynamics again. It's a damn thermodynamics again! I'm trying to get a remote for one of our gantry cranes at work. More difficult than I expected since we have requirements on RF emissions. Oh, interesting. You even paused the video to stare at a gantry crane in semi-trucks. That's what it's like to drive an F-150. Nice. 20-ton crane, Phil. Got it. Yeah. But keep in mind, 619, that mixture is not attached to throttling. Some rocket engines just change the RPM on the turbo pumps, but the mixture stays the same. It depends, dude. There's a lot of things it depends on. It's like a diesel engine. It's like a stoichiometric for a diesel engine versus a gasoline engine. It depends on what fuels you're using. It depends on your fuel delivery method. There's a lot of stuff. Some engines don't even have turbines. Some liquid fuel engines don't even have a turbo pump. They're pressure fed, like a nitrous tank. So there's a lot of things that can screw up there. Mixture is not attached to combustion chamber pressure necessarily. It's one of the things that you could use to change combustion chamber pressure, but it's not tied to it directly. There's no like proportion. There's no like formula that says like this chamber pressure is going to produce this throttle with this type of convergent divergent nozzle at this expansion ratio. Those are all those things that I just said. All those big words. They're all variable. All those things can change. Well, except that on a rocket engine, your combustion chamber surface area, on a liquid fuel bipropellant rocket engine, your combustion chamber surface area is pretty static. If it changes, you got a big problem. Your throat generally stays static on a liquid fuel rocket engine, and your expansion ratio generally stays static depending on what you're optimizing for. So, like an upper stage nozzle will have a much bigger expansion ratio than a first stage module because of ambient pressure, right? But once again, I'm digressing a little bit. Propulsion is super fascinating. Like, you're not going to really have variable geometry combustion chambers and a variable geometry nozzle, kind of like what a jet engine does, because rockets produce too much of a boom, too energetic of a boom to try and escape Earth's grav well. Jets can just fly through the air, right? I say that, just fly through the air at high speed. That's easy, right? Like, but yeah, like, but if you 619, you get into solid rockets do have variable combustion chamber geometry, because the grain is in the combustion chamber to start, and you light it on fire, and it burns outward, increasing combustion chamber surface area. But even on an SRB, your mixture is not attached to combustion chamber pressure. You can run stoic to keep the engine cool and still make enough boom in there to keep it pressurized. Yeah. That was some hard nerd stuff coming at you. Solid fuel is the hardest, though, because you can't stop it. I mean, Venturi, yes and no. Yes and no. So mixture ratio is not tied to combustion chamber pressure, right? Combustion chamber pressure produces a mass flow rate, which is the measurement of gas going through the throat, the hourglass part of the rocket engine. Combustion chamber pressure is tied to mass flow rate. Absolutely. The higher combustion chamber pressure, higher mass flow rate, higher energy getting pushed out of the back of the engine, more force is being applied, more thrust, right? However, with an SRB, all you got to do is lower the chamber pressure to a point where the chamber pressure gets lowered to a point where combustion becomes unstable inside of the SRB, and you're not able to keep the chamber pressure up to keep the flow rate up to throttle the engine correctly. Meaning you could shut an SRB off. You could do that a couple of different ways. So if you have a hybrid rocket, so a hybrid rocket is solid propellant or solid fuel. It's a solid fuel. It's not called grain. Grain implies that it's mixed. Like a shuttle solid rocket booster, the oxidizer and the fuel are mixed together, and it's called grain, and that's what goes inside of the rocket, so you light it and it goes off. There are hybrid rocket engines, and the hybrid rocket engine has solid fuel inside, just the solid fuel, and they shoot nitrous or liquid oxygen into the solid rocket booster, or into the solid rocket, and your oxidizer comes in the form of liquid with a solid propellant. That's called a hybrid engine. You could absolutely shut those off. Just shut the nitrous off, or shut the LOX off, or turn right off. The other thing that you could do is you could have a grain-based SRB with oxidizer and solid fuel mixed together, right? You could do that, and then I say this like you're shopping around for the SRB of your needs, right? You could do that, and you could have an inert gas purging system. So you could have like a CO2 tank riding on top of the SRB, and you could just pump the inert gas in there because it's inert, it's non-reactive, and you flood the combustion chamber with inert gas and it'll shut off. Once again, it's about lowering your combustion chamber pressure. If the propellants, the liquid, if the solid fuel and the oxidizer can't make a good enough explosion to fill that combustion chamber up with explosion, you're not going to throttle. You made a really nice flamethrower. Rockets that are underperforming, that aren't performing correctly, just literally shoot flames out the back. That's it. There's not enough to create, that nice plume that we see coming out of rocket engines. The other thing that you could do, Venturi, is have basically a check valve on top of the SRB, steam engine style, and if, you want to shut it off, you just blow the check valve, and now gases are escaping out the top of the SRB and the bottom. So instead of the flow rate, instead of all the gas going through the throat at the bottom of the SRB and achieving a flow rate that is enough to generate thrust, you hit a hole in the top and it shoots gas out the top. It'll lower your combustion chamber pressure because your SRB has a leak. That happened once inadvertently and it didn't end well, but that's you could shut SRBs off that way. There's plenty of ways to do it. It's just nothing has been done like punching a hole in the top of the SRB, which I'll admit there's probably a good reason why that's never been done. Probably a good reason. In terms of the hybrid rockets, oh yeah, that works all the time. Oh yeah, Virgin Galactic with their spaceship, the rocket engine that shot Richard Branson up into space, that was nitrous with solid rocket propellant. Oh yeah, that works. You're actually at a project that builds hybrid rockets. There you go. Yep. Yeah, am I on the right track? I know my stuff. I read. Look, and I'm not trying to flex or anything, but this is what I read for fun. This book is dope. I love this book. It's one of my favorite books. Like I'm actually excited. I've been binge reading this book. Binge reading? It's like binge watching Stranger Things on Netflix or something, but in book form. It's the book. Rocket Guy, I love it. I love it. It makes me so happy. I learned so much from this book. This book is my favorite. The Sacred Texts. Isereuloride dona egis requiem. Sorry. How many Monty Python references have I thrown in this stream today? A lot, huh? It depends on the thickness of the engine. As a student team in Europe, we are kind of limited legally. Yeah, government do be like that, man. They don't want you making your own missiles. They're the same way over here, dude. When will you read us a bedtime story from the shuttle manual? If you like it so much, why don't you marry it? Yeah, Marlu, see, here's the thing. That's good advice. I like that book, but I like Brimo more, and I am marrying her, so yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. How did they control the throttle on the shuttle engine, lowering the combustion chamber pressure, lowering the turbo pumps? How did they control the throttle on the shuttle engine, lowering the combustion chamber? Do you know for a fact that they lowered the... No. Sorry, I didn't ask that question right, T-Man. How did they do it? You can adjust mixture. Like I said, you can adjust mixture. The shuttle's... your throat geometry has a lot to do with that. Combustion chamber geometry, how that goes together. And how you deliver the fuel absolutely matters. The injector plate. This is why injector plates are so closely guarded, because figuring out how those things work can answer your questions. It could be injector plate design. You could change the throat. The expansion ratio on the nozzle could definitely screw with that. How much are you impinging the combustion chamber? Right? It really depends. Now, you could make it so the rocket makes way high combustion chamber pressure, and lowering the combustion chamber pressure doesn't even get it close enough to even get a mass flow rate where combustion instability happens. That's called yeeting the problem. That's what Elon's doing with Raptor engines. Raptor engines make 300 bar chamber pressure. You could half that and the engine would still work correctly. Like i.e. not run into like chugging or cavitation in the combustion chamber or combustion instability. That's what makes Raptor so ridiculous. Raptor is an engine that could make way more thrust if you made it a little bit bigger, but since they kept it small and they made it so the turbo pumps are designed to deliver like twice as what they should be able to deliver, you have a super lightweight, high thrust engine. Think like taking a mainsail in Kerbal, right? Taking a mainsail engine, like the mainsail, and putting a nozzle on it from like a Terrier engine. That's basically what Raptor is. But that combustion chamber is strong enough to be able to withstand that high fuel delivery. Now, here's the thing about Raptor. You guys want to learn more about propulsion? I can do this all day. Here's the thing about Raptor. Raptor's turbo pumps are able to spin insanely fast. We're talking like, I don't know what it is. It's proprietary. It's like 60,000 RPM. That is well above like a jet engine or a turbocharger on a car. Those turbo pumps can spin insanely fast. The reason why is because they use a hydrostatic bearing inside of those turbo shafts, and that allows for insanely high speeds. And if you use the right liquid to hydrostatic, meaning it's floating in water, basically. The turbo pumps on Raptor are basically floating in some kind of lubricant, or if I had to guess, it's probably the propellants. I mean, I'm just throwing my hat into the ring. That sounds like Elon. Why have some type of lubrication in the turbo pump when you're already running a liquid fuel through it, because it's a fluid impeller? Why not just use the fuel to lubricate the turbo shaft? Right? That hydrostatic system makes Raptor's turbines able to spin insanely high. And that's why Raptor is able to support such an insanely high chamber pressure. What was the shuttle's turbo pump speed? I don't know, T-Man. It was up there. It wasn't up there with Raptor, but it was up there. It's hard to compare that, T-Man. The reason why it's hard to compare it is because the shuttle engines are using hydrogen. So 60,000 RPM, for instance, let's just say that's what Raptor's turbo pumps spin at. Keep in mind, you're getting differential RPM here, right? Because the two turbo pumps don't spin at equal RPM. They're not geared to each other. They're not like on a transmission or something, and they don't spin equally. Some rocket engines do that. Some rocket engines have a gearbox in them. And they have one turbo pump with a gear that spins another fluid impeller, that spins a fuel pump. That's doable. Think about it like an engine turning an alternator, kind of like that, only they use gears, right? And not a belt. I mean, you could use a belt, but using rubber and spinning it that fast isn't going to end well. It's like going too fast with a road tire. It'll just not work. But keep in mind, comparing Methalox turbopump speeds to Hydrolox turbopump speeds is like comparing a gasoline engine's high RPM to a diesel engine's high RPM. It doesn't work that way. You're using different propellants. You're fundamentally changing how the engine operates. So the shuttle might spin that fast, but even if the shuttle's turbines did spin that fast, the shuttle's turbopumps, even if they did spin that fast, 60,000 RPMs with Hydrolox is not the same as 60,000 RPMs with Methalox. Those are two different things. How can they do that at such high RPMs? The stuff you're saying is really blowing my mind. 619, it's nuts. Think about the windage that you get from spinning that shaft like that. Yeah, you think a thrust bearing is going to hold that in place? Hell no. No way. Not a chance. SSME throttles by lowering turbine torque power. This was done by restricting oxidizer because fuel-rich, which reduced the turbine's inlet temperature in the gas generator of the pumps. Well, there you go, T-Man. Rocket Guy has your answer. Yeah, how it's done, 619? Yeah, there's a lot of hard work. There's a reason why this stuff takes a long time. There's a reason why every single launch vehicle ever devised by man is built around the engine, because this is the kind of things that rocket engines do. A rocket's turbopump could drain an Olympic swimming pool in seconds. Seconds! Seconds, not even minutes. Seconds! That's how much fluid we're moving here. I mean, think about it. What's the fuel tank on a rocket but a big swimming pool full of LOX and hydrogen like on an SLS core? The 4 shuttle engines can drain that thing in 8 minutes. That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous amount of liquid to drain that fast. I don't know, Goon, maybe. I don't know these numbers off the top of my head, dude. I wish I was that good. I believe the Saturn V's F1 turbopump bearing was cooled by respective fuel and LOX. So the F1 used an open cycle. It's an open cycle gas generator, Fozzie. Actually, it's not open cycle. It's closed cycle regenerative cooled gas generator. So what they did was they ran the turbopumps. They ran the turbine that spins the turbopumps with fuel and oxidizer, right? And the turbopump had a gas generator that creates an explosion and spins the turbine like a combustor on a jet engine, right? And the mixture on the gas generator is extremely fuel rich. It's extremely fuel rich to lower the temperature. You're right. Mm-hmm. And then they take that extremely fuel rich mixture and they dump that into the nozzle. They do that to film cool the nozzle because they had cooling problems with an F1. Turns out when you try to make one rocket engine make 1.5 million pounds of thrust, or about 6,700 kilonewtons, it gets hot. Yeah, very hot. Even running fuel rich doesn't fix that. Film cooling, though. Yeah, Venturi, I can't believe it. Raptor is ridiculous. Venturi, what I can't believe is that, you know, we watched this Boca Chica footage, right? And they're just moving Raptors around on forklifts. Whatever. They're just moving them around on forklifts. Just move it around. It's just another piece of equipment. I'm like, dude, that piece of equipment, like I said, can drain an Olympic swimming pool in seconds. Like, to seconds, you say? To shreds. Yeah. That's the kind of thing we're talking about here. This is an insane amount of energy being produced very, very quickly. Like, this stuff is unfathomable. Like, you have to see it working to kind of believe it, because it doesn't make sense in your head until you see the thing doing it. Hey, that looks like my garage, only a little bit bigger. What was the purpose of Saturn Shuttle? It was a design concept to see if they could use some leftover Saturn stuff to make a shuttle, basically. Yeah. Now, because I still think Saturn Shuttle was a good idea, but there was, I can already tell you, with my limited knowledge of propulsion and rocket science and stuff, I can already tell you that the Saturn Shuttle, I mean, you could get it to work. But the things that you need to do to change an S1C around to be able to handle loads that way, you'd need to redesign an entire the Saturn V first stage to the point where it wouldn't even be the Saturn V first stage anymore. Think about that. Mounting a shuttle halfway up the stack and having a Saturn V first stage underneath it. What happens when you fire that rocket, fire the shuttle engines on startup? The whole thing is going to do this, right? Just like it does with the SRBs. You know, that's what the shuttle did. Every shuttle launch, they ignite the engines at T-6 and it rocks the whole stack back and forth. Think about the moment that those shuttle engines will have, and think about the load that is, or the force that's being exerted on the hold down points. The hold down points on the Saturn V were never designed to do something like this. They were only designed to let go and have the rocket go up, and that's it. You'd have to go redesign. Now you're getting into pad redesign. Now you have to redesign the hold down points because you have to redesign the first stage, because instead of putting an upper stage on top of it, you put an external tank and a shuttle. And believe me, fellas, what I just said, the fixes that I just said and the things that would need to be done would take years. What I just said right there is like easily 3 years of testing and development. That's just that. Just what I said. There's 1,000 other things, dude. And I can tell you that with pretty damn good confidence. Also, cranes. I'm not familiar with them, someone. I know what DuPont is, but yeah. Trucks! Oh, that trailer is so cool, dude. It doesn't just have a 5th wheel, it has a 6th wheel and even a 7th wheel back there. You don't want it oscillating fully fueled, Ventura. Yeah. Ventura, you tell me, what's shear load gonna do to a liquid fuel rocket, a liquid fuel tank? Shear load kills the rocket. This kills the rocket. Especially, I don't know, maybe when the stack's on ascent, maybe there's that wind shear thing. Yeah, it's not just the shuttle engine rocking the thing around on the pad. That thing would be, I can already tell you that a Saturn shuttle like that would be extremely susceptible to shearing loads. And the reason why I know is because the actual shuttle was very susceptible to shearing loads, even with the SRBs. In fact, shear load is what got Challenger. Turns out that when you get wind shear on an SRB with a broken O-ring, it doesn't end well. It snaps the thing in half, which is exactly what happened. And if you think, well, EJ, wait, what about the O-rings? No, the shuttle had a cascading failure. They launched with the O-rings. O-rings worked just fine. Even when they failed, it sealed the SRB up, but the SRB was basically, the two segments were melded together because SRB fuel went out the sides. Unfortunately, the shuttle got hit with wind shear that day because it was a cold, windy day in Florida. The wind shear hit the SRB cracked, and it started shooting gas out the side again. And where did it shoot gas out? At the hydrogen tank. Yeah. Hydrogen makes things blow up really well, and hydrogen itself blows up very well. Yeah. Hindenburg. There you go. Wind shear on rockets is no good. Kerbal doesn't teach you that because Kerbal has no wind. But wind shear and the dynamic loads that get introduced to the rocket, both compression load and shearing load are, this kills the rocket. This kills the rocket very bad. Yes. Challenger was a tragedy. We learned a lot from it. Oh, cool. Expandable trailer. You could say that's a trailer king. But, I mean, yeah, Nuggets, yeah, I guess. I'd say we learned a lot of things for the really, really wrong reasons, but hey, whatever. So you're saying Florida was responsible. Agreed. Yeah. So by that logic, NB, Florida is responsible for putting 6 flags on the moon. I mean, hey, this works both ways. You want to play this game, it works both ways, dude. Am I right or am I right? New barrel segment right there. Oh, dude, look at Ship 25, man. The people that are putting those tiles on are getting pretty damn good at it. It's really starting to look like a spaceship. Remember when they first started putting tiles on? It looked like just a bumpy mess. That looks like a spaceship, dude. 6 flags? Those coasters must be dope. Roller coasters on the moon. can't decide whether that would be fun or not. Whalers on the moon, we carry a harpoon. Interesting that Hyundai went with a hydrogen fuel cell for their new super sports car. I'll make my own Six Flags with blackjack and grid fins and E-domes. And yeah, what he said. Scrapped sections of Booster 5. Shame. Yeah, those are processing stool pieces. I saw the video of the JCB flipping the grid fin. It's a lot thinner than what I thought. Yep. Roller coasters are just good. Except at Walmart or Six Flags. I don't understand what that means, but I'll take your word for it. The lunar roller coaster would be kind of bland given the low acceleration. Can you imagine how much the lift hill, how tall the lift hill would have to be, Kurlani, to get like useful accelerated forces to make it fun? That roller coaster would be like a mile drop. Six Flags is the Walmart of theme parks. Oof. I'm writing an article series about cascading failures. It's so damn annoying, Rocket Guy. And I'll be honest with you. It might be because we have hindsight. Ooh, the aero surfaces. Are those working? Hey, it's waving at us. It's really annoying. With Challenger, because the data was there. The data was there, and the shuttle was telling you, hey, something is wrong here. This data for the SRB O-rings failing is extremely out of family, and they just said, whatever. And what do I always say? This ain't my saying, Rocket Guy, and I know you know this. I'm just kind of saying it for everybody else. The only failure is the one you don't learn from. And guess what? We didn't learn from SRB blow-by, and then we paid the price for it. Except for that one Thiokol engineer. That dude knew what was up. I agree. I love the S24 on it, man. That's amazing. Yeah, shots. Look at this grain silo they got over here, huh? What a piece of junk. It'll do 8.5 past light speed. I don't know what that means, but all right. What's going on, man? How are you? But don't worry. Starship here will vindicate my boy Space Shuttle. Just hanging around eating some lasagna before tabletop things. Cool. Watching people watch rockets. Yeah, me too. I know how that is. Getting to light speed in space is half of our problem. The other half is slowing down. Yeah. I don't want to go anywhere near light speed, Nuggets. Yeah. Physics starts doing some weird things when that happens. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Trust me. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we got to go faster. That's what you're trying to say, right? Go faster. Oh, that's cool. Dude, look at that. So where's the person controlling the flaps? Oh, they're on the basket right there, obviously. Yeah, Mab deleted all the connectors. I see you went to visit Rodney. Yep. Ian, you don't want to go light speed because then I'll end up in a bookshelf yelling at my kid. Yeah, Nuggets, that's right, yeah. We got one more video, man. We got one more. Oh, that's pretty good, dude. I get a good laugh out of that. It's been a long day. You want to learn some cool stuff? Oh, I got you, man. The new flaps, dude. Yeah. Cerebral. Really starting to look like a spaceship. Well, so much for KSP. Eh? What are you talking about? It's only 9:15, dudes. We started Space News at 5. Space News has been the regular length that it's always been because I chose to play more Minecraft. Those flaps are okay, but these flaps are better. Facts. They think GTA racing is the same time as yesterday's racing? Wait, they think GTA racing is going to start at 9? I don't... Okay, alright. You know what? You know what, fellas? I'll be 100% honest with you. Tell the truth. Don't do this to me. No, don't you screw with me, Chad. Not right now. Not right now. Later. That's fine. Did I say at any point during this week that we would start GTA racing at 9? Because I honestly don't remember. This week has been nuts. Did I say that? Where did we get that idea? Because like I'm not ruling it out. I may have said that. Like I'm dead serious. I don't remember saying that, but I may have. Like I wouldn't rule it out. You didn't, as far as I recall. I mean, if the people are getting ready for me, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to pinch KSP, which kind of sucks because I pinched it yesterday and I really wanted to finish the SSDOs, but I only got the damn small one finished, which is annoying, but it is what it is. So when is that $100 you owe me coming in? You said that on Wednesday. I said don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that again. Pass this part. In fact, never do this part again. Time is an illusion. Time's not important. Only life important. Sheriff's truck. Should I name my Mars program Ares or my upcoming new rocket family name Ares? My program in mission mode Nuggets is called Ares. You name your rocket family Ares. You think that's air you're breathing now? Different movie, but yeah. I was gonna do a marathon stream today, but the truck failing inspection kind of has changed my plans. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Loopy, right? Ooh. That's got a super heavy thrust puck on it. Nice. Hellfish, there you go. You were gonna run a marathon? Yeah, it's gonna do it to your mom's house. What's with the Weezer memes? They're not funny! You're a thrust puck. Flykin, that's your new nickname now, just because you made that joke. Thank you, 100%. I'm not taking Ares 1 and I'm not ripping off the direct proposal. Oh, okay. Hail stick. What failed on the truck? Exhaust, Facha. The inspection... You know what? Let's watch this and then I'll tell you. Yeah, they failed me on exhaust, but not exhaust. They failed me on exhaust on an emissions exempt vehicle, which is hilarious, first of all, but I'll get more into it in a little bit. You named your spacecraft for dragons from literature? Loopy, you named something after a dragon? I didn't see that one coming. Didn't see that one coming. Color me surprised. Really? That's a shocking revelation. Shot, seeing test tanks makes me wonder if anyone has done a funny Photoshop of ripping all of the tank sections out to just domes. You should name your spacecraft after a tropical fruit. Pineapple Aerospace, Ian, you already did. I accepted that idea a long time ago. The shortest stack? It might be the shortest stack shots, but it's the largest in our hearts. You name your Eve robotic landers for the dinosaurs from Land Before Time. All right, that's cool. Banana Aerospace, that's right. Rocket, or Lunprod, if you know, it sucks that somebody hit the Mega Millions, but if I ever win the lottery, I'm gonna start a company called Banana Aerospace, and all of our rockets will be painted orange. Become ungovernable. No, just like, no, don't do that. I saw a GMC truck the other day, and they're huge. Are GMC trucks American? Yeah, GMC is Chevy's high-end brand of trucks, Violent, yeah. Venturi, this looks unstable, and then you see those 10,000 kilo counterweights on the SBMT. And realize that SBMT ain't going nowhere. Seriously. And there's 3 counterweights on the back. This thing has 60,000 kilos of counterweight on it. It ain't the tank ain't going nowhere because the tank doesn't weigh 60 tons. Not even close. However, though, it does look really weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that it doesn't. Yeah. See, each red triangle, each slab of it's cast iron. Those are Liebherr crane counterweights, 10,000 kilos each one. For Americans, each one of these bars here is 22,000 pounds. So 22, 44, 66, right? Plus another 66,000 pounds over here. You got 132,000 pounds of counterweight. It's a lot. Or 122, not 32. Sorry, math. We think it's great for sections to be walked every week. I agree. Yeah, and see the guy walking with that like briefcase on his lap. That's the controls. SBMTs are big RC vehicles. Yep. Hey, update drivers, 10-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Insert a joke here about drivers. Yeah, Shotch, I made one in KSP the other day, dude. I didn't get the Kraken joints right, but it kind of worked. I got it to lift up. I got one segment to lift up 40 tons. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. What the hell was that? Hold on. This is I need this for science. Is that a flatbed carrying a tow truck? What the? Wow. That's making my head hurt. Look, father and son. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. Make sure you just don't rip a hole in space and time doing that, alright? Did you know that flatbed carrying a tow truck is a Leidos company? You know who else is a Leidos company, Jackal? Dynetics. Did you know that? They're a Leidos company. Like, I don't know if you guys knew that Dynetics was a Leidos company. I don't know what gave it away. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, right. You're a Leidos too. I am, in fact, not a Leidos company. No. Your mom's a Leidos company. That's the next thing that's coming, isn't it? I was just preemptive about it, so you don't even need to say it. All right, cool. Next. Damn it! Somebody already said it. No. Of course I do, Flecken. Everybody asks, what is a Leidos? But nobody ever asks, how is a Leidos? Got him. Got him good. Yeah, they're repainting it. Got a little charred up from where Booster 7 coughed a little bit. Back in my day, we dragged cars to tow them, says an old man voice. What's up, Killer Fun? Dude, Killer, I gotta ask you some questions about the Minecraft fort. We redid some of the coastline around the fort today, but I didn't go too ham with it because I wasn't sure about what you were doing out there. But yeah, take a look. If you don't like it, I'll take it down. But I filled in the swamp biome around it and made it not look like trash. So, not what you did, the swamp biome. SpaceX should focus on making propulsion engines. Space companies are in need of good and cheap engines. Firefly is actually doing what you're talking about, Venturi. Firefly Aerospace is trying to just be a component supplier for rockets. Yeah, I know people that work there. Really cool stuff. Yep. Oh, look, another 330 bar rocket engine just being towed around outside on a forklift. All right. Yes, Firewood. Yes, that's right. Oh, look, there's another one. Oh, hey, look, now there's two of them. Whoa, I just had some deja vu. Nothing, just had a little bit of deja vu. What? What did you see? Well, a rocket engine passed on a forklift, and then another one right after. What rocket engine? Was it the same rocket engine? I don't know. Nice, caveman. That's awesome. I really like the swirl injectors. The physics behind it is amazing. Agreed. Yep, swirl port injectors. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that might as well be wizardry. Like it's just like, oh, okay. I was reading about it and I was like, I understand this, but also, who the hell thought of this? Like, okay, it's one of those things. It's like the transistor. You look at a transistor and like, what the hell were you thinking? But also at the same time, good call. Cut the hard line. It's a trap. Get out. Get out. Should 5 test launches be enough to crew rate my rocket? 5 test launches? I don't know. What are you trying to get your rocket to do? Up to SN-120 for Raptor now. Yikes. Okay. Nice Matrix reference. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Hey, they got lights up in there. Hey, God, did I tell you? That looks like my garage. My garage looks exactly like this. Same building material and everything. Was I right or was I right? Anything go wrong? Nuggets? Saturn stuff. Nope. Every rocket was built for purpose. Every engineering construct is built for purpose. What are you trying to do? Well, at least I'm not up like you, Flykin. Jeez. Quick yes or no answer. Do you know what a Calder converter is? No. No, I had no idea. I don't like this, but also upwards and onwards. My brain stopped for a second. It happens to me all the time. It's called mescaline. Wait, what? It's the only way to fly. Dude. Truck's got a 5th wheel, and then a 6th wheel, and then a 7th wheel behind. That's cool. Also, think about how much power that diesel engine needs to move this. That's pretty neat. Look what they've done. Look how they massacred my boy. Looks great. I was doing it solo, and it was taking forever, so that's a real help. If I could find someone to make an old-time sailboat at the dock, and someone to do the interior, it would just be about done. Okay, all right. If you want the Saturday Minecraft crew to take the reins, we'll make that thing look real nice. Mom, EJ keeps quoting the Matrix. Sorry, my man. Chat, you gonna be okay? It's a different movie. I'm trying to test the Saturn 1 for small payloads and the Saturn 1B for low Earth orbit access and the Saturn 5 for lunar missions. Sorry for interrupting your space news. If the vehicle performs satisfactory to your expectations, it really comes down to your risk aversion now of how many times you want to test it. For NASA, because they did all the testing and they eliminated as many unknown unknowns as possible, 1 test flight is enough. SpaceX prefers multiple iterative over time. It depends on what you're doing. Once again, Nuggets, it comes down to what are you trying to do. Ask yourself that question, and that you should be able to find the answer of how many test flights you need. There isn't any specific answer. There really is a variable, and your variable is risk aversion. Ma, EJ keeps insulting you. I wasn't insulting your mom, Ivo. I was insulting chat's mom. Difference. Is there such thing as an 8th wheel as well? I'm not sure. What the hell's going on here? Don't stop that! I don't like this at all. I don't like this, Mike. Is that how big a grid fin is? Super heavy, yeah. It's gigantic. Stop! What happened to the end of it? Oh, no, don't drop that. Don't you drop that thing. Don't drop it. That hurt to watch my face. Ow. I hate every... What? Why would you put gore in your video? Stop! Look at the scratch. You're gonna scratch the paint. I know this game. I know this game from playing Kerbal. That thing is gonna go into this ditch right here and it's gonna fall. Watch. 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 It didn't. Alright, cool. Suntrack Recycling. Yep, that's scrap. Well, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I know. Now I need a warning, yeah. Stop! It's already dead! Not on this one, Mab. Those grid fins are steel. Take it. Don't give it to them. Yeah, it's going right into the scrap bin. If that was titanium and that guy was doing that to titanium, I'd be like, yo, if you're gonna do titanium like that, I'll take that titanium off your hands. Yeah, there you go, MacB. Yep. Those grid fins are steel. I don't know. It's probably because I'm getting tired. That's not good. I've had a long day. Alright. Stop! It's already dead! Yeah. All right, fellas. That's all. Actually, I do have one last thing for space news, and it's actually Kerbal news. We from the original Kerbal account, like the KSB Twitter account, we actually had some show and tell for Kerbal 2. If you guys want to see it, check this out. The Mammoth 2 engine, packing all of the performance of the old 4-nozzle Mammoth into one very powerful package, designed by Chris Adderley and brought to life by Jonathan Cooper. That's cool. So I was talking about closed cycle a little bit earlier, guys. See that engine? That's open cycle. Open cycle, cooling channels, single turbo shaft. This is an F1B. That's an F1B. Yeah. Look, it's supposed to be. Here, check this out. F1B. Of course, it's the 3D printed one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I want this. I want that. It was green, yeah. It's an F1B, dude. Yeah. Rocket Guy, if I hit the Mega Millions, I was going to start... Rocket Guy, we had an idea, and I want you to tell me how ridiculous this idea is on a scale from 1 to max Q, okay? This is important. Rocket Guy, you here, right? I thought I just saw you in chat, yeah? You still here? You listening? Okay, cool. My idea is that if I hit the Mega Millions, what I'm going to do... We go to NASA, we start a company, and we call the company Apollo Incorporated. Okay? Start a company. We don't need to go to NASA that. And then we go to NASA. Still with me? We go to NASA, and we respond to their RFP. The RFP to lease High Bay 1. Okay? Still with me? Then, we go to Aerojet Rocketdyne, and we asked them if kindly, that part's important, because we won Mega Millions, kindly to give us 5 F1Bs and 5 J2Xs. Or 6 J2Xs, for reasons. And then we proceed to make a modernized Saturn V with F1Bs in the first stage, and J2Xs in the second and the third stage. And then, because your boy got the blueprints, right? I have the blueprints to build in a mobile launcher, and we have a high bay. Some of the Apollo processing stools for the S4B are still in the VAB. We might just need to rent those out. And then, I don't know what to do after that. And then profit. What do you think? Do you think if I hit the Mega Millions that would be enough to get that ball rolling? Yeah. F1A was closed cycle regenerative cooled. 619. Yeah, there's a couple of different things you can do with a closed cycling, but it's closed cycle nozzle film cooling. Yeah. Then get bought out by Lidos. Nice. Hotboxing in the high. Yes. That's about 154 on my crazy scale. All right, well, it's not max Q. Okay, so. All right, Ventura, you got to go now. I need to study FEM simulations in MATLAB so I can get mad and drunk when it doesn't work. Such is the life of a rocket scientist. See you, man. It was good talking to you. Okay, all right, fine. If Apollo Incorporated is taken already, we'll call it Apollo 2, Apollo Boogaloo. And then, Rocket Guy, what we do... Need quotes from Aerojet Rocketdyne. I fear that development requirements for that tall of a order of rocket engines may eat far into that Mega Millions budget, but regardless, max Q. Okay. I figure I could hook that up because, you know, defense contractors dig dudes with money. Well, not all defense contractors. Well, the kind of defense contractors sell me rocket engines would. Good point. All right, so if outsourcing our propulsion, Rocket Guy, if that doesn't work, you know, we can just make it in-house. It's fine. That's cheaper, right? I'll tell you what I'd do, man. Buy stuff from 2 defense contractors at the same time, man. You damn straight always wanted to do that. It can be, usually is in the long run anyway. I mean, Rocky, I was thinking about it. Like, friction stir welded, aluminum iso grid, S1C with no inner tank. Using densified locks, right? I don't know how the F1 would handle densified locks, but I'd assume it'd be okay. But, you know, assuming with rocket science gets you really far, doesn't it? And then, yeah, and then S2 design is just friction, is stir welded, and the S4B is stir welded. Stir weld all the things. Modern manufacturing techniques for Saturn V. I wonder how much that would increase throw. I think I've talked to you about this before, but yeah, we could definitely get some throw behind that. Analysis without numbers is just an opinion. Indeed. Yeah, Space Earth, that'll work. Yep. Are there any recently fallen unions to get surplus rocket engines from? What year is it, Bill? What year is it? What about a carbon fiber Saturn V? I don't know if carbon fiber would be able to handle those loads. Maybe a carbon fiber third stage for it, Lunprod. Maybe. Heck, we could put an EUS on top of it. EUS third stage instead of an S4B. I'll take that. That'd be pretty sweet. Barben, Biber, SLA, Barben, Biber. Hear me out. A really, really big slingshot. Rizik, are you familiar with spin launch? Are you familiar with spin launch? I'm actually asking. Yes, you know about spin launch. Yeah, it'll work. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work just fine. That will take too long. Use an ICPS first. Bill, don't do that again. Don't do that again. So, you guys remember yesterday's stream where I talked about how much I worked and I missed 8 hours of stream and spent $200 on making sure the truck would pass inspection? Yeah, it failed inspection today. Alright, let's say it again. Atmospheric railguns. Thermal. Yeah. Dear God, why? I don't know, man. Yeah. Truck failed inspection, Ender. It failed inspection because the state inspector literally felt like failing it. Wish I was making that up. Let me elaborate. They failed me on exhaust for exhaust safety. The reason why they did that is because you're apparently not allowed to dump the exhaust on a vehicle that's registered in Massachusetts underneath the car. Apparently, you're apparently not allowed to do that, even though I see it all the time. As long as it's behind, and I actually looked this up because I was wondering about it. And if you go just look on the DMV site, you'd have to go digging a little bit, but you can find it. Their rules are for exhaust, which is not plainly visible because why would it be? It has to be behind. The nomenclature is that you can dump the exhaust under the car, but it has to be behind the passenger and driver's seat, so the front row of the car, and it has to be somewhere underneath the trunk of the car. Well, this is a pickup truck, so the pickup bed is the trunk. Mine dumps under the pickup bed, and they said no, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because it's your It's not going to work because we're going to fail it because of your personal safety. You can get carbon monoxide poisoning. I'm like, oh yeah? Can you get a second opinion? The inspection bay needed a second opinion. They called the state inspector and he said, no, you can't do that. And yeah, this is what I had to get up early and do this morning, right? And what happened, you can't get a second opinion. State opinion is final, Rocket Guy, because... So, the guy's like, I called the state inspector. He said it's not good. I'm like, but it is in full compliance with all your laws. What are you talking about? Like, you can't fail this. That's a perfectly legal exhaust. And he's like, oh, it's not safe because the inspector said it's not safe because of carbon monoxide. It's not safe. It's not safe. I'm like, how the hell did I drive it here then if it's not safe? How did I drive it here? By that logic, I should be dead from carbon monoxide poisoning. Oh, it's for your personal safety. I'm like, I'm like, okay, all right. What do I need to do to fix the exhaust? He's like, oh, just go buy a 90-degree pipe and make it go out the side. So I'm like, if I make it go out the side in the same spot, but just turn to the left or turn to the right a little bit, it'll pass. He's like, oh yeah, you can't dump it under the center of the truck. I'm like, it's not in the center of the truck, man. There's a drive shaft there. It's not in the center of the truck. It's off to the side, underneath the pickup bed. Like, I tried to keep my cool. I didn't want to argue, and I'm like, okay, he's like, oh yeah, just make the exhaust go out the side or make it go more towards the back of the vehicle. Yeah, because it's too dangerous. It's for your safety. I'm like, oh, I hate you so much right now. Yeah, so I went and looked up the laws. I actually asked chat to look it up for me at the beginning of the stream, and I looked it up, and that's what it says. It has to be behind the passenger and driver's seat, which was my understanding, but there's some stupid nomenclature in there about it needing to be under the trunk. And that's what the law says. That's for, exhaust position. That's the only thing pertaining to exhaust position, like the actual geometry of how it's set up. There is some stupid nomenclature in there about, it needs to be in the same spot as the stock exhaust, but that's bull crap. How can the state? There's no way the state can keep track of stock exhaust on thousands of freaking models of cars. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's an unenforceable rule. And it seems like so that tells me that the state inspection rules are on a case-to-case basis, which means that there's no uniformity to the law, which means it's unenforceable, which means it's really all about how you feel during that day, which is... You should have argued. No, Jonathan, he's like, I called the state. I didn't want to give the guy crap because it's not him making the decisions. It's the idiotic state. Drill a hole in the side of the exhaust and tape the exit. Job done. Yeah, Hunster, that pissed me off. Yeah, because, now I have a rejection. There's a big R rejection sticker on the truck because it's not safe. It's hilarious to me because, I drove it all the way across the country with that exhaust. By the state inspector's logic, I should be dead. For my safety, though. It's just like, wow, you guys don't care about safety. Like, It's not, once again, it's not the garage that inspected the truck. It's just, it's the state inspector. You don't care about safety, dude. It has nothing to do with it. It's just how you feel, right? Is, oh, I feel that this exhaust is bad. Well, how is that an enforceable rule, dickhead? It's Leidos' fault. It is Leidos' fault. Those freaking sons of bitches. I'm going to Johnson Space Center Tuesday. Want any pictures? Of course, Cajun. I'm probably not going to be here, though, because I'm moving. But, yeah, I might be around. Yeah, Firework, it's a little annoying. I mean, if you argued, you would have ended up in the exact same spot. There's no point in arguing. The shop can't change it. And once the state inspector issued a damn rejection, there's nothing I can do about it. Nah, caveman, I'll just fix the exhaust. I'll put a freaking dryer pipe on it because, yeah, frick you. I feel like maybe the guy who called him didn't explain it right. Could you send the DMV pictures? Rizik, that's what he said he did, and he showed me his phone. And he's like, oh, the state inspector said no. I sent him a picture and I called him. I'm like, I will put them in Discord then. I don't know the exact wording of the law, but it seems like the idea is to make sure the gas is exiting the vehicle as far away from the passengers as possible. The nomenclature of the law says it has to be behind the driver and passenger seat. It has to be behind the front row, Buck. There's no, and underneath the trunk. Mine dumps under the pickup bed behind the seats. It is compliant with all Massachusetts laws. That's why I'm really annoyed. Dude, because I checked this because I was so freaking worried about it yesterday that I spent $200 on my stupid truck for a little PCB to make sure that it passed inspection. I read those rules. I know I did. There's nothing in there about exhaust position. He's like, it's in the middle of the truck. It's no good. I'm like, no, it's not in the middle of the truck. There's a drive shaft in the middle of the truck, you moron. But I didn't say that to him. I'll admit I didn't say that part. I was very calm. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll fix it. How close to the cab is it? About this much? Yeah, I'm sure it's really freaking annoying, actually. So now I got to spend tomorrow when I should be packing, and just, you know, kind of relaxing for the calm before the storm. I got to go now. I got to go do an exhaust. Who knows how much that's gonna cost? It's gonna be an AutoZone special exhaust. I don't care. I'll make it work. So you have to change the exhaust, go back in a day or two. Do you have to pay for another inspection? I'm pretty sure that's the expectation, Loopy. But it might not be. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Buck, it's just... The funny thing is that they don't like... That's what I mean. There's no quantitative way to enforce that rule. It is, it's zero tolerance. And I always say that zero tolerance it's zero tolerance on a very arbitrary rule. I don't like this kind of stuff, man. That's really annoying. So it's zero tolerance on a rule that was pretty arbitrary in the first place, because it says trunk. Not all vehicles have trunks. So your nomenclature by law is terrible. And it's unenforceable. There's no way. The only way you can enforce that is that on technicality, the only way that you can enforce that is any exhaust that is not an exact replica of a stock exhaust is in violation of what you said pursuant to your law, right? There's no way that's enforceable. There are millions of cars in Massachusetts. There's no way it's enforceable. Not to mention thousands of makes and models of different cars. There's no way that's enforceable. So it's based off of how you feel. Great. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. It really pissed me off today. But on the other hand, I could rag on the state all I freaking want to. On the other hand, I probably shouldn't have left it to the last minute, because if this happened last week, then this wouldn't be a big deal. But now I have to scramble because, yeah, always. Firework, they'll probably say the same thing because it's how you feel. If I go to them and say my truck was rejected because you guys have no idea what you're doing, what are they going to say? feel like the inspection rules are intentionally written vague to avoid rules lawyering over inspections as much as they can. Yeah, that's arbitrary. So it's based off of how you feel. I don't know how, but yay for capitalism, right, Nighthound? I don't know how you're trying to make the argument that capitalism is bad when this is a state inspection, a state-mandated inspection. What? You might want to check in that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. Whatever. I'm going to AutoZone. Dude, I will do it. I'm doing an AutoZone special with some JB Weld, and it's going to dump right out in front of the back tires. I know that's legal. I'll dump it right out in front of the back tires, so it'll make a lot of smoke when we do a burnout in front of the state inspection office. No, I won't do that. That would be fun, though, but that would probably piss them off even more. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, just a bump in the road, guys. Not literally, though, because I can't drive the thing because it's rejected. Look, once again, I talked the other day about being patient. So I was patient, and I asked questions, and I asked what I needed to do, and we fixed it, and we're going to fix it. It's no problem. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, like, internally I wasn't really mad. Yeah. Is there a reason to run all the way back to the rear bumper? It's not. It's for your personal safety, Loopy. Whatever that means. Personal safety? Personal safety. What is that? That's such a that's the saying it's for your personal safety when it comes to like stuff like this is like saying it's like the morons that say SLS is unsustainable all the time. Like, how, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Not you, Loopy, but you get what I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying, right? Bruh. Welcome to the D&D where the rules are made up and logic doesn't matter. Yeah, twitching, it's pretty annoying, dude. It's that kind of stuff that's just makes me want to go live in the woods. Just leave me alone. But then again, that's kind of what I'm doing, so. Just take it straight up through the hood. Yeah, Bartassi, yeah, exactly, dude. That's what I'm wondering. Like, what happens if I show up with freaking zoomies out the hood? What, is the CO2 going to go in the cab? It's shooting up and over, you know? Quit resisting, we're just helping you. Yeah, I know, Opsher. It's hilarious. Like, they said it's for your personal safety because of carbon monoxide. Dude, when he said that, he's like, yeah, dude, the state inspector. Oh, man. And the guy, the inspector, and then so there's the inspector at the shop and there's the state inspector. The inspector was trying to, he's like, yeah, because of carbon monoxide, you know, that can kill you. And I go, well, yeah, by that logic, I'd be dead. Like, I didn't say that part, but yeah. I was like, oh, yeah, carbon monoxide, yep. What I wanted to say, but I didn't because I was trying to keep my cool, is that, oh, yeah, so the 4,000 miles that I drove across this entire continent, yeah, that whole thing wasn't safe, huh? By that logic, I would have crashed in California. Because it would have suffocated me. Like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. It's just how you feel. Just admit it. Like, it's how you feel, bro. Like, and once again, I'm giving you guys updates to the truck, right? I'm giving you guys updates. I'm not trying to turn this into EJ's whining time. I'll fix it. I didn't freak out at the inspection bay. I was just like, oh yeah, my safety and stuff or whatever. Well, it wasn't. You did throw a wheel off because wheels have a lot to do with exhaust, Loopy, right? Yeah. Yep, those are very similar components. When are we racing? We can do it. We can do racing now. That's fine. I got to get up in the morning and I have to fabricate an exhaust. I've never done that before, by the way, so we'll figure it out. We will figure it out, won't we? The truck exhausted a wheel. Damn you guys. But yeah, no, I don't mean to turn this into whining time. People ask, so I'm trying to give you guys updates with like moving and stuff. So yeah, it's a little annoying. It's a little annoying. I don't like arbitrary rules like that. Yeah, Social Slug, you're probably right. Sorry, came into mid-conversation and heard bad exhaust. Then there was a burnout And I saw a racetrack in my mind. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Fozzie, we'll use some CAD, cardboard-aided design. Yeah, I'll figure something out. Dude, if I have to hang the exhaust from, like, a coat hanger that's bolted to the frame, whatever. I'll do it that way. That should pass. I'm going right back to that inspection bay on Monday morning because they're closed on Sunday because... well, what? Got closed on Sunday. Like... right? We should do some gambling before racing. I don't know, maybe. When are you back from moving? So, Violent, I'm going to be here during these weeks. I'm just going to be here for rocket launches and space news for the first week. First week of August is just rocket launches and space news. The second week of August, I need off. That's when we move the big stuff. That's when I move the cars down there. And then the third week is just going to be space news and rocket launches again. The second week, I'll probably do rocket launches because there will be rocket launches. But yeah. And then the third week, we're back to just space news. And then the fourth week of August, I do have some other things to commit to. Family events and whatnot. But yeah, we should be back to the normal schedule by the third week of August. Hopefully. Yeah, Bartazzi, there you go, man. Absolutely. You know it'll be an entirely different tech who will then tell you that the right angle exhaust isn't up to code. Yep. Yep. There you go, Buck. I hate this. I hate doing this. There are road trip streams? Road trip so people can figure out exactly where I live? Shy, or... I mean... bring spare parts to the inspection. Yeah. Kind of mufflers on it. It's got two Flowmasters, Bill. They're Flowmaster resonators. But the cat's still on there. It doesn't matter. It's emissions exempt. It's old enough. Yeah, I know, Bartassi. It's really stupid. It's really annoying. My exhaust is perfectly compliant with all state laws. They just felt like failing it because they think it's not safe. They felt like failing it because they think it's not safe because they want to protect themselves from liability, from state liability, because they don't want to say a car's safe and then have it not be safe, blah, 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 blah. Basically a bunch of distinct lack of common sense. It's really annoying, actually. It really pisses me off, but it is what it is. It is what it be, so it do, dudes. Whatever. I'll fix it. I don't have time to fight this and be a jerk about it. I gotta move. And then we won't have to deal with this. We don't have to deal with these people ever again. I'm sure the state inspection bays out in the sticks are way better than this. Any other things fail? Nope. Oh yeah, no, there was one other thing. My license plate lights are, you need to have, in Massachusetts, you need to have lights for the license plate as well as the lights that already illuminate the license plate when it's dark, called running lights. You need to have more lights on top of that. Yeah. Yeah. There are these things that you turn on at night to be able to see, and it lights up the back of the vehicle as well. And yeah, usually it lights the license plate up too. What are those called? Oh, running lights. Yeah. No, I need another set of lights for that. And don't get me wrong, the truck has another set of lights. They just aren't working. I probably just didn't plug them back in. I probably didn't plug them back in correctly because when I took the bed off and put it back on. It's no problem. I'll fix it. Yeah, Violent, I know. They didn't really think that one through, did they? That's what I mean. They failed it because they felt like it, not because it's actually not safe. It's really, really annoying. But like I said, I didn't give them crap. I just said, all right, what do I need to fix? So, yeah, I'll just fix it tomorrow. But yeah, annoying. They don't work on my truck too. The license plate light sucks. Oh, jeez. That better not be a pain in the butt to fix. Swear. I don't have the time to do it. I'll hang the license plate on the frickin' tailgate so they can see it. I don't know, Shy. I don't really want to do road trip moving streams, dude. It's too much work. Moving is already a pain in the butt. Wait, so you have to modify a car that comes... A car with the exhaust straight out... that comes straight out of the factory, road legal. Personally, I tell people to go back to school and then they would have to fail every car in America with what they just said. The exhaust from the previous owner, Bartassi, on this truck was cut up pretty bad. I kind of jerry-rigged an exhaust. Yeah. The exhaust is cut. It dumps right behind the cab underneath the pickup bed. It basically was cut cat back. It's just got two Flowmaster... No, they're not Flowmaster. I think they're Flowmaster resonators. It's got... Because there's two, because it's duals, but they're right next to each other. They go out, and then there's an extension pipe that dumps it down underneath the bed, probably behind the drive shaft carrier, which is well underneath the pickup bed. Yeah, like I said, they failed it because they felt like it, because the truck doesn't look safe. That's the reason, like, because it's painted a bunch of different colors, which is really, really freaking annoying. No, I'm not managing chat while trying to move. I'm sure that's not a good idea. It's hard enough to do just driving the thing down the road, man. No, Violent. We have running lights. You have your rear lights, which are red, and then your turning lights are green. Your directionals are it's green or yellow. You could do whatever. Orange, red, yeah, I don't know. It's getting late, guys. I don't feel like sitting here and whining about it. Anyway, let's do some GTA racing, shall we? That was a comment to the license plate. Forgot to mention that. My bad. Yeah. I know. Dude, I'm not gonna say it. Bartassi, I had... Because I need this truck. I need this truck to move. And we need to drive it on the highways because I'm moving a good distance away, right? And I need this truck to move. I have another truck, but it's a short box. It's a 6-foot short box step side truck, and that doesn't really. It's a light duty truck. It's a half-ton single cab short bed with a step side, so that's useless. That's useless to move stuff. This thing has an 8-foot long box. It's perfect for moving, and we need it to move. Kind of important because I don't want to spend money on a moving van because housing prices are high right now, so we had to spend a good amount of money. I really don't have any money left. Long beds. Yeah, long beds are cool, man. I'm gonna race with y'all tonight, but I was gonna race with y'all tonight, but my kid had a different plan. Yeah, so fellas, I'll show you guys pictures of the exhaust sometime whenever I get a chance. But yeah, starting Monday, it's just space news and some rocket launches. In fact, guys, I'll be honest with you, the space news probably is going to be a little bit later. It's probably not going to be at its normal time. But yeah, I got to run a slim schedule because moving. I move so much, I won't do it without movers anymore. Yeah, I can't afford movers, Fistus, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Space Toast, Steve, when I was in Nigeria a couple weeks ago, you were lucky to see a taillight of any sort on any truck, yeah. Yeah, there you go, Buck, right? You know, an LMTV is a 12x8 bed. Can't afford that right now, man. For the exhaust fund. Thanks, man. Alright, dudes. Let's get into racing. $2 make you hot. Wait, what? Oh, look. Oh, look, Hibbett, the Red Sox lost again. Oh, look at this. To the... Dude. What a train wreck. What a train wreck. Oh, what a train wreck. I can't believe this. You guys suck. Holy crap. You see that? That's embarrassing, dude. Toxic? Nah, it's complimentary. It's the Northeast thing. I mean, the Brewers aren't that bad this year. Bandit, what an epic collapse.